How's it going? How we doing? How's it going? Alright, so why, listen man, why is it that there are these things that I can just think for a long time and figure them out, and other people can figure them out, but only like, you know, these few people here and there that seem to be, I don't know, to me at least, you know, like really smart, you know, or something like that, like experts in their field and stuff like that. And I just feel like one of these things is American cheese. I feel like, again, Americans just are really, really bad at knowing what something good tastes like. And again, take a look at any restaurant that any foreigner thinks of when they think of America. It's them golden arches, man. That's what they're thinking of. And look, American cheese ain't even real. It's processed product half the time, and it tastes like crap. So I know people. I've always known people that can just eat American cheese by itself too, and I'm genuinely also confused by this. I am also genuinely very confused by this because it's really bad. It just doesn't taste good at all, and I feel like I'm not alone. I just feel like people get like really rabid or something when you say this. You know, it's like there's because American is before it. You know, I just feel like that's what it is. Like they just feel like they have to. Who cares? It's bad. Be better at cheese then. Before saying this is what American cheese should taste like, and we'll put American in front of it, I don't know. Maybe that? Do you know that we're, like, again, our education system isn't very good either? Like, Did you know that? Like, we're really, really low on education. Like, there's just a lot of stuff that, you know, from the standpoint of education, of academics, we are not pretty high up there by any means. We're sort of in the middle somewhere. You know, and so I like, again, I just cannot I can't stress enough how bad American cheese is. It's just really bad. And you put it on burgers, you put it on deli sandwiches, it's in everything. It's in every restaurant. And it's not even real half the time. It is processed stuff. I promise. It's not even real half the time. How many people knew that? And like the sliced stuff, the individually wrapped. If it's individually wrapped, it's not real. Period. It's just not real. Like, I gotta look. There really is like one brand that's like, this is cheese, and it's American cheese. and it's real cheese. But it's like one brand. You gotta look for it. It's like the same thing. It's like the same thing with like loaf bread. Now this can be local too, but I feel like this is a. I feel like I would actually have a better say in this, where I get a decent, you know, like the I mentioned that Sara Lee is one of the only brands doing it right. The Artisano, is that how you say that? The thick bread. There was no other bread that I can find where I can smear something on it and the fucking knife doesn't cut a damn hole in it. False advertising. Aged cheese is the best. I love aged cheese. Gouda is amazing. Gouda is my favorite. And then cheddar. Sharp cheddar. It's gotta be sharp. Should be a crown to call it cheese. I agree with you, Jason. I agree. I'm not very educated on this topic, but I must say most European cheeses are very excellent. Fred says. Fred the Paperclip. Yeah, I agree. I agree. You know, obviously Swiss cheese. Swiss cheese is up there too. That's like tied for cheddar for me. Like that's like tied. Like it's really hard for me between a really good sharp cheddar or the best Swiss cheese I've ever had. Because let me tell you what, Swiss cheese. Oh my god. Sometimes that beats, because Gouda, aged Gouda, good aged Gouda, sort of tastes like Swiss cheese. Sort of. Sort of. A little bit. It's remnant of it. This will piss off people that make Gouda cheese. Don't tell them that. don't tell them that. Don't tell them. Don't tell them. Experts will tell you this too. They'll be like, just don't say it. It's true though. Come on, it's true. It's true. It's there's a reason why everybody likes those. I'm not the only one. I mean, there's because they're all similar, of similar quality and taste. They taste similar. They're not the same. Okay, and it doesn't do an injustice to Gouda to say that. So calm your horses. It's okay. The cheese mafia isn't gonna burst in here or anything. We're okay. We're okay. No, it probably is Swiss second. It probably is Gouda and Swiss than cheddar. Because I'll be honest, there's been more good Swiss cheese that I've had than good cheddars. Because people mess up cheddar. They do. It's just a lot of times not. A lot of times it tastes like. Sometimes it'll taste like American cheese. It won't even taste like cheddar. And I'm like, what? How is this even cheddar? So. And this is just one food. You know what I mean? Like think about how prominent this topping is, this American cheese. Again, I've stated that it's in every fast food place. It's in pretty much every restaurant, period, in America. You don't really get another kind of cheese for the most part. Now, if you're going to the restaurants that do it right and have very specific items on the menu, sure. You're gonna get your Swiss with your burgers, or your sharp cheddar, something like that. Like you're gonna get your intelligent cheese topping, where you're not using something, or a blue cheese. Some people like blue cheese, believe it or not. Like you're gonna get an intelligent cheese instead of an American cheese. Like, nobody likes American cheese. Trash. Tastes like shit. So, it's kind of like blue cheese is amazing on pizza. I don't like blue cheese, but I'll take your word for it. I I think it's amazing that there's just these things that we completely ignore in America and just accept them. I will just never understand it. And instead of getting smarter with it, like, I feel like there's a good number of people that question it too, but sort of don't do anything and don't really get any smarter with, like, why it's happening. You know, like the gas prices thing. How many people don't know why, you know? And you know what I mean? Like, that's actually something pretty easy to look up. It really is. It's not that hard to figure that out. That's pretty easy to look up. So, like, there's just like so many things, especially with restaurant, you know, entrepreneurship, restaurateuring in general, that people get wrong. For example, like, when you get fresh baked bread and you get it delivered, let me ask you a question. If it's a sub roll, is somebody going to eat that sub if it's completely hard? If the roll is hard? Do you think somebody wants to eat that sub? It's a cold sandwich. It's really hard, and they got to rip it with their teeth and chew on it forever. Is that good? I mean, taste-wise, I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking texture. Do you think that's good? Because most places I get a sandwich, they're like, oh man, that place has some good fucking sandwiches. And then again, the most basic thing about the sandwich is wrong. Like, you literally just bite into it, everything comes flying out the end because the fucking bread's too hard. And then sometimes you get bread baked in house. They're like, oh, it's so good. It's a family recipe. It's so good. And you get it. It's a doughy mess. It's like dough. It's like, is it good? I just, can I be honest? Like, how hard is this? It's not that hard. Like, these aren't the things, like, you should be struggling to find people's seats. That should be the hard part. I'm sorry, guys, we're at capacity. That should be the hard part. Do you get what I'm saying? The hard part should be informing. I'm sorry, we can't take any more. Why does it take a foreigner and somebody really smart and really rich to go around and call this out, and then take great personal sacrifice to it too, where they don't have lives, like some real stuff's happening to them because of the stuff that they try to do to help, and it didn't even seem like it helped momentarily while they're doing it. As soon as they stop doing it, everybody forgets. And then this is something basic I've always known. I can show you how to pan fry a filet mignon, something nobody's really ever done. Everybody's criticizing it. They're like, oh, you have to finish in the oven. No, I literally can show you how to do it with a fucking lid. And I do it all the time, no problem. I've never been shied away from doing it on live stream. You guys know that I've shown you how many times have I done. I gave you a burger recipe I made. Because, you know, I threw one together and it was really fucking good. I'm pretty picky, too. This isn't that hard. And by the way, our hamburger rolls are pretty good. Pepperidge Farm knows. Pepperidge Farm knows. No Family Guy reference intended, but they do. I really didn't try that. It was pretty good, but
Try not to laugh now.
That was a pretty good. That was a pretty good bit. I like that one. It was just ridiculous and random. Sorry, just thinking about it now. American cheese is terrible. Why can't a single person? I'm sorry, I didn't see you said something else. Blue cheese is best on pizza. With chicken goes really well. You know, listen, I've heard that too, but I just there's something about eating mold that I just nope, not gonna do it. There's just something about the fact that is moldy cheese. I'm sorry. I know that it's sort of what cheese is. There's cultures in it already and stuff normally and stuff like that. And a lot of the stuff, you really just can't see it anyway. I'm fine with that, okay? I'm fine with that. The concept that I can, you know, like, again, it's stinky. Sorry. I'm just not going to do the moldy cheese. I'm just not going to do it. It's just something I tried escargot once too. Do you know what escargot is? I tried it. I fully admit that because yeah, it's a slug. Yeah, I mean, like, we're talking about, like, you know, that's what it is. You know, it's literally. So, you know, this. You know, it's just going, you know, eating it, and it's, you know, like, you're just thinking about that, that's all. And, you know, I'll admit, it was actually pretty good. I was like, you know, you know, if I didn't care that it is what it is, I probably wouldn't care if it's not bad. But, you know what I mean? Like, I'll just, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I mean, like, that's like an appetizer anyway. Personally, I'll just get the French onion soup, you know? You know what I'm saying? Like, there's other things. So, I just, you know, stuff like that, where people act like this is amazing and stuff. I thought it was okay, but like it just you know what I mean? Like I don't see the huge call for this, you know. Personally, I would love to have some of Gordon's beef Wellington. I would love to try that even one time. You know, like, I personally, again, just that would be an experience, man. Because that's elevated to the next level. Like, that's him taking something and perfecting it even more than it already was. You know, like, he didn't create that, he just made it better. He just added on to it. That's all, you know. Well, he didn't get an STD from it because, again, that's literally in the acronym. It's transmitted through what it states, okay? So he didn't get an STD from eating blue cheese, but nice try. Yeah. Some allergic reaction, yes. That yeah. I mean, it's literally transmitted from. I mean, it's literally. You don't get it from that. It's like the people that think, you know, like, public restroom or like sitting on the seat or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, it's dirty, yeah. Like, nobody wants to do that, but you're not gonna, like, it's not gonna. That's not gonna. Not how it works. Not at all. Not even close. People just don't understand it. Another thing that people don't understand. Good call. There's so many things. So oh, here we go. Oh, we got the... Oh, here we go. Hold on. Alright, so... American cheese is terrible. Why does anybody... Like, I really would love that debate. I don't understand it. I know opinions are opinions, man, it's not even cheese. Like, most of the time it's not. Now, like, even now when it is, and it is 100% cheese, I will admit, you notice a much larger difference in quality. You know, like, yeah, you can tell the difference. Like, it is cheese versus, fake stuff that don't even melt right, But, no, like, I mean, there's still a lacking in quality versus any other cheese. There still is. It's still... It's not even the taste, because, like, even I'll admit it's not bad if it's actually 100% American cheese. It's not like, it's the texture, like, it's the overall experience of the fact that the texture is terrible. Is terrible. It is awful. It isn't cheese. It's not. It's not what cheese looks like. It's not how it... I mean, the shit... It's like rubber. Like, I just... It's not cheese. I just... You know what I mean? Like, it's an insult to cheese, sort of. False advertising. I like that. I like false advertising. Gouda is cheese. Swiss is cheese. Cheddar is cheese. Then likewise I do not like cottage cheese either. I cannot understand the cottage cheese craze. I watch somebody eat that stuff, and I'm sort of like, bleh. Because, like, they're eating, like, curdled milk, basically. Like, that, like, it's literally just spoiled stuff. It's the same thing as the blue cheese for me. I just can't, there's just, something about knowing that it's curdled. I'm not into that, I'm just not into the eating bad food, food that's technically bad, So, obviously I understand the benefits, and I know that that's an opinion. I know plenty of people like cottage cheese. I do not. Boy, do I not like. I just do not like cottage cheese. I like yogurt. Yogurt's great. Do not like cottage cheese. Yeah, yogurt's freaking awesome. You gotta get the fruit, man. You gotta get the berries. You gotta get the peaches. Yogurt's good, man. Yogurt, and then if you can eat granola, you gotta get the granola too, because granola is good. But that's another thing where a lot of people are like, "Oh, that's good granola," and then I eat the granola. It's fucking, it's disgusting, crunchy, bitter. And I'm like, "How is this good? Like, what's good about it?" I don't want to keep eating it. I feel like I need to drink like 10 gallons of water. Granola's not supposed to dehydrate you. I got news for you. That granola is dried out. Like, nobody can do granola right either. Like, there's a shelf life to these things. I feel like just people think stuff's dried, you know? Like, oh, just leave it out. It's fine. You know, like, I just feel like, you know, some people manufacture stuff like that, like granola, and they just treat it like that, kind of. You know, like, where they, because it's already crunchy, oh, if it gets a little bit more dry, you know, it's fine. No! Like, damn it! They put... What are you talking about? They put some... Jason says they put bugs in granola? What are you even talking about? So... Oh, by the way, I'm not doing a sponsorship or anything for this brand. You know, sort of like I said earlier, I mentioned a couple brands that were really good earlier. But I really want to mention this brand because they're really, really good. And you guys know how I drink coffee a lot. So a lot of the coffee that I've been drinking lately, you guys know I've been like guzzling that down like crazy. You guys know that. Like seriously, like I actually sometimes lately have been on my second cup by the time I get on stream. That's what you have to realize. I've already finished the first and gotten a second one by the time I'm ready to get on stream. So like I'm you know, sometimes the starting screen, I'm over there just filling up the cup, and I come back over and I finish setting it all up, and then I come on the stream and I have my second cup. And so I cannot express enough how good this coffee actually is. It takes a lot for me to say that too. Like I am really picky. I am very picky about my coffee. I'm not gonna just say that, okay? It's a coffee company called Fire Department Coffee, and I know I've mentioned other coffees and stuff before, but I've been buying from them because they're veteran and firefighter owned. And trust me, it's actually good. It is actually some of the best coffee I have ever had. I can't believe how good it is. What's it called? I think it's called Shellback Espresso. It's got like a giant octopus on it. It's like a blue. That's like one of the best ones. I love that one. They have, and it's all whole bean, so you can order it. Like they have whole bean and ground too, but I get the whole bean, and I love the Shellback Espresso, and then their normal medium roast. Like there's their normal, the red. It's so good. I love that one. They have an extra caffeine one too. But no, fire department, seriously, just go look it up. Even they have really nice packaging and stuff like that too. Like it's really, really nice. So you've had it, Jason. Yeah, I couldn't believe, genuinely couldn't believe how good it was. That's what I've been guzzling down lately. It is so good. And not everybody does a good dark roast. They don't. That is the darkest medium roast I think I've ever had. And it's good. It is good. And the espresso, that Shellback, I think it's called Shellback Espresso. The one with the octopus, it's like blue. I can't express how good that is. It is really good. This is probably some of the best espresso, if not the best I've had. I am very, very picky about my coffee. So, let's talk about this. But I just wanted to let you guys know about the coffee that I've been drinking, in case you're wondering, and you need a good coffee. That's what I've been drinking lately. It's really good. Thanks for confirming that for me too, Jason. Black cherry bourbon infused. Are you sure that's not? Is that fire department? I know. I know. There's another company that a lot of streamers actually go through and brand through, but man, I'm perfectly happy with it. It is so good. So, anyway, I appreciate the suggestion. I'll take a look at that one. I didn't see that one. I saw that exact flavor in a different brand. But I'll look for it. They have one called, I think it's called Jobtown, right? Is it the one that they named after Jobtown? It's extra caffeinated. I think that one's pretty good too. It's pretty good. I just like their, again, like the main two that I said is the espresso and the regular medium roast is really, really good. So, what I typed here is the education system in the United States is pretty bad. We actually haven't really ever been good. And we are only getting worse with each administration. It seems a lot of people share that concern. And there is some truth mixed with perception in the idea that the U.S. education is struggling. The situation is complex, though. There are areas where the U.S. does well and areas where it clearly has problems. I don't know that there are areas where we do well in education. I really don't think there is really much to say about our education. No, no, I haven't. I didn't even know that was a thing. That's pretty cool. I actually genuinely haven't. I didn't even know that was a thing. But like I said, I'm perfectly happy with the fire department coffee. It's really, really, really good. It has kick, man. I can't. It is really good. That's what you want. You don't want a lot of caffeine. Like, you just want it to work, you know? The U.S. was never consistently top of the world. In global comparisons, the United States is rarely ranked at the very top in K through 12 education. Countries like Finland, Singapore, South Korea, and Japan usually outperform the United States in international assessments like the PISA, the Program for International Student Assessment. Yeah, for sure, for sure. I remember hearing that all the time. That like Japan, South Korea, and some of those other countries, like it mentioned there, Finland and Singapore were the top for sure. Definitely, we were never even close to that. Typical pattern in those tests: reading, math, science. So reading above average among developed countries. All of the countries that are listed are developed countries. You'd consider them developed. Math, below many pure nations. So, below. Our math is below many pure nations. And science is around average to slightly above. Yeah, sounds about right. Sounds about right. I actually knew, like that was like, just from my experience in the public school system, that's about what it seemed like. It seemed like even the smart kids, just on a systematic level. I'm not talking about the school. It was actually a really good school. But on a systematic level, from a reading standpoint, the smart kids, yeah, that's the point. They were really academic, but not necessarily really good at math. You know what I mean? And then the funny thing is, some of the kids that were really good at math weren't good at anything else. They just thought differently. It was those logical thinkers, And then again, that's where you get that slightly above average with science, because it was sort of in between. You get some that were just crossing over, because obviously math and reading is science. So you know what I mean? You have to be able to do both for science. So the U.S. has historically been middle of the pack internationally, not leading. And yeah, that's exactly right. We get about a C grade, C average. That's exactly what I was basically saying, and I'm glad it agrees with me. Even before I typed that, I probably would have said that. That's what it seems like. There have been some people that were geniuses and stuff like that, but for example, our government covered up the genius of Nikola Tesla, and only now is that coming out. You know what I mean? Like, okay. Where the U.S. actually does excel. So, interestingly, the U.S. system has strengths that don't show up well in standardized test rankings. Higher education, universities like Harvard University, MIT, and Stanford University dominate global rankings. Well, yeah. The U.S. produces a huge share of world research and innovation, creativity, and flexibility. U.S. schools often emphasize discussion projects and extracurriculars more than exam-heavy systems. Diversity of opportunities. Magnet schools, AP classes, dual enrollment, and community college create many pathways. Look, I'm gonna interject. I'm gonna stop there and give you my opinion. Okay. I think that we endlessly make ourselves dumb because some person in power decides we shouldn't do this thing because we're scared of it. Let's not do that because we're scared of it. And instead of doing it, we bury it. We don't even try it. We don't regulate it at all. We just don't do it and bury it. We shouldn't do that. Ever. Ever, 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 ever. Just like the thing with the AI. However, you don't allow anybody to just do whatever the hell they want. Like, for example, the AI. People should not be able to jailbreak AI and type whatever freaking code that they want into it to get it to do whatever they want. That should be illegal. So illegal. It's not even funny. Now, again, if you want to put regulatory parameters in there for certain people that are doing certain jobs and tasks, obviously that's what you do. You know, the FBI has that. I mean, like, that's all. That's all I'm saying. Like, you don't not use it. You use it for staying ahead of the curve, but you regulate to the limits of the government and don't allow other people to have it. Okay? It's that simple. Oh my goodness. And then look, let me talk about this because this is important to remember. This is the history of war. And this is the history of why the US is now number one. Because we always helped. And because we were always there helping, we were always developing alongside any nation that was also developing. So we all develop and work with each other. Do you have any idea how many projects we worked on with Russia? And they were our oldest enemy. Right? Yeah, they are, and they still are. They really are. They really, really are. They really are. But we still worked with them. Just like other countries where you have dictatorships but maintain civility and maintain peace and trade. It's important. And what else? What else? What else? What else? What are we talking about here? That's right. Foreign exchange student programs. Yeah. And that happens. And it's still happening. And it matters. It matters. So anyway, on to number 3. Let me also say that when war is happening, we support the troops. Let me remind you of that too. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and be anti-troops. Like, that's terrible. Don't do that. Just like I've always sat here and said that we don't wish harm upon the president and stuff like that, and we always condemn anybody that does. I've always said that. Because you draw the line in the sand. You know, the whole point is that we assist other countries and we have troops and stuff like that in other countries because we believe this. Well, we shouldn't be there then. We believe something? Great. I don't give a shit. Did they attack us? Are we there defending because they attacked somebody else that we are friends with and we agreed to help them? And if not, then why the fuck are we there? Why are we sending our troops, the people that defend us, to randomly just be in Afghanistan for fucking decades? What the hell? Why? Come on. So don't not support the troops. Don't not be supportive, but you know, don't blame them. You know, it's not the troops' fault. It's the president's fault. He's an idiot. Okay? Blame him. But don't, you know, impeach him. Remove him. You know, don't, you know, be the better person. Always. And again, with the troops, again, support the troops when they're there, when they're fighting, when they're especially called to do fucking stupid shit just because this rich guy happens to be in that position of power. It sucks. And they gotta do it. So don't not support them. You know, don't sit here and be like, you could quit, or some dumb shit like that. Look, before I move on too, let me talk about how stupid people are acting about this whole ICE thing now. I was all for you guys protesting the situation in Minneapolis because that was terrible. But what I see happening now is almost like because they know independent journalists and all these new media outlets are covering this or something like that, it's almost like they're doing this stuff to be noticed or something. I don't know. I hope that's not the case. But I saw them randomly march to a facility. And this was not Minneapolis. We're not talking about Minneapolis here. Okay? I saw a bunch of random radical people claiming to be against ICE and stuff like that randomly march in the middle of the street, blocking the whole street as they did it, down a street in the middle of the day, being very loud with their signs, yada, yada, yada. Middle of the day. Okay, fine. You know, there's... is there a noise ordinance? Probably. Are they protesting? Yes. Should they be blocking the street? No. And so, again, they walked all down the street. You know, even the journalists seemed confused. They weren't trying to give any, you know, hints any one way or another. They were just doing a good job covering it. They were just like, why are you marching? You know, like sort of like, you know, trying to get them to be like, realize that this isn't necessarily what you want to do, you know, like, why are you doing this, you know? But they don't get it. They're just like, well, because this, and they're just really angry at Trump. As you should be. But, again, they're marching down the street, and now, here's what they did. all they did was march up to an ICE facility that I agree shouldn't be there, but then they proceeded to block the exit and entrance to the facility and just stand there blocking the entire driveway. And we're talking about an entire crowd of people. What? This isn't peaceful protesting. This is you forcing the authorities to do something about it because now you're not allowing them to either go in or leave. This is not peaceful. It's like you're assembling to prevent these people that are being paid to do these things. You're assembling to prevent them from leaving or from coming and going to their job? I understand assembling. Maybe even on the lawn, public area, sidewalk nearby or something like that you can assemble. But if you are blocking on their property, that's unlawful. I mean, there's no question. And yeah, it only took them a few minutes to have several officers out there. You know, everybody, they're in plain clothes, plain officer attire, you know, where you plainly see that they're labeled as police and stuff like that. You don't have to guess. And the guy gets on the megaphone and stuff like that and declares an unlawful assembly, gives them plenty of time. He gives them more time than he says initially. Yeah. He gives him like several minutes. He says he's going to give him, I think, 5 minutes or something like that. He gives him like I don't even know how long. It seems like a lot. There's a lot more time than five minutes. And they just stood there. Are you, like, what? And then you're wondering why they're coming to... okay. Again, if you go to an ICE facility and appear to attack the facility, are you a terrorist or aren't you? I'm just asking you. Is that terrorist activity or isn't it? I mean, it's like the dumb bitch that was being interviewed and she's announcing on her shirt that she wants to kill people. Like, look, I get it too. I get really pissed off at that subject matter too and like really, really upset. And I want to hurt somebody when they find out that they've hurt people, okay? But don't put on your shirt that you want people to kill other people. Because now you are literally labeling yourself as trying to get that to happen. So if people regularly picture you wearing this shirt and you go about your peaceful protests wearing this, you will have regular pictures of you not being peaceful and again with the message that you want people to kill other people. Just because you believe they should. Doesn't sound peaceful. Yeah, not at all. Not at all. Yep. And then you wonder why the guy is so afraid. You know, like again, I'm not trying to say that they should be covering it up or anything, but they did have an attempt on his life twice. So, you know what I mean? Like I'm not trying to stick up for him or anything. You guys know I don't do that. I can't stand him. But that is one thing where I could just be like, well, except now you're doing this. So, how does that make your side look when you're being that radical and you're doing that? Okay? It makes your side look radical. Stop doing that and representing the Democratic side because you're not. representing some really ridiculous radical side, and I've got news for you. It's the independents. It's not the Democrats. Those are the independent voters. That's why they don't ever get the votes. It's why they're sitting there like that. That's why. And quite frankly, their candidates are a lot like that too. They say these radical things and stuff like that, and they're not very popular. And it just torpedoes their popularity. Okay? So, like, again, you can't... You want to be a streamer and say that shit, okay. You probably get lots of views. But you can't, you know, like, it's... We're talking about politics here. Alright? We're talking about fact. Stop it with your stupid bullshit where you want to have a shirt that literally tells other people to kill other people. Just because, again, you believe this thing. Okay, and again, I understand, and all of us do. We all do. But stop doing that. Yeah, like, I wonder how many people she's killed. Like, that's what I start wondering. Like, I start thinking about I start wondering, how many people do you think she's killed? Or she's just comfortable wearing a shirt like that, calling for people to kill people. Would you do the same thing for a murderer? Like let's say you could catch him. Learn stuff from it. Learn like conduct an investigation. Get some policing done. And then now your policing is that much better because you learned something from doing an investigation, all this stuff. And, you know, again, the whole point is that to learn something from it. Not to just kill the person. Because now you lied. Now you showed up, killed the person, and you're probably gonna, you know, lie and stuff like that, and you know, like, again, you're not gonna get the research and stuff like that you would normally get from that investigation now, because you just wanted to. It's a very unintelligent way of dealing with it, where you just radically want an instant solution to a problem because you're pissed off. And again, it probably didn't even have anything to do with you. You just want to look popular and want to be one of the ones touting this because it's popular to tout this. Hey, I just want to be on the right side of this. You know, I'd be willing to bet she's probably a fucking weirdo. I'd be willing to bet that's probably why she's wearing that. You know, like the reverse psychology of it, where she's wearing it because she wants other people to think that she's not like that. So it kind of makes me wonder what she's doing, that she feels the need to wear that particular shirt, say that thing. You know, it's sort of like a guy that says, I was right about everything. Nobody does that. Who embroiders a hat that says I was right? Nobody fucking does this. No sane person does it. And then what sane person then, again, rightfully goes to a meeting where she got this shirt made and people were handing them out and making these and stuff like that and organizing to kill people? Because that's what it looks like. It looks like a shirt where they had a cult and they were organizing to kill people. I'd call that a murder cult, is what I'd call that. And here's my thing. What if you're wrong? What if it's a situation where there was no investigation, somebody was wrongfully accused, you're wrong, and now 10 years later you find out about this and you killed somebody because you were wrong? And now you find out it's like, you know, like this other person that you've known for a long time and you've been really nice to, or something like that, or, you know, like, you know, like, just maybe it's like something really fucked up that you didn't think, you know what I mean? And then you kill somebody. That's why you don't do that. That's why you conduct investigations. That's why you do forensics and, you know, that sort of thing, and things take time. This is why immediately there can't be a fucking answer to everything. That's why. Yeah, y'all know who I'm talking about. Y'all know the crazy bitch with the weird haircut. Who cares? Look, when I say it, I'm crazy. When the Osbournes say it, everybody loves them. I'm sick of it. Stop it. Stop. I'm tired of it. I am sick and tired of it. I'm done. Stop it. Oh, it's so cute when the Osbournes do it. You know, I just watched an entire episode of Jack's podcast where he sat there and him and Sharon literally just ripped into Roger Waters the entire fucking time. Just like sat there for like literally, I'm just like, what the fuck? Since when? What the hell's the matter with you? And then likewise, you're getting all pissed off when when people do this online. Like, look. I'm the one that told everybody to shut the fuck up about Kelly. It's none of your fucking business. Why can't you tell her she looks pretty or something like that? Or looks nice? Why can't you just be nice? Look, if you're going to sit here and you're going to have a podcast about ripping into Roger Waters, I want to know why. I want to know why you're going to... Why is he a cunt? You didn't say it one time. Not a single time. You just spent the whole podcast going, yeah, he's a cunt. I don't like him. Ozzy hated him. I don't remember a single time Ozzy ever dissing Roger Waters. I could be wrong, but I sure as hell don't remember that. And now we're going to use Ozzy and say, oh, he hated him. What the... God damn it. God damn it. Why? Tell me why. Tell me why you're going to take a legendary musician and spend a podcast calling him a cunt. Please, if you're going to do that, tell me why. Because otherwise, I get to sit here and do it too and have absolutely no reason whatsoever. And so do the rest of the internet. So you want to know why the fans of the Osbournes act like this? Maybe it's because you do. Maybe it's because it's all you do. And then you wonder why Kelly's being treated like this. Because this is how you fucking act! Oh yeah, let's just spend an entire episode calling Roger Waters a cunt. You know how many fucking times I heard over the years they didn't like the lead singer of Iron Maiden too? Do you know how many times over the years I heard that there was some sort of fucking thing between them and Tool? And that like, there was like some sort of lawsuit or something, and Maynard, and like there's this. Do you know how many times I heard that over the years? And yet... There's just seemingly all these artists that never... And then Ozzy, nothing. I didn't hear a goddamn thing except humble words out of that man. But the family, no, just endlessly, everybody's a cunt. Everybody's a cunt. We don't like them. What the fuck? Do you ever think that maybe people are treating you this way because I don't know. Oh, I don't know. Oh, maybe it's because it's how you treat them. That was really disappointing. This is really disappointing. I love Jack and I love his podcast. But look, if you guys need to take a little bit more time or something like that, fine. But don't come on a podcast and sit here and call Roger Waters a cunt and not have a reason. You just spent and then you drag Ozzy's name into it too. I'm not going to be happy. Nobody's going to be happy. The entire music industry is going to be like, what the fuck? Roger Waters? Like Pink Floyd Roger Waters? Ozzy, look. He probably didn't like a lot of people. I probably wouldn't like a lot of people either. But if I'm going to state that, I am not going to state it without having a damn good fucking reason. And I'm sure as hell not going to make an entire podcast where I just spend the whole time calling the guy a cunt. And then use other people and be like, this guy thinks he was a cunt too. That's what they did. So, look, maybe it's the British coming here. I don't know. But if you can't deal with the fact that people are going to talk shit, then that's you not dealing with that. If all you ever do is talk shit back, that's you. You understand? Like, why is he a cunt? I want a reason. I want to know. You're dissing a legend here. I mean, this doesn't go lightly. It's not like just saying anything. You don't just say that. It's Roger Waters we're talking about. I mean, you don't just come on. You're Sharon Osbourne. You're not Ozzy Osbourne. You didn't do that. You don't get to take his fame and then go, Roger Waters is a cunt. You don't get to do that, Sharon. I'm sorry, but you just don't. It's really annoying. And I'm starting to kind of see, a little bit of, what people have said to me in the past. Where I've stuck up for you guys. And now I'm starting to see what people were saying a little bit. I've always stuck up for them. That's how they are. But like, if you cast people out, treat them like shit, don't invite them to your Ozfest, stuff like that, and then and now all because they called you a name or something, like, we don't know what it is. And then meanwhile, this is literally as childish as it comes. And this is how you treat people. Because the point is, if we knew, well, then we know it's not childish. But how else do we know? Why is he a cunt? What did he do? What is so terrible? All I remember is the Berlin Wall coming down. And Pink Floyd, some really epic, legendary concert happened, and that was being really, really important. I remember that, and I remember Roger Waters playing a huge part in Pink Floyd. And I remember people liking Roger Waters and what a legend he was. So while I don't know him personally, and they probably do, and they could give insight on that, if you're just going to sit here and call him a cunt, people are going to have problems with that. And I'm going to start to be like, damn it, if you're going to pull Ozzy into this, I don't care who you are. You can be his wife or not. If you're going to pull Ozzy into it, you better explain it, because that man spent his entire career not dissing anyone, being humble. Better have a reason. That's really upsetting. And so I think like you kind of see, like I don't doubt, like Jack didn't start that. I don't doubt his character. Okay? We all know what I'm talking about here, okay? I actually think Jack is extremely well put together. I just think that the other two, there's some stuff, like it's none of my business. They're clearly going through some stuff, and you got to let them go through it. Okay, it's none of anybody's business what they're going through. Okay, but that was really upsetting, and I would control that. I'm just saying I would control that. I wouldn't let that happen anymore. Like, alright, Roger Waters, people might let that go. Maybe. But if one more comes out, and then especially if you drag Ozzy into it, you gotta stop. You gotta stop. So, I'm just putting that out there, please. Yeah. Anyway. We'll get back into this again and what it said here. But that's kind of what I'm talking about, where she could focus her energy on, again, other things and stuff like that, and we're talking about how Roger Waters is a cunt. Why? Maybe, people think that of her for saying that. So like, she's not a musician. She doesn't understand. Like the point is, like, this is very disrespectful to the musician, the band, the like. This is why, you don't do this. It's like the one mistake you don't make. You don't do it. You don't disrespect people. You show respect, general respect for the art form, and anybody else that did too. So when you do that, and again, you're not the musician. You didn't do all those things. So when you're doing that, this is how it looks to the audience. It looks like Ozzy's widowed wife being all pissed off and calling Roger Waters a cunt. for blatantly no reason, randomly on a podcast. Okay, I mean, look. Could have seemed that way. Did you spend more time with him? How well did you even know him? Like, these are the things I want to know. Like, why does she think this? And again, why do I care? And why are you trying to, say on a podcast Roger Waters is a cunt? And Ozzy thinks that too. Why? Come on, man. Think about what you say. I'm just really disappointed with that. Because I've been following all of it. Praying for him. Rooting for him. And it's just really disappointing that like they can't be a little bit more humble about things like that. Like, why you gotta, like, come on, man, like, just move the fuck on. What are you hanging on to? Like it's almost like this shit's fresh or something. Like Roger Waters showed up and or snubbed them or something, and now he's a cunt. Like I just there's some piece of information that we're missing, and she's just doing this like it's okay. That's just Sharon Osbourne, I guess. What the fuck? Like, at what point is somebody not going to be like, stop? You're doing it. Stop doing it. It's you. Stop. Stop it. Nobody cares if you think Roger Waters is a fucking cunt. And nobody cares if you think Ozzy thought that too. Nobody gives a shit. Move on. Talk about Ozfest. Like, it genuinely is really demoralizing. Like, this was... Look. The whole reason Ozfest happened, let me tell you something. Since she's going to do that, let me tell you about Ozfest. Since she's going to do that. I love Sharon and I love the Osbournes, but I'm going to tell you something since she's going to act that way, okay? Lollapalooza did not want Ozzy to come back. Because Ozzy and Sharon, quite frankly, probably Sharon, because she's his manager, okay? So she should be able to handle these things. They did not like the fact that, again, Ozzy sort of was pretty much a recluse, okay? And she could not contain that. And they were tired of it. They were sick and tired of what would happen if they allowed Ozzy to play at Lollapalooza. Now, I'm not trying to say, that was his fault, okay? The fault is literally on management, on anybody that can't handle that task. They failed. Because he lost that gig. Period. End of discussion. And so instead of accepting it, they created Ozfest. And then just sort of started snubbing people of their own. If they didn't like them, nope, you're not invited anymore. We'll just fill your slot with somebody else. So I'm not trying to be a jerk, but that's how I always saw them. And I never said a goddamn thing until this moment. Until, again, now Ozzy has passed. And after his passing, none of us are doing this. We're all being very respectful. Oh, but in an interview on Jack's podcast, you can sit here and say Ozzy thought he was a cunt. Okay, listen, stop speaking for the guy. At a certain point, knock it off. I don't care if Ozzy thought he was a cunt. Stop. You don't tell people a dead man's feelings. Stop it. I shouldn't have to tell people that. That somebody's a problem if they don't realize that. You don't talk about a dead man's feelings. You remember them. He's a good man. He was humble. And quite frankly gave us all a voice. All of us that grew up, with facing those same issues. So stop it. Mr. Daddy was a fucking rich record producer. Stop it. You didn't struggle, ever. You had Ozzy. So stop it. Yeah, thank God he decided you were his manager all his life. Thank God. Stop it. I saw him fire and get rid of many people throughout his career. And you weren't one of them, and you should have been. Stop it. Nobody has the balls to say that. Stop it. Very grateful for Ozzfest, but I'm not grateful for the memory of the fact that I know why it happened. And I know that you snubbed people. I remember these things. It's not okay. So move forward positively. Bring it back positively. Don't fucking start it with Ozzfest. Hey, Ozzfest news. Then during the same interview, Roger Waters is a cunt. On to the education. On to the education, yeah. Yeah, on to the education. Number three. Real structural problems where criticism is very valid in equity and consistency. Funding tied to local wealth. Schools are largely funded by local property taxes, meaning wealthy areas equals better facilities and smaller classes. Yes, poorer areas equals fewer resources. This is all of America. It's important to remember this. Yeah, it's all of America. It's important to remember California doesn't struggle with this. We're like all these things that the media covers and stuff like that, where like any Republican or anybody wants to boast about things that the country does right. These are things where, because the state is really good at what they're doing. They had some good governors, balanced the budget, got things under control over the years, and now they're just really good at what they're doing. And so everybody in that state just knows what's going on, better education, higher development process, more resources. That's what we're talking about here. And meanwhile, you have a huge number of states where that's the opposite. Where, it's blatantly obvious that everybody in the state is completely oblivious to how anything works in our political system. where, you know, like that's just ingrained in their in their education to not learn that. Interesting stuff in that. And so that is really important to remember. That is a really, really, really important takeaway. Wealthier areas equal better facilities, smaller classes. So again, better facilities, smaller classes means more individualized attention. It's so important. And this is what happens in the cities, where we have all these, you know, young generations going through the schools that there's too many of them in a class, and already they're skimping on resources. They're paying this teacher nothing. And there's just so many of them. And they're not that smart to begin with, because again, when they go home, this is generational now, where, you know, again, their parents didn't learn either, you know? They're stupid too. And then now they're stuck in the stupid suburbia, you know? Like literally it's just a bunch of idiots that never go anywhere, and they just think they know everything, and, you know, they don't. They're just a bunch of idiots. This creates massive inequality between districts. Teacher shortages. Many states face shortages due to, like I just talked about this, lower relative pay. Exactly. You know, I mean, like that's part of your resources. High workload. Just talked about that. And political pressure and burnout. I just said that, political pressure and burnout. I literally just covered all that. So curriculum fragmentation, unlike countries with national systems, the U.S. has 50 different state systems plus thousands of districts. And this is true. That's how it works here. Pandemic learning loss. COVID disruptions caused large declines in math and reading scores, especially among younger students. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Remember when everybody was just sitting at home watching our idiot president say dumber and dumber things about a global pandemic, excuse me. Dumber and dumber things about a global pandemic? And that's all anybody's soaking up. Just the dumb shit that this guy is telling us. Maybe we'll go back to school or work or wherever. But nope. All we're getting fed is dumb information, misinformation. And all these folks do is look up now to an individual that learns how to get away with lying. And they figured this out. They know it. So they're just using this. And they've never grown up. They started using it against their parents and stuff like that. And so all they did was learn how to scam. There's a generation of scammers that looked up to Trump, learned that he's a scammer, and they're just learning how to be scammers. You know, the QAnon thing, all this stuff. It is literally all just scammers. Learning how to scam, watching Trump. And then you have a generation of people that are literally Trumps, that are just a bunch of scammers that scam other people. They don't tell the truth. They don't know how to do it. They don't even know how to care. It's not in their vocabulary. This is how they think. If they're not winning, they aren't living. That's it. Number 4, are things actually getting worse? Some indicators suggest recent declines, particularly after COVID. For example, scores on the National Assessment of Educational Progress, often the nation's report card, showed significant drops in math and reading after 2020. But long-term trends are mixed. Graduation rates have increased since the 1990s. College access expanded. Achievement gaps remain a major issue. I'm not sure what it means by that. Achievement gaps. Very strange wording. It could elaborate on what achievement gaps is. Okay. I assume obviously it means like the gap in which you get associates, bachelors, masters, that sort of, like, I'm assuming that's what it means, but he could actually like say that, That's a really weird. Number 5, a key point many experts emphasize. The U.S. doesn't have one education system. This is true. And this is really, really important to remember. The U.S. doesn't have one education system. It has thousands of different ones. Yep. Why? You're required to go to public school on a... Yeah, like they make you go to public school. So why not have a standard education system? Some districts perform at levels comparable to the best countries in the world, while others struggle severely. Yep. It's true. That is absolutely true. I actually had an astronomy class in high school. I took, it was a back-to-back, it was part meteorology, part astronomy. And a lot of people would not be able to take such a thing or have access, even close to, access to such a thing. And so just, you have to realize that is a massive gap for people. I've already expressed my concern over the fact that, again, going along with what it says about how we don't have one education system, we have thousands. So what this means is, like, basically, you can go through school and not be required to learn a foreign language. That's not okay. That's not okay. This is not something where you should look at this from a standpoint of, being racist, because I know that's what people do. Again, the whole point is that you don't learn the language because you want to embrace the culture or something like that. That's not what we're talking about. Like, yes, you can do that, but that's not why. It's taught in education because academics are important, and the U.S. version of English is the dumbest, most broken, elementary, stupid language on the planet. Okay, first of all, our phonetics don't make any sense. It is stupid as hell. Secondly, most people sit here and just change it sporadically and try to make words up. We have contractions and stuff like that. We don't even have formal speech. And again, it is very easy to learning. Like it is not hard. There's no challenge there. It's like the easiest dirt of all the languages. So you start understanding why these countries where the academics are better, some of the top in the world, are some of the most difficult languages to learn, like Japanese, Korean, Finnish. Okay. Yeah, confetti, yeah. It's not... It's obvious. It's obvious. It's academics. The ability to read and understand languages is everything. If you can't do it, you shouldn't modify it because you're dumb. Oh, I can't say that word, so I'm just gonna say it like this because I'm a dumb American. Oh, this is your name? No, you're Bob now. I'm gonna call you Bob because I'm an asshole and I don't know how to say your name, so I'm gonna call you Bob. Does that sound about right? Does that sound about right? Sounds about right to me. America. We even have that apostrophe shortened version. Like, that's the point of that. You get that, right? America. Because the point is, there's an entire generation of those hillbillies from the South that are still being not educated very well and still talk like that. And the whole fucking point is they talk like that because they have broken English because they're so fucking dumb they can't speak. I can't believe I have to explain this. Did nobody give you guys education on the fucking South? Or the West, for that matter? Probably not. We're probably ashamed of it. Because our own American history is shameful. That's why we're not educated on it very well. Because politics arise. Yeah, that's why. Like we're educated on it, but like they like at a college level, they finally educate you. They don't really. It's not really that. I always wanted to know why I thought history was really boring when I learned it in school. I realize now. Because they kept information from, they kept the interesting stuff. All they ever tell you is a bunch of facts. This happened, then this happened, then this happened, and this is extremely fucking boring. They don't tell you anything. And if you want to talk about the interesting stuff, they'll be like, we can't talk about that stuff. So this is the problem. Nobody knows anything. They aren't educated on it. They don't fucking know. The only reason you know Hitler is bad is because the textbooks tell you. That's it. They don't really talk about it much. They educate them on concentration camps, but they don't focus on it. They just move on. Just the fact that it existed, and then they move on. And I even remember, like, a lot of kids, like, that was the whole point. They were really interested in that. They wanted to know more about it. And everybody would always talk about it and stuff like that. But that's the whole point. Like, the facts, like, nobody thinks that's interesting. You obviously just want to hear, you know, the other stuff. So that's the point, is, like, they would never do that. And so thus, learning's really boring. Nobody cares. I mean, flat out, this is why science does well, and like reading, math, and stuff like that typically doesn't, because scientists, people that are science-minded and stuff like that, and are teaching science, they understand labs, like it's visual, hands-on stuff where you're going to get those hands-on learners and stuff like that with like visuals and stuff like that, versus people, again, that just most people, that's how they learn. Like you can't expect everybody to learn through a lecture. Nobody's going to learn that way. And so with science, you see a very clear answer as to why things happen. You know what I mean? Like you can drop something and show and explain gravity and stuff like that. Like it's really, really easy stuff to teach. The stuff that's not easy to teach, that almost nobody can do, is exactly that. Is what I'm talking about. Where again, people think it's about endlessly drilling words into people's heads and having lots of quizzes and stuff. No. A good teacher understands this shit is boring as hell and nobody's going to retain it or remember it, and again, you won't appreciate it until a certain point. You will think it's useless. So it's about making it fun. I remember one English teacher once that I had. I actually had an advanced English class one time, and just once. But I did, and I was doing a project, and I thought the project was actually brilliant, and it was. It was a book report, but then we also had to do like a visual project on it, on this book report, and I did a like a visual album, and then like obviously it wasn't like the concept was if I had a movie, a soundtrack for this book or something like that, these are the songs I would put on it. Like it was that sort of thing. So I did that, and had to present it and tell everybody the songs and stuff like that. And I thought that was a really, really intelligent way to relate to the real world, how somebody is going to use this information, this book report. You know what I mean? Like suddenly it makes sense. You get what I'm saying? Where you have the student put this together, where there's this entire field where people make soundtracks. Like I did that. Like that was the whole point. Like I had to realize that. And so, the whole point is that's English. That's academics. Obviously, if you're making, a movie out of this book or whatever, you want to think about the music you're putting in there and have some meaning to it and stuff like that. You don't just want to put, it has to fit, obviously. So yeah, obviously, picking songs that matched were crucial to that, but I did I did well with that. That was the whole point. So yeah, I got a really good grade on that. So yeah, that's my point. That's a perfect example of like, again, a teacher doing something right, where they're relating, to the real world. How are you actually going to use this? And now I've learned, how, that's a real skill, and it's taught, and you can learn it, and so that's just, I was lucky enough to have access to a teacher and an education system that could do that for me, and teach me that. That's all, But this is the problem, and this is why most work most of the workforce actually does require people to have a piece of paper, because I do understand that a lot of times the education is absolutely horrible. But just realize that's not always the case. Okay. Number five. Did we get to number 5? Yeah, so we're on to the key points. So yeah, we've stated we don't have one, we have thousands of educational systems. And then obviously mentioning that some perform really bad and some perform with the top in the world. So that's why we sort of fall near the middle. We're sort of like a C average rating, because we have the really bad and then we have the really good, and then we just, end up looking like this all across the board. So in short, the U.S. education system has never been the global academic leader in K through 12 testing. It has major inequality problems. It still excels in higher education and research. It does. Recent years, especially post-COVID, have shown worrying declines. Yeah. Yep. Why does American cheese taste like shit, and why do all Americans like it? Because they're uneducated? Yeah. True. That's what I'd like to think. I mean, what is ingrained in you at a certain point that, like, you can't deduce what you're eating, isn't, like, processed or at least, just like that the heavy processed feel to it, just... I don't I don't understand. I really don't. I understand the market, but that's what Americans don't understand. Like they don't understand that like that's the perfect example of that upper middle class taking advantage of the lower middle class, where they know that you have very little time, and it's all about convenience and stuff like that, and they're capitalizing on the fact that you will, try to quickly go through a drive-through, or, grab something at a convenience store or something like that. And I don't see anything wrong with that. But at a certain point in America, we've become nothing but capitalizing on convenience, where it's just all we ever see. It's everything. I could list probably 10 to 20 different very popular franchises that are all just literally quick convenience. Drive through. I mean, even like, man, like, I just, and even when I go and I do stand in line somewhere, and I'm not, like, in my car where, I have a convenience or something like that, I notice that people are far more inclined to be impatient if they're standing and waiting, too. You know what I mean? Because they don't have like their conveniences about them. And then the people that are standing and waiting, what are they doing? Are they actually standing and looking about and just living, or are they staring at their phone? I just think that we need a society that more tries not to do that. I think you guys are fully aware that I try very hard not to look at, you know, I try to spend, I really just try not to even look at it. Like, ever, if I can avoid it. You know, like, we are all plugged in too fucking much. I mean, that's just time wasted. I mean, it's one thing if you go there for a goal, for a purpose. But it's totally another thing if you're just sitting there scrolling, endlessly browsing. I mean, like, if you actually have idle time, waiting on an appointment, stuff like that, you know, like, alright, fine, like, I understand you're gonna do that at times. But I'm just saying, whoever, when is the last time you ever saw somebody sitting there, idle, looking around, reading something, a physical thing, not their phone, reading something physical, like a magazine, a newspaper, book, they're touching something physical. I don't see it a lot. And I think this is a huge issue. I think people spend way too much time on social media thinking about what everybody's saying. And, you know, this leads us to you know, call Roger Waters a cunt, you know, or something like that. You know, like, I just, I really think that some of us spend way too much fucking time focused on what everybody else thinks. Who cares? And I'll be perfectly honest, I don't give a flying fuck what Sharon Osbourne thinks of Roger Waters. I really don't. So, like, why? I'm just more irritated that you would think that I want you to say that I want you to diss Roger Waters. I want to hear that. I come back to the same question we all ask ourselves, what are we doing? So, I mean, I get it. She's going through some stuff, so that's clearly what it is, and obviously she needs to you know, calm down a little bit, I think, but only she can listen to that because she is very stubborn. So only she can listen to that, and just focus on things that matter, you know? Why isn't God, for the love of me, I'd love it if she would sit there and say that Trump is a cunt. Like, why can't she sit there and call Trump a fucking cunt? You're gonna, like, come on. If there's one guy that I'm gonna get behind you bullying on a podcast, for the love of God, please let it be the guy that's randomly going to war with Iran. Please let it be that guy. If that's what you're gonna do. I'm just saying, like, there's really no reason to sit here and do that. There's no reason. So hopefully people forget about it. But it's I don't care for the fact that she said it. And you know what I mean? Like, she's not going to give a shit what I think, but likewise, I'm a very huge fan of Ozzy and the Osbournes, and she should fucking care. She should fucking care. She shouldn't disrespect a fan base. I love Pink Floyd, I love Roger Waters. I don't know him personally, so I can't speak to that. She does. And quite frankly, she feels the need to tell everybody he's a cunt. So what does that say about her? Look, if she gave me a reason, fine. But she didn't give a reason. Just calling him a cunt. Okay? Give me a fucking reason. Even if you gave a reason, I would be on your side. If he, for the love of God, like if he said something terrible to Ozzy or to the family or something, okay, that's a reason. If he made a habit of doing bad things to you or the family or snubbing you guys, whatever it is, just say it. But when you zero context just come on there and go, he's a cunt, and then drag Ozzy's name into it, again, I'm going to go back to the education thing that has me wondering if you thought about this at all, or if you just sort of kind of went on there with your fucking feelings like you always do. Stop it. Now, Ozzy was really smart. He didn't do that. And it probably took immense control on his part, because he fucking let people have it if they deserved it. He did. So just to so quickly and easily, after his, I just... That's kind of my point, you know? It's just all over again. Oh, let's bad blood all over again. Let's ride this train again. Stop it. What do you think the fan base is? Why this shit happens with the fan bases? If a singer comes out on stage and a bunch of people go to a show to pay money for that show, and the singer comes out and you do anything but cheer, you know what I mean? You're booing or something like that. Why the fuck did you pay money to go see that artist? And then likewise, if you're at a festival and you don't like them, respect the fact that they're still being paid to do a job and other people might. Your opinion doesn't fucking matter. Don't boo that person. They deserve the respect that they're performing in front of you. Watch and try to enjoy it. If you don't, you have the option of leaving. Yeah. So again, I just, you know, knowing that certain fan bases are like that, knowing about who I'm talking about, and certain fan bases are like that, okay, stop it. You do it. Alright? I'm done. I'm calling it out. Shut up. Stop. God. People are getting killed. I mean, Jesus Christ, Dimebag Darrell was shot on stage because some douchebag was all pissed off. All emotional. And you're acting like this. Incredibly irresponsible and disrespectful. Don't fucking do that shit. Somebody needs to call it out. Because nobody has the balls. Everybody's just going to be like, oh, that's Sharon. Yeah, I know. That's the problem. I know. And I care about her. You know, like, obviously I care. But she needs to stop. Enough's enough. You did it enough while he was alive. Enough's enough. I've had enough. I wonder how much bullshit the rest of your family is had enough of you acting like that. If I've had enough, and I'm irritated by it. So now if Jack or somebody else in the family wants to like Roger Waters and you don't, well, guess what? Okay, do you see where the problem is? You see what you do? I shouldn't have to explain that. Now he's forced. Oh, okay. Well, I guess we have to dislike this guy and hate on him, even though I don't really understand why. Oh, you're roping Ozzy into it. Okay. Really disappointing. So, I'm coming back to the education on that one, where that's how people are in this country. You know, they spend a lot of time here. They did. They spent a lot of time here, and that's how our culture is. This is what the U.S. does to people. It's this stupid bullying nature where people get ahead in this country by stepping on others, defaming them, and taking their place. That's literally what people are doing. Okay. I'm done with it. Stop it. I mean, it's every business that's capitalizing. The music business constantly does it. And you sit in here and you like, that's the point. You steal an entire. You'll maybe tour with a band and stuff like that you know full well is shit or something like that. They're gonna be shit in several years, and you're gonna steal their entire fan base. So stop pretending like you haven't been doing it. I'm done. I'm tired of it. And then again, we're gonna sit here and we're gonna have Ozfest and look, yeah, it is a great way to give back, and it is a nice festival. I've always liked the lineup and even went to Ozfest before. But now we're starting all over again. And again, the point is, it wasn't a positive note. It was, Roger Waters is a cunt. Here, by the way, here's some Ozfest news. No. Oh, by the way, Ozzy thinks he's a cunt too. Here's some Ozfest news. Oh, by the way, we're not the only ones that think he's a cunt. We're not going to tell you why. We're just going to call him a cunt, and we're the only ones saying it. We just hate the guy. And we're going to use this time to talk about that. By the way, Ozfest. What the fuck, Sharon? Is this what happens when Ozzy isn't around to say what the fuck, Sharon, anymore? Is this... I'm wondering if that's... I'm wondering... Is this what happens if Ozzy's not around to go, Sharon! I'm starting to wonder. Because it seems like it. I'm saying this for her well-being. She needs to stop. It's not going to be good. Especially in this changing, evolving culture where people are going to call that out real quick, same as I am. You can't move forward like you had always done like that. You can't do that. Don't do that. Be smart. Again, you got the right idea. You're being there for the family and all this stuff, but then that. The whole point is that everybody is moving into the next generation with peace, with the concept of togetherness and peace. Trump is the only thing pushing against that. MAGA, Trump is the only thing pushing. It's why it's basically like biblical times. It even says right in the Bible the guy's going to come and he's going to pretend and masquerade to be me. How many times did Trump try to say he thinks there's something to that where he could be the second coming and all that? Remember that? Okay? It's right in the Bible, man. I mean, like, and everybody everybody claims to be a Christian in this country, and they're so fucking stupid. They're like, duh, let's elect the devil. Literally the devil. The guy that is literally the devil. The epitome of what the devil in the Bible is. And we'll just elect him. So, again, the point is, I'm trying to help. I'm trying to tell you that nobody gives a shit. They're not going to... A million people are going to see what I say, okay? It's not like you have to worry about that. But I'm trying to help in the sense that don't... Maybe take it back and be like, by the way, I probably shouldn't have said Roger Waters is a cunt, okay? I might not get along with him and stuff like that, okay? But I respect Pink Floyd and stuff. You might want to, maybe say that a little bit or something like that. Because, again, that is really disrespectful. A lot of people like Roger Waters. So, unless you have a reason and want to state it, again, all of us are moving forward into the new world of we don't want wars. We want peace and togetherness. So that's the point. So if Roger Waters is a cunt, I need to know why. And I'm not disagreeing. I'm not saying I wouldn't agree if I knew why. I'm just saying I want to know why. Don't just state these things and not have a reason, please. You have to sound intelligent. Don't just sound all emotional. This is partially the issue where I come on here and I sort of rage out about stuff, but I come from a stance of giving you the facts. Of saying, this is why it's annoying. These are the facts. This is why I'm bitching about this. How the hell aren't y'all bitching about this? This is why. Okay? So, if you state said facts, suddenly we can understand why the fuck you think that. But if you just randomly start, I know, confetti. I know. I know, confetti. Let me ask you a question. Do you think I'm talking about nothing? Is that why you're putting the confetti? I think you're a stupid person if you think I'm talking about nothing. Do you know why? I think it's blatantly obvious that this is what you don't understand about life, and that's why you harass people. Because if you think I'm talking about nothing right now and endlessly the same thing, you clearly will miss these points, and you don't understand life. Because explaining this in many different ways, using a longer explanation, helps people understand a very complicated situation, helps them critically think about it long enough. The problem is people don't think about something long enough anymore. They stare at their fucking phones and they don't critically think about a goddamn thing. So you need to get them to think about it long enough. Because they won't. Nobody thinks about American cheese long enough. It's just slapped on their fucking burger and they eat that shit and they go, oh, yeah, cheese. Duh. Meanwhile, it tastes like shit. Yep. And every time I have ever put Swiss cheese or sharp cheddar on a burger, there is a noticeable difference. And even when I made it for somebody, I have tricked them before where I didn't tell them the kind of cheese. And, you know, it was, by the way, that's another thing. It's orange. It's not yellow. Why do we call it yellow American? It's fucking orange. Why do we do these things? It's fucking orange. It ain't yellow, it's orange. What are you, colorblind? Fucking, it's orange. It's orange cheese. It ain't yellow. Hell, why do we do this? Every time, like again, I've been able to trick somebody where I put the orange sharp cheddar on, and they eat it, and they think it's American. They're like, but the point is, they're really pointing out it's good. They're like, oh man, where'd you get this cheese? It's really good American cheese. They just assume it's American. And don't notice that that they like it because it's fucking sharp cheddar and it's good. Oh, it's really good American cheese. You don't notice that it melts properly? Yeah, it doesn't turn into a fucking goop. It melts properly and actually has some substance to it. Yeah, sort of like Swiss does and Gouda. Because they're cheese. I don't know what the fuck American cheese is, but it ain't cheese. It makes people nervous. You know what I mean? Like, people just get nervous when you don't tell them why. You know what I mean? Like, people are gonna be worried. Like, oh well, if she says that about Roger Waters, what's she gonna say about me? They need to know. They need to know why you're saying it. Because that's why people talk shit. All they're doing is telling somebody else that you talk shit. And then that person's confirming, because they're like, look, she's saying this. I just want to know, is this a normal thing? Do you hear shit like this? And if not, then fine, then we won't tell anybody. I want to know. And then that's all that happens. Like, it's literally somebody hears that rumor and they're going to somebody, they're not talking shit about you. You did it. And all they're doing is confirming that you are an asshole talking shit. That's it! And endlessly, you are an asshole talking shit. So, all they're doing is all confirming behind the scenes they don't like you anymore. Because you're an asshole, not giving a reason, just talking shit. This person's a cunt. Huh? Why? Okay. You're an asshole. Doesn't mean anything unless I have a reason. The sad truth is, I do. Yeah, the sad truth is, I have stated a reason. That's the sad part. I actually have reason for saying that. That's the sad part. Oh yeah, these people know it too. These people. And then those people are dead. Jesus! Jesus! And it's your... It's really annoying. There's I'm wondering about the integrity there. I've always wondered about that. I'll be honest, I've always wondered about that. And then she just does that. Anyway. It's just, I care too much. I know I shouldn't, but I do. I just hope that there's no backlash from that. She just needs to say why she said it. That's all. Because I'm sure, like I said, I'm sure there's a reason. She's just not stating that. This will piss people off. It's gonna piss people off. There are a lot more serious fans than me about Roger Waters, trust me. It is not even close to my... You guys know it's Ozzy for me. Like, I'm all about... It's Ozzy, all that stuff. It was Ozzy, Black Label, all that. That's me. So, again, I'm just saying, there's a lot of Roger Waters fans you're gonna piss off if they don't know why you're calling this guy, just randomly calling him a cunt, and dragging Ozzy into it. Fucking Christ. And it's on Jack's podcast. Could you spend maybe a little bit more time calling people the cunts that are attacking Kelly? How about do that? How about do that? Nobody, like, literally just, people need to mind their own fucking business and leave her the hell alone. And you could spend all that hate and energy sitting here helping out Kelly, but you're wasting time talking about how Roger Waters is a cunt. Come on, man. Sorry, I'm sorry. It's just really frustrating from a fan. I'm a huge fan of his, and I don't appreciate that she's taking Ozzy's name and doing that. I really don't. She has no right. Just because she's his what, I don't care. She has no right. He's dead. Shut the fuck up. Care who you are. I don't. I do not care who you are. Shut the fuck up. He's dead. Shut up. Do not drag his name into it. I don't ever recall him ever saying anything like that. Or having feuds with anybody. He didn't. He made it right. Oftentimes, Ozzy would actually change that. If there was a feud, he would just make it some sort of like humble camaraderie or something. Remember, if you remember back in the day, that was actually how him and Motley Crue got to know each other. They like were like back to back on a tour, and they like were competing sort of basically, because they were really the top acts at the time, and they would just come out and top each other. He was talking on a story about how that's what they did. One band would just come out and top the performance, so then he would have to come out and top that performance. And then Motley Crue admitted that Ozzy topped it. Like, there was nothing they could do, because here's what he did. Like, basically, like, they were coming out back to back, right? And Ozzy, being Ozzy, he just comes. This is how the Motley Crue guy explained it. I'm going to paraphrase what he said. He said Ozzy came out, after they're going back to back and stuff, and he really needs. They thought they killed it. There's nothing this guy can do, And then Ozzy comes out in these old man underwear, like just the the tighty whities, just this old man underwear, and does the song. Oh my god. So that was how he explained it, and the whole point is that is how Ozzy would handle a situation. He just proves it. And there's nothing to be said. They admitted that. Like, that's the point. There's nothing to be said. So on camera, in interviews, be respectful to each other. Why the fuck do you need to demean each other? To get an entire group of people to hate that person? I don't understand why you would want to do that, except to defame them. So, when you're doing this, and you're dragging Ozzy's name into it, when he can't speak for himself anymore, I'm going to tell you to shut the fuck up. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to tell you to shut the fuck up, because I don't care who you are. I don't even care if you're Ozzy's widowed wife. Shut the fuck up. She would say this. She would back him up all the same if somebody else was doing the same sort of thing, as anybody should. It's disrespectful. Shut up. Stop talking about it. You talking about his memory. Do not sit here and talk about who he thought was a cunt in your words. Stop. God, man. And no hate either. Don't hate. Stop this. Don't. The whole point is, like, look at that logically. Like clearly something happened there, but she doesn't want to explain it. And now she's dragging Ozzy into it. No. This is coming up because she's thinking about it, and it was never hashed out, and they never worked through it, and she's just thinking about it now. Like, it's literally, I can't roll my eyes hard enough. We all know what it is. And then meanwhile, you don't have the self-control to just not talk about those things. She is very humble. She is a very nice lady. She is. That's the whole point. That's why that's so weird. She is. She's very nice. She is. That's why that is so weird. But I also know that like, didn't she like run on a TV show and like splash water all over somebody or something? Like, I distinctly remember her like she does this. Like, she just embarrasses people on purpose. I've seen it before. So, like, again, like, just shut the fuck up. Just shut up. You don't have any right to embarrass Ozzy. Shut up. I don't care what you say. Again, I wouldn't have cared. I was sitting there, I didn't even give a shit. I was like, oh, damn, that sucks. Wonder why she hates... And then as soon as she was like, Ozzy didn't like him either, I'm like, okay. Now we've gone too far. So, maybe do a cunt follow-up interview. Yeah, this is why he's a cunt. I don't know. Maybe. Just saying. I don't have any hate. I don't really care. I just... It's very disappointing. That's all I have to say, I guess, about that. But, I mean, this was done. That's why I kept talking about it. I didn't have anything else with this. So that's why I kept talking about it. But I think that reaction, the reaction she gave there, and like, continued to do, it is exactly what I'm sort of talking about here, where people don't critically think about what they say or do. They just react based on their feelings on that. And it's not an intelligent way to be about yourself. It's not. Like, you're not critically... you didn't think about it at all. You just said some stuff based on your precious feelings. And likewise, I would offer this too. Let's say he was a cunt. Maybe he realized this. Maybe he changed at a certain point. Maybe this is something from fucking forever ago, and he's not really a bad guy. And she's just hanging on to this thing that's like age old. I wonder how many times that happens. And again, just because somebody's immature and doesn't critically think, and it just endlessly goes back and forth. Well, if that person's going to sit there in interviews and literally defame me in an interview and call me a cunt, then yeah, I'm going to definitely not like them. I mean, this is public stuff we're talking about. So because Ozzy is Ozzy, probably nobody sued over the years just because of him. But yeah, she does stuff like this. She needs to stop. I don't have any hate or care, though. Like, I actually just genuinely, I love all of them. Anybody really that is connected to Ozzy and that whole network of people, I mean, like, it's just... They are very humble and they're very nice. So, I have nothing but respect for them. And again, another reason why it's disappointing. That's kind of why it is because I genuinely have nothing but respect for them, and that whole community, the metal community in general, obviously, have a huge respect for, clearly, but especially Ozzy being my favorite for all those years, and the whole reason I followed Zach's career to begin with, obviously. Um, yeah, I won't say it. I'll skip it. I'll skip it. There's no reason to say that. But, if that type of behavior continues, I can promise you I'm not going to be the only one, Sharon. I'm not. I'm really not. People are just going to... And with me, I don't hate anybody. I love people. I'm just trying to help. I'm disappointed and I'll sound all heated and pissed off and stuff like... If the person was in front of me, I wouldn't act like that. I wouldn't like point at them and stuff, you know. It would just be more like, you know, disappointment, and I would probably just ask, you know, just ask her why she said that. That's all. I would just ask. I would just want to know why. But the point is to show that organic reaction of how people are going to feel. You know, and I'm not hateful. I can get over stuff. So the whole point is I want to show you organically how that makes me feel for you to say something like that so that you know how to react and you know how other people are going to react. If I feel this way and I don't hate and I can get over stuff, imagine how normally people are going to start responding. People are hateful. They are. And so I'm just saying you have to stop doing that. I just... This whole cancel rhythm and stuff, you gotta stop doing stuff like that. Just try to be humble and try to understand that you know, the more you're gonna do that and talk about those things, people are gonna do that, and like I said, I can get over stuff, but the person that gets 100 to 300,000 clicks a video, they're gonna just make a video about it, and talk about it. And get everybody, they're going to get everybody's comment. They're going to get people to get riled up over this because it's their job. They want those clicks. So I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to sit here and I'm going to try to help. And I'm going to tell you, this is wrong. Please make a statement about this, backpedal or something where you sort of need to do that if you want to look a certain way. Because I promise you, I'm not going to be the only one. Like, other people are going to flip the fuck out. Just warning you. I don't even care. Like I said, I'm an Ozzy fan. And I'm sitting here being like, well, that's disrespectful. I am not the biggest Pink Floyd fan in the world. I'm really not. It really, I'm not. But that's the point. Like, I care that you did that you said that, and then didn't explain it. So, just understand the gravity of that situation. Then, even from a fan of then Ozzy. The whole point is I was actually upset because you disrespected Ozzy too. You were just willing to bring him into it. You're using Jack's podcast. You're fucking, you know, just shut up. It'll be great. You know, it'd be great if, and this would have been great to boost Ozfest. Start talking about all those stories. I know you went on tour with him. You're his manager. There's plenty of times you were right there by his side, touring alongside. I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of times you weren't, but there's plenty of times you were, right? So tell those stories. What the fuck are you sitting here calling Roger Waters a cunt? What the... Why? You know, the only time I get on here and I talk about, like, another streamer or something like that is when I'm getting harassed and I'm having problems from said streamer. So I state that. That's it. I don't make a habit of sitting on here and just, this person's a cunt. I don't like him. And they don't like, these other people, they don't like him either. Sounds pretty fucking hateful. These are the same people that on the Osbournes, they thought it was funny, and the entire family was joining in at throwing meat over the fence because they didn't like their neighbors. This is what they did on the Osbournes. They didn't like their neighbors, and every last one of them was throwing like rotten meat over the... This is how they treat people. We don't like you. We're just going to vandalize your yard. So, that's how I see it, and I'm a fan. Okay? And I oftentimes saw Ozzy sort of kind of getting roped into that shit. Or he did it as a stunt. You know, he's the madman. You know, he's doing it as a stunt. It's part of the bit. He does it once and then they all... Like, it's like Contagious or something. It's like, look, come on. So she's supposed to be the adult in the room and she's just not. What? Can I ask you a question? Who's the adult in the room with Bear and Trump in that situation? Can I ask you that? We all know Donald Dickhead is no parent. That guy can't parent at all. He doesn't do jack shit. We obviously know that. Right? So, with Melania being as fucking awkward and dumb as she appears to be, how the hell is there any parenting? Do you know what I saw? Last time I saw Baron, do you want to know what I saw? And do you know why I think he's not being recorded and putting in the public's eye very much? Do you know why? Because I think he's being groomed. And I think they're trying to prevent the public from finding out that this kid is not allowed to be a kid. He's being groomed. So basically the last little candid video I saw of him, and you probably won't see anymore after this. I don't even know who he was talking to, but he shook somebody's hand, and it was the most prepared, like it was like a bad actor being a bad actor. Like it was the most prepared thing I've ever heard. And he's a kid. It's going to sound that way. And he doesn't understand this. He thinks it's believable, I'm sure, and Trump probably does too. But it's the most prepared bullshit nonsense you've ever heard. And, you know, he looks terrified too. He looks very nervous in the face. You see it. And he shakes somebody's hand who you can't see. You know, this is just a little little clip somebody's trying to get of Baron, and all you see is he's thanking the person for coming, and he says it's very nice to see you. It's very nice to see you. Very nice. He says it twice. So anybody that knows psychology and body language and linguistics and stuff like that, especially spies, you're going to know immediately what I'm going to say. He didn't mean any bit of that. It was prepared, and the reason for that is because people don't say it twice. It would sound different. It wouldn't sound quick. It sounds too prepared. And then he said it a second time. Very nice, very nice. It's just bad acting. So nobody told him how to be natural. He's like, this is all an act. And Trump is a really bad actor. We all know that. Like, that guy is terrible. But the point is, it's just really bad with him, and he's very clearly being groomed. I am very concerned about that kid. If he was actually if it was natural, he would have gone up with his speech and back down in such a way that you noticed what he was saying, so that way it flows natural and there's a runoff, so you just have to say it twice. Oh, hi! You know, it's very nice to see you. Thank you so much for coming. Totally different. 'Cause I meant it. I did. I was imagining as if I was actually thanking somebody for coming, because I would be thankful if I had something and people came to it. So it's just imagining that. That's all I have to do. All he's doing is preparing a statement. Nobody teaches him how to life and care. He's not taught this. It's just a statement. He doesn't care. That's the problem. And he will never learn to be natural, just like Trump didn't. He doesn't actually care. He's just being taught to say these things and told to say them. It's very concerning. It's very, very concerning. So, you know, again, there's no parenting there. That entire family is dysfunctional. His kids are all drunks that steal money from charity. You know, they ran an art charity, and Donald Trump Jr. literally had every last bit of that art that was supposed to go to a charitable foundation just go into a bank account under his name. All these famous artists were donating shit and for charitable causes, and Donald Trump Jr. sat there and literally just stole every last fucking bit of it. Yep. Yep. So I mean, like, his entire family does things like this. He does things like this. Found guilty on 33, 34 counts, something like that, right? There's just so many we lose count. And the only sheer reason he's in office is because Mitch McConnell and the Republicans, at the time where they impeached him, voted not to remove him. All while violating their oath of office to do so. There's clear evidence that this guy is guilty on at least 33 accounts, and we don't impeach at all. Just we don't remove. Excuse me. We impeach but don't remove. What the fuck? And then actually use the excuse that you don't remove them because the Democrats didn't remove Bill Clinton. Do you remember when they said that? They actually said that their reason for not removing Trump was because the Democrats didn't remove Bill Clinton. Do you remember that? And do you start realizing now why they're trying to make Bill Clinton and the Clintons look a certain way now that the Epstein files, all that shit? Where they're just trying to frame this, it's always that. Yeah. And I've told you that they watch these streams and other people like this where we have an effect on, again, who else is saying it this way, So they're hiding the view count so that you don't know that I'm actually supposed to be a whale that's like a political streamer where I would have had all these views, but they're hiding that so that, again, you don't know how much again I've impacted. And then they sat here and played some manipulation game where they're trying to get everybody to view me a certain way. They breaking this and that and the other thing. Confetti, I know. And you haven't hit that confetti button and I don't even know how long. So, it totally makes sense for you to hit it right then, right now, where I'm saying this. Yeah. Fits, for sure. Let me ask you a question. How many times do you guys see the same number of concurrents as likes? How often do you see this? Do you see this as like a regular thing and then it looks fixed? That's because they're trying to make it look that way. Yeah. Yeah, again, all they're doing is sitting here with malicious bots so that way the YouTube system sits here and accidentally causes problems for my streams endlessly. So that I don't get real views and real trending that I'm supposed to get. And they're just endlessly sitting here with random fucking malicious bots, again, liking the stream up to a certain number, and then conveniently having the exact same amount of concurrence sitting in the stream as that like number. Like, just the exact number. I think that's really, really interesting how often that's happening. I find that fascinating. Yep, I do. I find it fascinating how many times a concurrent viewer comes in here for the exact amount of time that it would take for the view to show up on the concurrent counter that's right here. So that way, they can learn the stream delay to cause a problem for the stream. I find it interesting that is every single stream that I see this person in here. Every single stream. I find it fascinating. And I also find it fascinating that, again, you can see this as a regular thing across the platform. Where people are being fucked with. But, they're just hiding it. And this retard is sitting here showing it, doing it every day to me. You literally see it. All the time. I mean, like, literally. All the time. Every fucking stream. This is all of what you see. It's every stream. So, we know this started way back. We know I've been harassed ever since I sat here and told you guys that I am against Trump. That's it. I have been harassed and stalked and flat out threatened. That's the point. They're not actually threatening anything. They're just doing it virtually through a keyboard. Coming in my chat. Sitting here causing problems. Yeah, like, it's literally just a bunch of fucking pussies that can't take being wrong about somebody that literally paints their face orange. And then I sat here and actually did that for an entire stream, and then you all sat here. I got harassed, just incredibly horribly, just stalked, harassed, all this shit right after that, and you pretended like, that wasn't blatantly obvious to see. Where I'm sitting here in front of you showing you how completely ridiculous it is, and absurd it is, for a normal adult male to wear orange fucking makeup on his face every fucking second of every day, let alone just when he's in the, doing speeches and stuff. Even if that were the case, I could maybe understand. But again, every second of every day, nobody sees him without this orange fucking shit all over his face. Do you have any idea the resources wasted? All the shit. I mean, it gets on your shirt. You saw that. What the fuck? Think about how many clothes he wastes because there's makeup on him. Just waste from this guy. Do you remember when he had a dinner for a basketball team? I think it was a basketball team. And instead of using his gourmet kitchen that he has, where this is very easy for the cooks to do, this idiot thinks he's doing something good, but again puts the employees at a McDonald's through fucking hell to order McDonald's for all these basketball people, for all these fucking athletes that will never eat this food in their entire lives. Eating it once could be detrimental to their athleticism. And again, not only that, I can't express that this is ready to eat food that he is having delivered. It's gonna sit around, get hard, cold, all this shit. You must eat it within like 2 minutes basically of getting it, or it starts to change its texture and everything. And meanwhile, this retard puts the employees through hell to make this food, because again, those employees already get shitloads of business being in Washington DC, let alone now they have to fucking get an order for the White House. Jesus Christ, this president is so fucking stupid, he doesn't even understand that every employee at that McDonald's hates him now. He's so dumb. He doesn't even understand. Oh, I'll order from McDonald's. They'll love me. McDonald's employees don't want you to order from McDonald's. No employee that works at McDonald's likes McDonald's. They don't. They hate it. They don't want you to order from McDonald's. McDonald's has a problem. They've never fixed it. Period. Their employees don't get paid enough. They're overworked. They are flat out treated like shit on a daily basis. You'll have an entire store where for 5 years you will have a good manager work there and then literally be verbally harassed on a daily basis by a manager of the same level. in front of other employees. And this same manager will be promoted, paid more, and treated better by everybody because of that bad store manager and that bad fucking organization that does nothing to, again, help the employee that's doing their job, but rewards the employee that berates, disrespects, and is a dumb fucking bitch. So there you go. She's a dumb cunt, and I gave you a reason. Yeah. There's a reason. Yeah. Yeah. This bitch, literally, yeah. This is what McDonald's does. So this is a reason. This is the point. This bitch, she's a cunt, and I have a reason because, again, oh, gee, let's think of one of the 8 million reasons why she's a fucking cunt. Oh, gee, I wonder why I instantly have 5 people in the stream. Maybe because there's a bunch of people that are now watching from that establishment that have left that establishment because of this cunt. I'm actually aware of at least 5 people that left there because of the same cunt. So this bitch is a cunt because every day that I worked there, she talked down to me, treated me like shit. When I told her I needed something from her, she didn't do it. I'm the same level of management as her, and I let her delegate anytime she was running that floor or needed anything. I was never allowed to delegate her, and she's the same level of management. I was there for 5 fucking years. Same level of management. She was not above me. She was a shift manager. Period. And this cunt, when working with a teenager that she's supposed to be teaching, yeah, she would often become frustrated because the person wouldn't understand something. Because she is very bad at teaching and stupid. So therefore, she would become frustrated at how stupid she is. So, she would start to attack employees. And, call them names and be nasty and make them feel like shit because they're underperforming, they don't know how to do something, or you're waiting on meat or something like that, and she just makes the employees feel like shit. Like, they already aren't aware that it's a bad day and, you're waiting on stuff just to make you feel like shit on purpose. What? So, I'm not even making this up. One day she was working with a teenager and I was supposed to take over. Okay? So I'm coming in to take over training somebody. Okay, put my headset on, I'm getting ready, I'm working the drive-thru, right? We're standing at the drive-thru window. I'm about to take over for this cunt, who then looks at me as I'm about to take over for her, teaching a new employee that looks kind of nervous as it is. I swear to God, this cunt literally looks at me in front of this other employee and says, "Oh, thank God, get this bitch away from me before I slit my wrists." I swear to God. And all because this cunt couldn't teach the employee properly and was stupid. Because I didn't have any problems. And when I was working with the employee, I said, "Let me ask you something. Was she rude to you? Do you think she's rude?" Just be honest with me. Do you want to know what the answer was? Yes. Of course, yes. Yes. I would always ask people this. Everybody hated her, but pretended to like her. And then this is like, she would say things like this, like where I would talk to her about that. I would try to, the management, they don't want to deal with anything. So they would be like, well, have you tried to talk to her about it? How about you talk to her? Because they don't want to do their job. So I have. And do you know what she would do? This cunt, do you know what she would do? I would try to talk to her about it. No lie. She would talk down to everybody else. Treat them like shit every day. And I'm trying to talk to her about her problem. And I swear to God, I'll be honest with her, and she will literally attack me. She will literally just start going, "Oh, I'm not listening to this shit. Not from you. Not from anybody. I put all these hours in at this place, and I worked all these long hard hours over these years, and put all this time in. I don't ever want to hear that from anybody again. I'm here every day. I don't call off. Everybody always calls off. Bitch, 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 bitch. So I'm trying to address the problem with the bitch that's causing all the problems. And what does she do? Oh, right, big surprise, she bitches about it. And thus we've come back to the original conclusion that management doesn't do their fucking jobs. Do you know who else does this? It's not just McDonald's, it's Walmart. I worked for them too. Fuck Walmart. Fuck Walmart. Walmart can go fuck themselves. Because this is all they've ever done, is literally have endless managers that get paid shitloads of money to stand around and do nothing. That's why you're seeing people video managers lately and shit like that, because they're being videoed doing nothing and getting paid to do it. Yeah. When my mom's car was blown up in their parking lot and the police didn't investigate, I went in there and I wanted to talk to a manager, and I was speaking to a manager. Do you know what the manager said to me? And this, again, this is what showed me how stupid she is. This is how dumb she is. I'm a customer whose mom had her car just blow up in the parking lot. And I am upset. I am not happy at the fact that they have such garbage facilities that my mom's car could blow up in the parking lot. Nobody realized it was going to happen. Nobody did anything. There's no investigation. Nothing. This just happened. And I walk in the store to talk to a manager, and the manager that talks to me literally can't handle. She is visibly pissed off at how upset I am. I'm not upset at her. I'm upset at the situation. And immediately I realize this bitch shouldn't be a manager. She immediately becomes visibly affected by my emotion. It's got nothing to do with her. So, did she do this with employees, where she's a manager and consistently employees are going to be upset about things, and she can't handle this? And she'll flat out, retaliate? Let me tell you what she did. Because this is a bad employee that masquerades as a nice person, gets everybody to like him, and they're the bad manager. Because she is a very nice person. She seems nice. But she's a short little woman. And everybody's going to be super nice to that person. Oh, you precious little thing. So let me tell you what happened. She's visibly upset that I want to speak to a manager. Visibly. Then, not only that, after then being visibly upset at simply me wanting to speak to a manager after my mom's car blew up. Yeah, I think I'm going to want to talk to a fucking manager when my mom's car blows up in your parking lot. After being visibly pissed off about me wanting to speak to a manager, like, this was anger. It was her holding back anger. She was angry. She then told me, okay, but you have to wait here. And as I was walking through the store, I wasn't following her. I was walking behind her through the store toward the back so she could easily find me. She turns around to tell me, wait there. Wait there. I'm in a public store. You can't do that. Unless I'm barred from the store, you can't dictate where I stand in said store. You should be fired immediately. You should be fired immediately. You are trying to dictate where customers are supposed to stand in a store? I'm a paying customer. My mom's car just blew up in your fucking parking lot, and now you're angry at me? For what? Because I want to speak to a manager? Oh, right, you didn't do your job. Oh, right, something's very suspicious about this. Oh, right, you probably did it. Yeah, it's probably you. And the local police are probably covering it up. Because everybody's going to defend this stupid little woman that they think is innocent. Because she's a stupid little woman. Because, again, men endlessly think they have a chance and want to protect women. That's it. So if they don't have a chance, they just use this as an excuse, oh, protect women, and then thus other women give them a chance. This is all men do. It's all about the game. It's all that. So, police do this too. And it's all they ever do. It's true. You literally, like, endlessly sit here and defend that, and again, she could easily have that's all very fucking suspicious. And police didn't investigate? There was nobody being interviewed. No. Oh, okay. So you had an expert there to determine what caused this? When? In the 30 minutes it took me to get from where I was to where this happened? No. You didn't. You didn't do anything. You did no police work. Yep. Ephrata Police did no police work. And the Ephrata Walmart proceeded to literally do nothing. And, again, like I said, the dumb bitch that talked to me seemed pretty nice at first, but I realized she's a dumb bitch thinking about it now, because that's how she treated me. She can't dictate where I'm supposed to be, and again, she is dumb if she becomes visibly upset at somebody that's rationally upset at the fact that their mom's car just blew up. If anything, I'd be supportive. I'd be like, I completely understand why you're upset. Here, follow me. You can come with me. You can't come in the back, but you can go wherever you want, obviously, in the store. But just rest assured, we're here to be supportive and help you out. Okay. So if you want to come with me, you can't come in the back, but just you can follow me back there or whatever. I'll get a manager for you or whatever. Instead, visibly pissed off, and several times trying to dictate where I'm supposed to stand in the store. So what if I was just gonna walk around and buy some stuff? Now that manager thwarted me from doing that. They have a sales problem now. And I promise you, I haven't been back to the other Walmart either ever since that guy did that thing where he's clearly not doing his job. And they have theft problems. And I can clearly see it's because their assets protection isn't doing their job. And then meanwhile, police are always like showing, like I always see police like showing up there and stuff like that. Oh, so the guy that's supposed to do this, that's paid to do this, isn't doing it, stealing money from the company, basically. And meanwhile, this is the dumb company that when you apply for a job, they don't answer the phone. You can call that Walmart, and it will just ring out and ring out and ring out and ring out. Nobody answers the phone at that Walmart. They don't do their jobs. Every day you could call and nobody would answer. And again, this is the Walmart where the guy literally is supposed to stop theft, is randomly walking around having conversations with like fucking young employees and just sort of standing around doing nothing. Following around the customers that are, again, repeat customers that pay every time. So dumb. Like literally dumb. And again, that's suspicious. I would say that guy's probably stealing. Just like that bitch at the Ephrata Walmart that became visibly pissed off just because I was upset. That's suspicious. That is very suspicious behavior. You're angry because somebody's upset? This tells me you manipulate people. It tells me does she have fucking kids? I hope that God she doesn't have kids. She's probably one of those people that screams at her kids for crying. Listen, I need to stop seeing this. I am tired of this, and this is America, okay? These assholes that didn't think about having kids, that pumped 8 of them out, because they want to have sex. They pumped out 8 kids. Bunch of retards. And meanwhile, they want to go to IHOP. And they want to go to this place and this place. But meanwhile, they can't parent to begin with. They can't control their kids. They can't parent. They don't know how to do it. And now, since they suck at doing this, they're going to go out into public anyway. And they're going to bring all 8 heathens with them. And when all 8 of them cause problems for the entire restaurant, everybody else that's there that wants to enjoy their meal, that didn't have kids, that made smarter choices, you take our taxes, you take those employees' time wasting resources on your dumb family that shouldn't have happened. All because you wanted to sit here and pump 8 kids out because you fucking have a problem doing E. Yeah, because you can't fucking not do ecstasy. You're pumping fucking 8 kids out or whatever drug it is that you're doing, that you can't fucking control it. And because that's good. I mean, like, for the life of me, I have no fucking clue what else it is. Because, again, anybody just regularly just having sex with random people, like, it's so disgusting. You don't even know the person. Oh, yeah, let's just have sex and pump kids out. And there's just everybody. And then these assholes then show up in public, don't even parent their kids properly, and then act all offended when everybody's like, you need to do something about that. Don't tell me how to my kids. Well, then how about you either A, don't bring all 8 of your heathens that you clearly can't control to IHOP, or B, I got a better idea. Better parenting. Huh? Yeah, how about that? How about you could go places with them if you did your job right in the first place? But you didn't do anything of the sort. They're raging, ranting lunatics now, and everybody else is seeing it. And then your stupid fucking ass is sitting there pretending like they're not seeing it, all while looking dumb as shit, doing nothing about it. Because again, any normal parent would accept the fact their kid is acting like a dumb fuck, take them outside, talk to them, whatever you gotta do to improve the behavior. But you're too dumb. You're just sitting there. Yeah, you're literally too fucking dumb to do anything except sit on your fat fucking ass and go to IHOP so that everybody else has to deal with your fucking kids. Yeah, last time I was at IHOP, this is the point. I don't even want to fucking go there anymore because they can't deal with it. There's too many bottom of the barrel, dumbass American fucking trailer park stupid fucks going in there, sitting down, spilling fucking syrup all over the fucking, like, Jesus Christ. Why are you such a waste of space? Like, this is the point. This is why Republicans act the way they do. And they give the tax breaks to the billionaires and not you. You know that, right? Because this is how you act. And then that's all they see. Okay? Now, again, it's not right. They shouldn't do that. And they should understand that if they give you more resources, you're not going to be like that. You're going to be smarter. You're going to have the education. You're not going to act like that. But again, at any point, you could just start taking a step forward with yourself. I was a fucking retard for a while. You know, but you gotta take a step forward and be like, I'm not gonna be so fucking retarded. You know, at a certain point, you just have to go, yeah, I probably shouldn't take all 8 of them to IHOP. And then again, last time I was at IHOP, again, was the last time I was there, and that was quite a while ago. And again, it's literally because they can't, it's not even their fault. It's not even, like, I miss Denny's too. Denny's fucking closed down too. Last time I was there, I can't even sit down, like, I'm trying to have my, like, I want coffee right away, and, like, put my hands on the table, and the table is fucking sticky as shit. Okay? Now, I grab the sugar thing and I move it over, and I have to use sugar packets. They don't have a thing on the table. And that's sticky as shit. And then I go, order waffles or sausage, pancakes, whatever. Get syrup. I go to reach for the syrup, and lo and behold, yeah, that's fucking sticky too. There's just sticky shit everywhere. You can't even, you get up, you go to the bathroom, and you touch the door handle, and you pull the door. Oh, fuck! There's sticky shit on your hand now. God damn it! Gee, I wonder if this is too many fucking kids going to IHOP and parents not cleaning up after them. Duh! 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 Imagine that. And this is what they do. They don't clean up after them. That's the problem. And so, meanwhile, the employees are sitting here trying so hard to clean up after these fucking huge groups of dumbass kids that shouldn't exist in the first place. The only reason they exist is because their stupid fucking drug addict parents had sex 9 or 10 fucking times. That's it. Probably gonna fucking sit here and get killed robbing a bank or something. Jesus Christ. Like, let's be honest, that's all that's gonna happen. Like, all that's gonna happen is these faggots are gonna grow up and they're gonna fuck with everybody in the area, and because their fucking parents didn't do shit and nobody else did shit, this is all they learn how to do, just fucking break shit and steal shit and act like this. And meanwhile, they're probably just gonna get killed in a fucking robbery or something like that, where again they're making a mistake because nobody guided them correctly. So, let me ask you a question. Do you think that happens to a family that has plenty of money? Let's say their dad is Ozzy Osbourne, for example. And they got plenty of money. It doesn't matter if they throw shit over the fence and they swear at people. It don't matter. They've got daddy's money to get them out of everything. So they don't got to worry. Yeah. Suddenly it matters, doesn't it? Yeah. Suddenly it's like, oh, I see. And at this point, this is what everybody's struggling. It's everybody. And that's because of Trump. Because again, I've already pointed this out. The wealthy get wealthier because they just capitalize on the middle class even further with those things I just pointed out that they don't need. Impulse, 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 convenience, 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 convenience. How about as president, if this is the problem, you actually bring gas prices down instead of, I don't know, importing oil from Russia again. Yeah, importing oil from Russia again, which is again what Trump did. Obama and Biden, they drilled for oil here. It would have decreased prices because again, as plenty of MAGA fucking voters say, Trump voters say, we need to support jobs here and more resources here. But and remember, they were saying about drilling for oil here way back, but no. Nope. When Obama and Biden do it, you're dumb and you're like, oh, well, this. They couldn't possibly be helping us, so that's not the case. What are you, dumb as shit? What are you literally dumb as shit? Gas prices are what they are because we import fucking oil from Russia. Russia is our enemy. They don't like us. They don't like anybody. They want to take over the fucking world. Duh. And then you're so dumb, you're like, duh, I wonder why gas prices, duh. Like you're this dumb. Like you just let the government spill their load all out over you. And that's what you let Trump do. He's just jerking off to this importing more oil shit because he's getting a cut. He's spilling his load all over the place. Oh, yeah. Importing more oil. So that way MAGA continues slapping stickers on gas pumps that say, I did that. And then they're going to be Biden stickers because, again, they're just blaming everything on Democrats. That's why they're getting us involved in a war and shit like literally all they're going to do is in a few years, he's just going to, try to seem like as the new guy's coming in, everything's really bad. And you need him to make it right. It's a scam. As it always has been. Just like him getting rid of things to try to bring it back. The Iran nuclear deal. He tried to do that with the Affordable Care Act. He tried. Yeah, he tried. He tried to take it away just to repackage it without pre-existing conditions. Which is obviously terrible. It's obviously not what you want. It's like literally the thing about that was so changing and so important. And Obama owns that. He did that. Again, to actually finally pass universal health care, it's a starting point. We didn't have anything. And he got bipartisan, again, he was very bipartisan. He worked with Republicans and Democrats, and that's the whole point. If they didn't want to work together, he tried to find a way. Trump doesn't do that. He don't give a shit. They'll shut the government down and all kinds of stuff. So, anyway, I want you to realize that, just like with the thing with Sharon and stuff like that, it's more about expressing how the fans and people are going to react to those things and showing you that firsthand. Like, if I'm kind of reacting this way, and I sort of have this reaction, I promise you it's going to be tenfold with these crazy radical people. Because I'm not like that. I will just be over it. I don't care. I'm just pointing out what it is, what it's going to be. That's all. So whether they find out about it today or find out about it weeks, months, the whole point is you have to deal with that, and you have to, you know what I mean? Like, you have to make a statement on the fact that it's like, well, yeah, I didn't really mean that, like that, or however you meant it, it's important to, or if you're doubling down, just give a reason. People just need to know your reason, that's all. You can't, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, they just need a reason. Just like Iran. There's no fucking reason. Not a single one. There's no reason that we are randomly just attacking Iran. There is no reason. Absolutely none. None. Completely useless. Except for politics. Yep. Use it for political things. But no strategic threat. You know, like where they were you know what I mean, like attacking us or attacking somebody else where we're offering support. It's just the sort of thing where we randomly attacked, and now there's going to be more attacks. Now it's just going to be chaos, because that's what war is. That's all that's going to happen. Just like when you see a protest, because people know that escalates and any bad actor is going to use that for a chance to commit a crime. They're just going to show up, and they're going to be there, and they're going to claim to be protesting and stuff like that, but they're there not for that. Yeah. And this is what you have to understand about what the FBI and the government could be doing against counterterrorism and stuff like that, and just choosing just not at all to do it, you know? Because there are spies living in America worth quite a bit of money. Yeah. And they're Russian. There's some Russian ones. There's Al-Qaeda. I believe Iran actually might have some. So, when you're so dumb as to sit here and not address the fact that you actually have spies in your homeland, and you just attack countries, what this looks like and what tells everybody is that you are scared of these spies. You're doing this because you learned of this. You learned that they're there. Your life, there's been an attempt on your life twice. You're scared. So you go and attack Iran. Am I hitting the nail on the head yet? Because there's no reason. If there was a reason, he would have given it to us. What's the strategic reasoning for attacking Iran? What's it going to do? What's it for? Nothing. There's an entire song about that. There's an entire song about that. Absolutely nothing. Say it again. Good God. Good God. I know, confetti, I know. I know. It's such a good point, and every time I have a really, really good valid point, confetti. Yeah. Party time. Do you know why he invaded Iran? Do you know why? Do you know the real reason? Yes. I just told you, but there's another one. There's another less respectful one where Trump's just literally the biggest child on the planet. Do you know what it is? And it's not anybody's fault because you have freedom of speech and you deserve the right to say what you want to say. But it's definitely the whole taco thing. It's definitely that. Like, he is pissed off because, you know, he does. Trump always chickens out. You know what I mean? Like, he is a fucking pussy. But, you know, I'll be damned if I didn't think that he didn't do that because of a direct response to the whole taco thing going around and stuff like that. I mean, yeah. What a joke. He's such a joke. Like you can't possibly think he's good at anything. He's never been good at anything. Nothing he does he's good at. He is not good at anything at all. And like so many, like how are you fooled by that? Like, how dumb do you have to be? You must be really, really bad at recognizing whether somebody worked for what they have or not. He is bad at everything. He doesn't have any talents except manipulating people. He's talented at manipulating people. Yeah. I would agree with that. But I mean, that's just a salesman talent. So, like, he's not even good at being an honest salesman because he can't do that. No, he's got to make sure he has the best deal. He makes it out better than the other person. That's what he has to do. There is no deal where he will ever take a loss, and he sees that as a good thing. You know, it's the same guy that bragged about cheating on his taxes. Remember that? He was literally in the debates with Hillary, calling it smart that he could cheat on his taxes. So, and you know, I mean, this guy bragged about dodging the draft. He bragged about dodging the draft, all while forcing our troops to go to war. What a piece of trash. What a literal piece of garbage. Dodged the draft, bragged about it, and he's sending our troops to war. What a piece of garbage. So, yeah, I mean, like, it's incredibly disappointing when people act a certain way. Just like when there was, you guys know that Zach Wilde and Limp Bizkit buried their feud, right? Like there was this little thing with them for a while, and they buried that. They don't care about that anymore. Everybody does this. And these things can happen, okay? But like everybody has this, it's just a part of life, okay? And all it is the true measure of both people. It's not even one. It takes both to get over it and move past it, okay? So in those situations, again, it's just, you can't, it's just absurd. And they've buried that. That's long gone. They got over that. I think it was something. I heard. This is just a rumor, but I don't know for sure. I think something like. Oh, and there's my bit rate. So right as I'm about to say this, my bit rate shifts around. So I think it's interesting that somebody's going to shift my bit rate around right when I'm going to talk about this. So I'm just going to put that on the screen and show you that they're doing that. I find that fascinating. So if we need to have a conversation with some lawyers, we will. I will discuss some stuff with people's lawyers, because I can talk about whoever the fuck I want. I can talk about whoever the fuck I want. And they do not care. Trust me, they don't give a shit. So you're shifting my bit rate around. All I'm going to do is I'm going to start reaching out, and I'm going to call somebody's lawyer, and I'm going to confirm that it ain't them. All that's going to tell me then is exactly what I need to know to press this lawsuit forward. So again, stop trying to pretend like we're shifting anybody's bit rate around because of somebody talking about somebody else. Okay, shut the fuck up. Stop that. It's not the case. You're doing that because you don't like what I'm going to say because you know it's true. Yep. You know that what I'm going to say is the truth. And you're trying to mess up my trending. That's all you're trying to do. Yeah. So, I heard something about how Limp Bizkit was backstage, saw him backstage or something like that, and sort of jokingly, he just ran into him. They ran into each other backstage, I guess. And I'm sure they probably figured on this beforehand that they were gonna run into each other, but they did, and apparently Limp Bizkit, Fred Durst. I shouldn't have said Limp Bizkit. I think it was mainly Fred Durst. Fred Durst just apparently walks up to him and literally says what Zach said all those years. And it just was a joke, and I think they just buried it and they don't care. He literally just looked at him. He was like, "Hey, Limp Bizkit sucks dick." Or something like that. It was something like that, and they just had a laugh about it, and it's gone now. Doesn't matter. Because the reality is, I'm not going to talk about it. We shouldn't talk about it. It's buried. It's in the past. There was a right side at one point, but it's trust me, it's long gone. There was, but it's long gone. It don't matter anymore. There was, but that's what you have to realize about that. Those are two grown adults moving past that. That's all that matters. Anyway. Anyway, I think that this endless need that people feel to force everybody's life to be public, this has to stop. This is what's going on right now, where society as a whole is like forcing people to be, you know, public and not private people and stuff like that, where, you know, it just feels like, you know, and everything is on the internet, you know, everything is you know, I mean, like, there's cameras everywhere, you know, people are already being recorded all the time, and so, you know, at a certain point, you just have to stop. You have to realize what you're doing to society, and everybody just has anxiety over what everybody else is going to do. That's it. And so they prematurely, you know, like, will you know, like, just go down a road, or, you know, like you just have to stop. You have to stop with the concept that you're concerned about this or that, or you have to do what they did. You have to put it behind you, and you got to move forward like a grown adult with a pair of balls. Pretty sure, I don't know if they did or not, but it seems like it to me. But I'm pretty sure that Will Smith and Chris Rock put that behind them too. Like, they're a couple of grown-ass adults, you know, and, you know, these things happen, everybody did see that, and everybody's going to put input to it, because that's what the internet does. But it doesn't make it right. And so in between that, you need to do right by yourself and not follow that example. Don't allow that to dictate what you do. So it wasn't the act thereof. It sucked that happened. It sucked that that happened. It sucked that he had to get put on blast like that. It sucked that they didn't respond better. It sucked. There's a lot of weird things about that. But is it your business? No. That has nothing to do with anybody except for the award ceremony where it happened, the people responsible, security. They should have done their jobs. He doesn't get to just walk up on stage. Chris Rock, Will Smith. Got nothing to do with anybody else. It don't even have anything to do with their wives. Or anybody that would be close to them. Period. Leave them out of it. Otherwise, it's internet bullying, internet shaming. I mean, like, this is what North Korea wants. This is how they operate. It's exactly how they operate. They want you bullying these actors. I mean, it probably is them. They want you bullying these actors so they take their own lives. That's how North Korea operates. They do it to K-pop celebrities. We've seen it. I've seen it. It's blatantly obvious North Korea is intentionally doing this. Stop falling for it. You're all a bunch of retards. Stop putting your fucking shit everywhere. Stop sitting here and commenting your stupid fucking comment because you're showing North Korea you're the idiot that they can manipulate. Oh, there's another retard with another dumbass fucking comment. So now I will manipulate this retard. And meanwhile, you're getting people killed. Confetti, confetti, confetti. Oh yeah, confetti, yeah. I mean, it's literally how they operate. Literally just look it up. Tons of evidence to support it. And meanwhile, confetti, yeah. Confetti. Party time. So, with all these people acting fucking retarded, and again, all anybody wants to do is be the one shaming people anymore. Like, I will just never understand why you just can't wait to be the one that everybody recognized how much of a cunt this person was because of you. Like, you just want to be that. You just, man. I really can't express how fucking stupid people are and how dumb society is. I can't express how fucking stupid that is. Because, you know, it's about as fucking stupid as anybody acted with the Will Smith Chris Rock thing. It's literally that. How all these content creators, all these people, they made money off this. They're making content, getting views for it. Yeah, probably millions too. And they're defaming people. Just talking about this. And meanwhile, you know, I'm not doing this. I never make content like this. And meanwhile, this stalker that sits in here doing these things, shifting my bitrate around all over the place, again would have you believe that it shifts around as I talk about people and Limp Bizkit and Zakk Wylde. Yeah, no. Nobody gives a fuck because, again, entire fucking content creators have entire channels where literally all they do is defame an entire fucking list of celebrities. So you can go fuck yourself with sitting here pretending like my bitrate shifting around has anything to do with that, retard. I sat on here and showed YouTube and reported an entire channel that was using AI to lie and not only make every single event, like cast of the Avengers, like all these high A-list actors like Robert Downey Jr., Scarlett Johansson, Chris Hemsworth, like all these fucking people, Jeremy Renner, all these people. Yeah, there's the bit rate. We know why that's shifting around. To control the trending based on what I say. I should get trending for the actors who I listed. So therefore, the bitrate shifts around to control that. So that I don't. It's that simple. It's literally that basic. It's that basic. All these actors. Every last one of them. There's an entire fucking AI page that TrashTube does nothing about. Nothing. Nothing. After that bitrate shift, I just proved that. Instantly, there were 12 in here, and it really quickly shifted down to 9. So, again, I reported this regularly to YouTube, and they don't do fucking shit. All the time. Yep. I'll bet you I could go find it right now. There's an entire YouTube page. YouTube does this. Where it's all they're just literally just making AI content that uses Robert Downey Jr., Scarlett Johansson, Chris Hemsworth, Jeremy Renner, all these people claiming that they're leaving Disney and burning their contracts. It shows them like burning their contracts, and it's you know, it's like Disney going up in flames, boasting about Paramount and shit like that. Yep. So the Trump administration, basically. And they're posting, like, literally, this is blatantly the Trump administration. And they're making money off of making AI fucking videos off of all these A-list actors where they're pretending like they're hating on Disney, leaving Disney, not playing the roles anymore. They're going to Paramount Plus. They ain't doing this shit anymore. They're like, I remember one thumbnail actually had several actors giving the finger to like, you know, like some logo of Disney or something like that. Like, they are literally using all these A-list actors' faces and likeness, lying about it, making entire videos that just tell lie, 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 and they're getting shitloads of views. And I promise you, it's a bunch of retards in other countries that don't know anything about what's going on. And they're just buying into this because they're a bunch of retards in other countries that don't know anything about what's going on. They're probably watching it with subtitles. And they're just defaming every one of these actors. And YouTube is sitting here doing this, just allowing it every second of every day. Did nothing about it. I've shown that on stream before. Do you know what YouTube does? They do the same thing that they just did. YouTube shifts my fucking bitrate around maliciously to have the stream buffer so you can't hear what I'm saying or whatever. Messes up the trending and stuff. And, you know, again, they'll just start removing views. After the bitrate shifted around on this stream just now, I'm actually going to record the evidence of that. After the bitrate shifted around on this stream just now, we lost a huge gap of views. So I'm just going to record evidence of that because that just happened. We just lost a huge chunk of views when that bitrate shifted around. So again, all that we're doing is documenting evidence of this stalker causing me to lose just credible chunks of views, and you know, just everything they're doing is causing this. And yeah, like flat out, it's legitimate. I mean, we will build this and prove this, and all they're doing is just continuing to allow me to prove it. So I'm just going to sit here and document every second that they shift that bitrate around, and it causes all these problems for trending and view removal, and you know, likewise the processing after the fact. I already have a stream prepared for you to tell you about something that YouTube is doing right now to scam my channel that they haven't stopped doing for the past several months, actually. So I have that prepared for you. I just, you know, again, it's prepared. You know, basically you have to realize that YouTube is one of these companies where, just like Walmart, they're getting away with taking advantage of middle class and they don't fucking care. They know these things are happening and they don't care. The thing I told you about with, again, the managers that have jobs and just get paid to stand around. That's people know this. And I have news for you. I haven't worked for Walmart in probably almost 20 years. Almost. It's probably more like 15. And it was a problem then. So, this problem's only gotten worse, and people are just filming it now. And people are this dumb, too. We have an idiot president. And meanwhile, it's only getting worse. And there's more people in the world, too. So, let me ask you something. All the problems that I said that Walmart has, like the theft, the asset protection, we know that lines are long. People often have problems where they can't find an employee, or they get issues with out-of-date things. They get issues with, again, just general customer complaints about all different things. That's what you can arrive at with Walmart, where it's actually sort of different each store. But there's a lot of problems. Like, it's not like a few here and there. There's a lot. That's management. That is every store. You mismanage your people. You on a regular basis, your corporate employees don't do their jobs. So therefore, all your managers on a store level just do whatever the fuck they want every day. And that was exactly how it was when I was there. I swear to God, the entire time I was employed there, all the managers, I was required to get the truck unloaded by the end of my shift. And it was an incredibly stupid unload process that would be unsafe, slow, and quite frankly unsafe to also the customers. So, it was just really bad. A really, really, really bad unload process. And incredibly inefficient. And I had suggestions on how to fix this, but that didn't happen. They didn't do anything. So, the entire time I worked there, constantly, dumb fucking managers that didn't do the job that I did would walk in, demand and claim that we get the truck done. Again, every day it's expected you get it done by a certain time before you leave, whatever. But every day, the same dumb managers that don't do their jobs just come in and go, oh, there's a frozen dairy truck. We're going to take like 4 people from your unload process to do that. Instead of understanding that they are the employees to flex into that position. They should have done that. That manager should have taken care of that truck. Clearly, we can't get the truck done if you take my employees. You are clearly not hiring what you should be. And you aren't flexing into those positions now. That's it. That's all that's happening. And constantly just, oh, well, the end of the day happens. You totally worked. You did your job totally all day. Even though, again, I walked past your office several times throughout my very busy shift to go on my break. Again, because I need one, because I'm very overworked. I'm doing all this physical labor. And I walk past your office, and it's incredibly insulting when every day you come in wearing your white button-up shirt. It's all white still at the end of the day, and it's incredibly insulting when I walk past through that office and I'm about to go into the break room because they're opposite each other, and I hear nothing but laughing very loud from an office full of managers that have been in there for several fucking hours. And this is every day, and this was 15 years ago. This is how every one of those assholes acted. All of them would waste their time every day. Every last one of them. And then they would be like, why didn't you get the truck done? Why can't you get the truck done? Why can't you get the truck done? Maybe you should help us, idiot. Did you ever consider that? That you are here to do a job? Duh! Duh! Same thing can be said about the GM in my McDonald's, where every day that GM came in and didn't do his job. All he did was flex himself into the position he wanted to do every day. He didn't do his job. Period. He should have had somebody else, a manager maybe, run that position. Definitely not him. He's the GM. He needs to run the store. He needs to be able to see what's happening. He can't do that if he's being pressured, just like a normal employee, to keep up. He can't pay attention to he can't do that. He cannot. He will miss things. Oh, and he did all the time. And oftentimes it was his fault. And he just wanted to project this onto it's never his fault. And meanwhile, when it was, I could tell he knew that, because he would become visibly pissed off, and then later on get all upset at other employees that do this. When he's the one that does that, he wears a grimace on his face, and then is surprised when other employees do this. He comes in and acts like that. And so when he is in the wrong, and he starts slamming the fry baskets around because nobody dropped fries because he's an asshole, he can't handle it. He is not doing his job. He literally can't even admit when he's in the wrong, that he gets all pissed off and also starts slamming things around. And this is contagious. And then meanwhile, he's going to reprimand somebody for that very thing. What a fucking stupid, narcissistic son of a bitch. Yeah. And this is the same asshole that was starting to make employees take pictures that they were cleaning things on third shift. Because the dumb bitch that worked during the day and always caused problems for me was lying to him. And, I am not always the good employee that always does their job, and all you got to do is realize that. I realize that some people have flaws, and stuff like that. But, I tried my best, always. And very clearly, this dumb cunt didn't. Every day, she is projecting it onto other people. And every day, he does the same thing. And meanwhile, this same asshole is asking the good employee to take pictures of the stuff they clean. Because when the asshole that comes in the morning that has Asperger's, that's her son that insults everybody in the store, comes in, he spills oil all over the floor cleaning the fryers and blames it on me. And he does it on purpose. And the whole place could burn down. This is an incredibly bad fire hazard, and yet the guy with Asperger's is trusted to do this every single time. He doesn't let anybody else do it. No. And this guy should have been fired. Look, I know of an employee that worked harder than him every day she was there. And she was there longer than I was. She was there every day, on time. And when she wasn't, you could tell she was upset. She would come in late and she'd be like running. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. That, like, never happened. This employee quit because that asshole, Steve, I don't give a shit if I say his name. Fuck that asshole. That asshole, Steve, every day called her a bitch. Every day. Just every day. Literally every day called her a bitch. At work. And she's nice. She's not a bitch. She's nice. She would give me, like, food she would bring to work. Like, here you go, here's some food. Like, she would share stuff. She shared with him. I just... What a piece of trash. And this family is what's destroying McDonald's. Like, their entire family works at all the McDonald's in the area, and they're all really bad at their jobs. Well, there's one guy that's not. There's one guy that's not. But every last one of them, except for that one guy, does not pull their own weight. And trust me, he was not at that store. Because he pulls his own weight. That's the point. He wouldn't last at that store. He'd just get pissed. Like I did. She doesn't do anything. Because she can't. She physically isn't able. This is her every day. She wobbles this much when she walks. That's how she walks. She wobbles. She is physically incapable. So she must delegate everything. And this is the bitch that's treating everybody like that. Well, she knows she's physically incapable, so therefore she appears to look like she lays the hammer down and like she's, tightly wound and just firm. No, it's a stance. She is taking a strong stance to look this way because she is physically weak. And now, again, that should prove how weak she is up here, too. Because she has to belittle people to get anywhere. This is how she walks. She wobbles. She couldn't even walk right. Every day. Yeah. So whenever she asked me for this or that, I did it because I was helping an old lady. I swear to God, that's why I did it. That's why for so long I put up with that. And they know that. They know it's manipulative. They do it on purpose. The GM, he's incapable too. He has a bad back. He cannot keep up with it. He's got bad joints, and it's because of that floor. You're sliding around all over the place, pivoting all the time. There's so much grease on that floor, it ruins your joints. So, both people that were there forever, she's a retired GM apparently, working as a shift manager, dumb bitch, and, he's just a GM, but he's done this forever. The point is, she's got like, she's doing this. She can't even move her fucking knees. And her hips look like a mountain. Yeah, she's just literally got so much fucking shit in there from wobbling around all like this over the years. She's got all that scar tissue built up. Her fucking hips are a mountain. And she's so dumb, she doesn't know this. She doesn't understand this. Like, duh! I need to work at McDonald's forever. Duh! And she's just bad at it, too. So this entire company is stupid. Like, I went literally to corporate and told a corporate employee of all of this fucking shit happening, of just the incredible amount of stupidity happening in their and this guy laughed in my face and said, "Did you tell your district manager?" Like, we're talking about, again, a female GM that's like 20-something years old, that's sleeping with everybody, talking about all these guys, again, behind their back that won't sleep with her. So, again, she's talking about people, again, because they won't sleep with her. And meanwhile, she's promoting people that she's not allowed to be friends with to manager positions so that she can be friends with them. I tell this guy this, and he laughs in my face and asks me if I should tell a district manager. Jesus fucking Christ. And meanwhile, Walmart has the same fucking problem. The same problem. So, what would Gordon say? Besides fuck off. What would Gordon say? You know the whole point is, like that's not, you're putting that pressure on the employees. Like, they're working very hard for very little. And blatantly, every day, all throughout my shift, at almost every big company I saw, yeah, pretty much every big company, the more executive the position, the little they do. And the more expensive the suit, too. Yeah. So again, we're rewarding people who get paid more money for doing less. And then we wonder why this is the guy who's our president. Remember, this is the same guy that tried to prove that he has work ethic by releasing a video of him cleaning bathrooms in his own tower. Nobody believes that you cleaned those bathrooms, dumbass. And not only that, it was the dumbest, dorkiest fucking... The dude's wearing like an apron. He's got gloves, like, up to here, right? And he's, like, cleaning a sink. Just, like, one sink. Claiming that he cleaned all the bathrooms in Trump. Yeah, bull fucking shit. Bullshit. And not only that, you wouldn't be wearing your suit cleaning. Like, he's wearing his suit, and he's wearing the apron, and... Oh, God, it was so fucking staged. It's not even funny. It's like when this asshole showed up at a grocery store to pretend like he was paying for somebody's food and stuff like that. Like, what does this do for the country? Like, what does this obvious publicity stunt do for the country? So fucking what? He paid for one person's food. Yep. Good job. He's capable of an act of kindness. Wow. Does he exhibit this behavior normally towards everybody? Because I don't see that. I blatantly see him giving tax breaks to billionaires, all while raising yours and mine. Guy's worth billions, right? So if he was going to buy somebody's groceries, why didn't he buy everyone's groceries in the whole store? Why not go big? If he really wanted to help, why didn't he do it for the whole store? He wouldn't have felt that. He could have done that. He could do that on a presidential salary. You could buy groceries for everybody in the whole store. You wouldn't feel that. Yeah, you make 6 figures, you can buy that's enough. You make 6 figures, you can rationalize that one time. Yeah. There wasn't that many people. Yeah, it's sort of like a small, little, like, farm market thing. You could have done that. Probably would have been thousands. You know what I mean? Like maybe like a few thousand. What's that to him? And he doesn't understand. Like, he's literally this dumb. He doesn't appreciate the fact that people don't just have that. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, where he could just buy a grocery store full of people worth their food and not feel it at all. Spend thousands feeding people. Not feel it at all. But again, the point is, middle class, they can't begin to do something like that. Not even close. You know, anytime you see any more where people are giving out and helping out, you see people coming together to make that happen. Because they can't do it anymore. It takes a combined effort. Do you know why California's doing well? Because they pay higher wages. Yeah. Did you even know that? And now, remember this, that a good number of celebrities and stuff like that, they have a very one-sided view of how the U.S. economy works because they live in California. So there, everything's really good. They've had politicians balance the budget. They've had surges of money over the years. I mean, Hollywood, for Christ's sake. But the point is, while they might travel and stuff like that here and there, they're sort of seemingly ignorant to what it like cost of living and wages and stuff like that elsewhere in the country. They don't actually know. They're pretty ignorant to it. So, most places out here, most places still are not paying above $11 an hour. 11, 12 an hour. I mean, that's nothing. And then some, every once in a while, are paying 15. Oh, wow. Whew. Man. My last job that actually paid well, you know, before Trump, when people got paid what they deserved, you know, I was always moving up. And, you know, I was getting pretty close to fucking like $23 an hour. I was around there. I was like, it was actually probably a little over that. I think it was like 20. It was like almost exact. It was a little over that. And so I'm basically getting more, like a little bit more than 50% more. It's about 60% more than somebody making that $15. And that was, again, that the point is that was before the Trump bullshit. And so the point is, if companies can get away with paying their employees as little as they want, they will. If they don't have pressure from the feds to pay them what they deserve, they don't give a shit. So meanwhile, jackass dumb fucks that vote for Trump are these asshole landlords that, they're grandfathered in. They've always owned land, stuff like that. So they're just worth millions just because, just implicitly, just because they own land. So now they rent all these rooms and stuff. And they can't appreciate the fact that they just have always had some sort of, random income that's very substantial. That again, it's a random income where they own some property. They don't have to do a whole lot. They just pay somebody to manage it, and they just make money. This is most of America. And that's why things are mismanaged. Because that's all that's happening at McDonald's. These rich assholes are just buying into a franchise, and they're not managing it. They're just putting pressure on the managers to do something, or they're fired. They don't care. So that's what happens. The managers don't actually do anything. They're just nasty. They're just going to do what you do to them. So when these owners constantly come into a kitchen they should never enter, I don't ever want to see you in that kitchen. Go fuck yourself. You don't get to come in the kitchen just because you're an owner. We're in the middle of a rush and you walk through the kitchen? It's already fucking closed in there. No. Mr. Celebrity, get the fuck out of here, asshole. I don't ever want to see your face again, you stupid fuck. And then meanwhile, we're in the middle of a rush, and you walk into the kitchen to make a salad. You want your salad. You can't order it at the fucking counter like everybody else and get it. No, you know the food is shit. So you want to make your salad, just like I always did. Yep, I always wanted to make my food too, because I knew the food was shit and didn't trust people. Gee, I wonder why even the owner thinks that. And I never ate there. I remember when I told you I did. Like the few times I did. One of those times I went through on a shift where I would have been working. And yep, the GM was there because sure enough, somebody called out. And I wasn't there like I always was. And he was working. And I asked for fresh nuggets. And again, I can't express enough that I always gave people fresh food on third shift. Because if I didn't do that, all that's going to happen is that guy is going to come back 5 minutes later. It's everybody. The food is so bad. It sits there so long. I will have such a huge amount of waste if I don't do this. And yeah, the drive-through times are crazy, but everybody was always happy. So, I gave everyone fresh food. That's how I always do when like somebody tried to report me or something and lied and said that I didn't give them, like the fries were cold or something like that. I always knew it was wrong. Because every customer on third shift at that store, because we weren't that busy on third sometimes, would just get fresh food every time. Now, if we were busy, I don't have to do that. It's just, you know what I mean? Like, it's going to be fresh. But that's the point. I don't want it sitting in there on a... What the fuck? Why would you do that? So, they just got fresh food, for the most part. They're not, you know what I mean? And so I always did that. And the quality in that restaurant maintained. They had quality ratings out the fucking ass because of me. And I'm the guy that broke the drive-thru record. Like the history of their drive-thru. I did that. So I can work fast. Faster than anybody, apparently. And meanwhile, when the GM took my position, he gave me old nuggets. One time I go through. Once! And I'm trained to recognize this. Remember, I have the training, so I know what old nuggets taste like, trust me. He gave me old nuggets, and I asked for fresh, too! I thought he was going to have me pull forward and, like, try to, like, you know, come out or something like that, and no. Because you're not really supposed to do that. That's the point. So I was actually sort of curious on what the GM would do, you know? And no lie, gave me fucking old nuggets. Yep. So even he admits that that's an opinion. He cares more about fast food than quality food. And I care more about quality food than fast food. And you should. The healthy thing is you should care more about quality food than fast food. Because that's all that matters. If you care about getting your food fast, you are unhealthy. Anxiety, and you're eating probably old food, and again, quick food. You don't care about how it tastes, you're just eating it really quick. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think you should be a GM. I just don't. I really don't. I think your talents would be better used elsewhere. And I don't think that the guy doesn't have talents. I just think that he was never promoted. He's really bad in that position. I think that he's really, really good at convincing people he's good in the position. So again, this is really, really good for like CEO level. I personally think he'd actually be really, really good as like executive, like company face, that sort of thing. The guy supports the brand phenomenally. He does. He is great at that stuff. But on a store level, I mean, God, the guy punched me in the ribs the one time where I was... You don't do that. I can sue him. I mean, you're another employee. What the fuck's the matter with you? And no lie, this guy knows I'm a martial arts instructor. He actually knows that about me. Yeah, he had actually been to my school before. So, like, the fact that he knows this about me, and he's gonna punch me in the ribs when I'm standing there and I'm talking to a customer. No, I'm gonna talk to customer however the fuck I want. You need to trust your employee. This guy's an asshole. Nah. This is, I told you about the guy. I already told you about him. He was talking on the phone. He's a complete jackass. He's loud, obnoxious. Nah. Nope. I got rid of him. He'll never come back. Thank you, me. I don't want that guy's business. All he's ever going to do is bring assholes in here. And bitch. You are a bad GM. You don't know how to get rid of these people. You're bad at your job. And he's punching me in the ribs for this guy. Because I gave it to him. And I didn't even insult him at first. He punched me in the ribs because I literally just stood up for myself. He said what while he was talking on the phone. Like this is the whole thing. He's like trying to order and he's becoming pissed off at me not getting it right. But the point is, I don't know what the fuck he's saying because he's not really giving me the order. Like he's just being dumb and confusing and talking on the phone while trying to order. That's really rude. Order, then make your phone call. I have a job to do here. There's a busy lobby. You're people behind you, and you're gonna make a phone call and treat me like shit because you're a piece of shit making a phone call, trying to make a big... No, that guy is the guy that's friends with the owner. and I gave it to him. And I got punched in the ribs by the GM because the owner had a friend intentionally being an asshole in the lobby. So, the point is, if I would have sued them like I should, the FBI would have investigated and found out that the owner hires people to actually come in and harass employees. This is actually something they do. That's all they would have found out. And all they would have found out is all they got to do is look through that one, the owner, all they got to do is look through his emails and know that he gets constant emails about like harassments and things like that. He doesn't do anything. He does nothing. Yep. And he's the owner. And meanwhile, all he ever does is come in to order food, make it himself, violation of policy, wear open-toed sandals in the kitchen, essentially be behind the counter while not in McDonald's uniform. And that's the owner. And this guy, when I worked there, owned like fucking 23 stores, and he was expanding to 27. I've heard that he owns more than 30 now. That he absorbed other stores. McDonald's let this guy absorb other stores. This guy. Oh. So that's what's wrong. Okay, so that... Okay, now I see. Okay. Yep. Mismanagement. I mean, literally, it is executive level management. At both Walmart, McDonald's, these are the epitome of American branding. It's where everybody goes. And they have the exact same problem. Exactly. So again, when it's very clearly deduced from the behavior of the executives, where again, all you have to do is follow this up the chain. Who's not doing their job? Who's actually not doing? You can clearly see the employees working their asses off every day you go in there. They're not doing their jobs. They're running around like crazy. The district manager, he often shows up just to fix something, like a technical thing, and then just disappears. I don't ever see him for any other reason. So, that's another example of mismanagement where I don't understand that position now. And then you have another regional manager getting paid even more money than him that shows up even less. And he only shows up when the other guy can't show up, and oftentimes the regional manager is so dumb he can't fix a problem. Why is my bitrate shifting around? Why is my bitrate shifting around? Why is my bitrate shifting around? Is it because I mentioned a regional manager at McDonald's that doesn't do his job? Wow, that's really fascinating stuff. Wonder why that would happen. That's interesting. I'm pointing out the fact that it's executive level management not doing their fucking jobs. He did even less. And again, all he does is show up when we have a problem. There's a problem, then you see him. Oh, well, now they show up. And the whole point is they're only there because there's a problem. They're not there because, happy and fun and we're here to help and give you an extra hand because you're busy. And we know this is a busy time, so we're just here to help because we knew you guys are going to be busy. Nope, not that. No. Just there's a problem, now we'll show up. And half the time, we won't be able to fix it. Yeah. Kind of like when I send them an email about a certain GM. And all they do is all just show up and try to look all intimidating, shit like that. That's it, and nothing happens. They just show up. Yep. So, to the idiot that works at corporate, the moron that actually said, "Did you talk to your district manager?" Again, these managers do nothing. So again, all right? And furthermore, McDonald's, you have a serious problem where when somebody opens a new franchise store, there is a very, very, very huge challenge. Huge. Even as an experienced manager in the business, when we opened a new store and I was helping them open that store, it was extremely challenging to get it opened on time. So for the love of God, especially considering the fact that this owner owns 30 plus stores, for the love of fucking God, can you please tell me that you are going to send teams of people to assist in opening a new store to ensure branding too, okay? Because for the love of fucking God, 4 people is not enough. We built the kitchen, you have to build it, you know that, right? Like, everything just comes, and you have to unwrap it and put it together, and they didn't do all of it. Us employees got there and had to literally put the kitchen together. They didn't do anything. This is a bad owner. It's a bad owner. That owner did nothing. Did nothing. Oh, right. But, they bought us really expensive shirts so that we could feel good about working for them. But, you're going to have to buy these shirts eventually. You're going to have to pay for them if you want them. And when you quit, you have to give them back even though you paid for them. And we're not going to keep tabs on this. We're not going to keep tabs on whether you paid for them or not. We're just going to demand that you give them back or withhold your paycheck. And again, you paid for them. So they're fucking yours. You can have them, and the law supports that. But no, we're going to threaten to withhold not pay you if you keep the... Yeah. Yeah. So, this is how bad this company is. McDonald's is trash. And oftentimes, again, the difference between a store where the GM is nice, I'll tell you one thing. When I worked with just the guy that I worked well with, the guy that I transferred to that store with, the new store with, who I got along with, we worked very well together. We just had a good time. We motivated each other. Every day was fun. We would love a rush. We would be like, woo! Yeah! And we would be yelling. We would be having a good time. Drive-through times! Yeah, we did it! High five! We'd be high-fiving each other. We'd be flying, man. We'd be trying to be positive to the other people. And then this dumb fucking bitch comes in the door. Yeah, this 20-something-year-old stupid fucking cunt. She's pissed off at the world. Yeah. She's a dumb cunt. And she comes in, bitches at everything. We're in a good mood. Now we're not. That's it. That's the difference. When I worked with him, we got along because we saw eye to eye. We just tried not to sit here and make fucking drama at work and just do our jobs. It's that simple. You go to work and you do work. That's it. Imagine that. Holy shit. Not bitching about stuff. You just go in and you just do it. Fuck, man. Imagine how easy your life would be. And then you get off work and you get to actually complain about working. Instead of, oh, right, now you go home and you complain about working, but you didn't work. You just stood there and fucking looked at your phone all day. So, this was every day at McDonald's, and it was every day at Walmart, too. Every day at Walmart, the manager would make it worse. I would go in and I would want to work. I'd see the people that I got along with, and I'd be like, yeah, we're going to do this. I'm motivated today. Let's do it. I remember there were times where we're on that truck, and I would try to motivate people with singing, because you guys know I like to sing. So I would be singing my heart out, loud as I can project. So when I was actually in the truck, that shit would be loud. Like, you would hear that, and they would laugh and they would have a good time, and it would help. I would notice that. So I would try to do that more, and they got a radio, we would listen to music once in a while. This motivates people to work faster because it's a rhythmatic pace. You're more inclined to work to the rhythm. It just helps. Versus silence. All you hear is the rollers, the boxes, people's bitching, the intercom. But suddenly, if the music is playing, you can just... So, that's what it was like with that guy, where we got along. It was like music, where we had a rhythm. And we understood each other. We didn't bicker. If there was need somewhere, he would be like, hey, can you, and he'd start to point, and I'd be like, I'm on it. Like it's the whole thing where, like, he didn't even have to finish his fucking statement. I'd be like, I'm on it. Literally, we were on the same page so well, he would point and be like, can you, or I need you to, I'd be like, I'm on it. And then, like, he finishes his statement anyway, but I'm already half doing it, Like, it's that simple. This is how it works. And then this other dumb bitch comes in every day and throws a goddamn wrench in it when she's a dumb fucking cunt. Because, she sucks at her job, and she is like 5 feet tall, so she can't work as fast as everybody else. And she knows this. She's short arms, short legs. She has to work harder to keep up. So instead of owning up to this, that's her crutch in life, she doesn't. She just takes it out on anybody else that's immediately taller, bigger, and she feels intimidated. She will intentionally attack this person. It was every person taller than her. The person that she was friends with, that she made a manager because she wanted to be friends with him, that person was actually around her same height. That's all it was. So, because she doesn't have a therapist to talk to about this, she's dumb and doesn't understand. She treats people like shit just because they're bigger than her. That's it. It's literally that. Yep. Her brother is an asshole. He bullied her. And so therefore she treats everybody else that, because again, her brother is like twice her height. So that's what it was. Yeah. Oh no, it was because he worked there. I saw it. She hired him, and that was the mistake. She hired him. He would, under his breath, talk about her. She's a bitch, yada yada yada, and he's right. He like, I never caught that. Like, he wouldn't lie. He's not a liar. I never caught him in a lie. Like, he was always pretty truthful. He was a pretty nice guy. I'll admit that he was a bit of a slow worker, but I don't... As long as you're steady, I'm willing to... I don't care that much. I can work with that. I can flex you in somewhere else. See, that doesn't bother me. That's just a challenge for me. But she would just... And man, she was mean to him. And she would bully him. Just because she could. And he was slow. He was slow. But I think it was mental. I think, like, again, because he's a nerd that plays video games, he doesn't do activity. I'm a martial artist. I was fast because I know how to be fast, okay? I'm not going to slack off. You don't got to worry about me. I want to move. I mean, I'm sitting here and I'm moving around. You guys know that. I can't even sit. You know what I mean? Like, okay? So just... It's so dumb, and again, furthermore, that goes against, you know, her trying to state that, you know, like, it's just blatantly somebody that's not lazy, a Sifu. I earned that title. I like literally have plenty of people that would back that up, just blatantly not lazy, and then meanwhile, she's actually lazy. She doesn't do anything. You know, again, if she comes in because, you know, like, again, all the time she would do this. She would come in and start bitching at everybody because the drive-thru times were down. And now she has to come in because the drive-thru times were down. That's it. She would literally just drive to the store just to yell at everybody for the drive-thru times being down. Yep. And she wasn't there, like, she'd come in off the clock and do that and stuff. But again, she wouldn't be there to help. She would just come in and pretend like she was there to be a manager because the drive-thru times were down. But all she would do is bitch at everybody. It didn't help anything. It often raised them. Yep. So, specifically stores where customers are nasty to people, stuff like that, that's why. Because the manager is very nasty to those employees every day. So therefore, they blame it on you, the customer. Because, I swear to God, you know the guy I told you about that has Asperger's? And he's just allowed to work the line every day and make sandwiches. He wears a headset and he listens to the orders. Okay? I swear to fucking God. Every order that comes through, he shakes his head. Every one. It's like, when are you not pissed off at something? Like, what, do you expect to come to work and just not get an order all day or something? Like, it's like the people that expect to play a video game and not die in the game. You know, like what did you expect? I swear to God, every order. And like, this is how he treats, like, work and life in general. This is how he acted. He always would treat things like, you know, they're a chore, they're a pain in the ass. The guy's an asshole. And he's a greasy fucking piece of shit. He wears the same dirty ass greasy clothes every day. And I swear to God, the whole point is, I swear to God, there were certain orders, there were certain regular customers every day. And these regular customers would probably not appreciate this. Like, every day they come through and order the same thing, and you start recognizing it. And he's like insulting them out loud. He's like, this fat fucking bitch comes through every day and orders her 2 fish of fillet with extra tartar. I mean, they are. Yeah, and she was pretty fat. And she came through all the time and ordered 2 fillet of fish with extra tartar sauce. And it was gross. But I was also an employee that every day he was telling every other employee in there and speaking it out loud about this other employee. So, what do you think that does to the, environment of people around him who are also giving the order to the customer? It feeds a behavior where this bad employee endlessly never get tired for being a bad employee and insulting customers. Being a dumb fuck. What a piece of shit. I mean, this was stuff from day one. I mean, like, I already told you about how, like, in my week in training, they had me cornered in the back room, and he was, like, he was, like... Yeah. And all because I didn't understand... Because he was pretending... This is his problem. He pretends to be a manager. He was, like, calling all this meat. We're talking about a guy, again, there's a certain way to do this. A manager calls for the meat because the manager runs that cabinet and they manage it, okay? So they're the only ones calling for that. And plus, they're also on the side with the grill, so they can pay attention to what's already on the grill, what's in the cabinet. Yeah, okay? And they're factoring it in for what they're hearing in the orders on the screen, all that. And meanwhile, I am constantly hearing one thing from an actual manager or trainer, and then a completely different thing from him. And he's just very loudly talking over my trainer, telling me to do these things opposite of what the trainer's trying to tell me to do. And I'm getting pissed. Because I'm just in training... And I'm trying to learn this, and he's just there doing this fucking shit. Being an asshole. Trying to prevent me from learning it properly. And thus, you have your scam, where you have an entire family that works at McDonald's for the sake of making it look like people can't do their jobs, all while they fucking suck at them, but they're going to blame all the problems on everybody else because it's a scam. And they all get each other's backs. That's why they have a family working there. Because they go around and text each other throughout the day. I see them doing it. They're texting each other when they're not supposed to be even texting at all. And again, they're communicating behind everybody else's backs about what they are doing. Oh, this person said this, and this person is saying this. Never mind the amount of times that I heard the dumb cunt, that I call the dumb cunt, talk about somebody else, another one of her family members that worked at a different store, and spoke about the problems that they had at that store out loud in our store. Never mind all the times that this bitch, this cunt, disrespected an employee just because they call it off. She shows up every day, but, you know, a teenager calls off. She is going to call them a name in front of me and other people. She's going to call them a bitch or a cunt or, you know, just something. And, you know, like, reveal all of their call-off history to me right there, and anybody that's in that general vicinity. She's going to talk about that right then and say that right then, right as the person called off. So everybody knows their business. Yep. Confidential stuff. It's supposed to be confidential when somebody calls off. And she's doing that. Every call off. Every last one. It's supposed to be confidential. And in every call off, she's just doing that. Yep. Should be confidential. Should be between, again, the call off manager shouldn't have any personal feelings about it. Accept the fact that you've called off and simply write it down. But meanwhile, every time I called off, I had to hear, he's not going to really like this too much because we have all this. You really need to come into work. Bitch, I'm calling off. You need to shut the fuck up and take my call off. Because as far as I'm concerned, we're done. I'm sick. And I'm calling you and you made me feel worse. Fuck you. You stupid, dumb fucking cunt. And sometimes I was calling off because my depression was actually that bad that I was thinking about dealing with her. And I didn't want to go in and deal with her because I was going to lose my fucking shit. So I did the responsible thing and called off because somebody that's harassing me every day at work deserves to get punched in the fucking face, and I don't want to do it. So I'm calling off. Yeah. Yeah, and the several other employees that join in with this employee to literally bully another employee. Yeah. Again, that's what they would do. They would just all bully each other and gang up on other, laugh and shit like that and talk about people all the time. And it's all her and him. It's just them. Well, and the other family member that's there. That's the other stupid fucking bitch that's there. That's, again, she's so fat that the front of her, she wears a white shirt every day. She's so fat that there's like a dark spot right there. Right where her gut brushes in front of the counter every day. So again, several family members at the same store just undermining the management. This is also one of those people, again, her like she, this other family member that's there, she is another person where in her 20s she got pregnant. No. Another person where she was just randomly pregnant one day. So again, you know, just really, really responsible fucking people. Yeah. Really, really responsible. I mean, jeez. I would suggest not even getting pregnant on a fucking McDonald's GM salary, let alone a fucking shift manager salary. Jesus. Not even a salary, it's hourly. So you just have all these companies where McDonald's, again, McDonald's and Walmart. I mean, flat out, just the amount of times I could have reported McDonald's to the Board of Health and I didn't. I could have reported them to the Board of Health so fucking many times, not even funny. And I didn't. Yeah. And I have news for you. When a customer does this, an angry customer reports them, do you want to know what happens internally? So, here's the funny thing. McDonald's actually has a problem where on a branding level, they look like they're doing this. Because when a customer reports a store to the Board of Health, immediately what happens, and I don't care what store it is, because I've been to many, and I've talked to people that were from many, and I've asked them about this. They said the same thing happens at their store. All that happens is that they start asking every other person in the store if it was them. Yep, they start interviewing employees. Yep, because they're so fucking concerned. They're all anxious and worried an employee did it. Meanwhile, they could just accept the fact that, again, they cannot manage a store. They have too much fucking shit. They can't manage a store. And they don't know how to fire people that are a problem. Yep. And look, it's actually pretty hard to get fired at McDonald's. It's actually very hard. Here's the funny thing. Every day, they threaten your job. There's a bit rate. There it is. Why is my bit rate Why is my bit rate shifting around for talking about my experience at McDonald's? Why is that happening? I wonder why my bit rate's shifting around from talking about my experience at McDonald's. Gee, I wonder. I wonder why when I say it's very hard to get fired at McDonald's, yet every day they threaten your job. Gee, I wonder why they do this. Look at my likes right now. All the likes are just coming off. Oh, it's coming off right now, right as soon as we maliciously shifted the bitrate around. Oh, yeah. Gee, I wonder. Every fucking day you work for McDonald's, your job is threatened. Sounds like Walmart, too. Walmart does this, too. So, that is, again, management at the executive level not doing their jobs. Because all they're doing, all management's doing at the store level is nothing. And then meanwhile, all the employees endlessly do all the work while the managers do nothing and blame all the problems on the employees. Fire them, threaten to fire them, so that way they don't have to do anything. And meanwhile, the executives at the top sit there and do absolutely nothing. Like at least, you know, man, the managers, they at least pretend like they're doing their jobs, right? They flex into positions they used to do and sort of show up and pretend to do their jobs. But the executives, they don't do anything. Like, they do absolutely nothing. And then again, the owners, now it is less than nothing. Now the owners are not only doing nothing, but they're making millions of dollars a year on doing nothing. And then calling it work. I remember I remember when they set up the stores, the owners came in and did the very easy tasks that were very easy for them to do. That's all they did. They didn't do anything hard. They weren't there for the whole process. No. They didn't lift a finger. Not a bit of labor. And every single day, some employees spend their entire day throughout McDonald's shift doing physical labor. Some employees get paid jack shit to clean all day. And it's all non-stop physical labor. And realistically, for what that person's doing, they should be getting $20 an hour. And they would actually feel like they're getting compensated for what they do. In my opinion, at McDonald's, for the way you are talked to and treated by customers and management, the high level of stress, you are to be paid roughly $30 an hour. Period. And there's no way they're going to do that. But that's what that job is worth. That's what it's worth. That is the job I worked harder than any other job, and I didn't need to. It was dumb. Constantly I could be like, this is easier. I don't have to do it this way. This is stupid. Why are we doing it this way? This is dumb. This is a huge waste of time. You are mismanaging this store. I just think about the huge amount of hours wasted on towel buckets and test strips and Jesus Christ. Like you are dumb as fuck. Like that is some of the dumbest fucking shit on the planet. And then in the same establishment, you know, again, if the Board of Health would walk into almost any McDonald's walk-in cooler, they'd shut the place down. So, start going to McDonald's. Look in their walk-in cooler. And then here's what I want you to do. I want you to look at A, are they rotating the fucking milk for the ice cream machine? Because oftentimes that shit's expired and they don't rotate it. They're throwing the new shit on top, and then when they start running out, it's a low volume store, and they get, and then maybe now they have a messed up one or something like that. Yep. And then, now here's what I want you to do. I want you to see if it's sitting on the floor, because it probably is. Then, here's what I want you to do. I want you to go in and I want you to go and open the refrigerator up front and see if they have maraschino cherries in a cup. Not in their jar. I want you to go see if they have maraschino cherries in an open cup in a cooler where somebody can just grab it. Not in the little thing with the cover that has a little ice pack in it where it's supposed... No. I'm talking in a cup in a refrigerator. Start going on third shift. Don't go during the day, go on third shift. You will find all of this. You will find people touching meat with bare hands, not using gloves. You will find open bags of shredded lettuce in the walk-in, just blatantly open, where they're grabbing lettuce out of an open bag and just... all of it. And do you know why? Because it's all for show. Everything must be cleaned when the store essentially does its close process. And they take everything to the back. And it's so mismanaged. Here's the thing. If I don't clean everything, if I even have, like, let's say I want machino cherries in what they go in, not a cup. Okay? I'll get in trouble. Yeah, that dumb cunt in the morning that's bad at her job will yell at me for not having dishes cleaned. So, all throughout the night, I will have to have machino cherries in a cup, open in a fridge, because what else am I supposed to do? I have to wash everything, or I get yelled at. So I have to break a rule now to do something that some bad employee thinks should be done, because they're dumb as shit. Every day. Every single last day. And I didn't want to do that. But if I didn't wash and just like the dishes, the tongs for the meat, that's why they use their hands. Because that dumb cunt comes in the morning and she'll inspect everything. This is why people look bad at their jobs. Because she'll make sure that everything's washed. And if there's not 6 tongs and there's one missing, why are there only 5 tongs? There should be 6 tongs. Why are there only 5? I don't see one in the sink. Where is it? So you're telling me in the next 4 hours you can't have one of your many employees wash 1 pair of tongs so that way I could have a pair of tongs on third shift so that somebody could properly put meat on the sandwiches? Correct. So all throughout their third shift, they were just picking up meat with gloves and putting it on the fucking bun. Because that dumb cunt would come in the morning and be like, why does it? So I had to. And every other manager has to do that too. They all do it. Did you know that your cheese that goes on those burgers, do you know why it's melted? Because it sits out. They call it tempering. They actually have cheese sitting out in the open to get room temperature so that it melts. Yeah. And they do this, again, it's a Board of Health violation. You can't do this. Why are you shifting my bitrate around? It's a Board of Health violation. You can't just let cheese out so that way it melts when you put it on a burger. It's a Board of Health violation. You can't just have ready-to-eat fucking food just sitting out. Yeah, it sits out. It's not in a container. No, it's elevated. It should be in a container. No, like, that's my point. If there's again, I'm not saying any secrets here. Some retard could look into a kitchen. I can look into any McDonald's kitchen and see this. So stop fucking acting like this is you're dumb as shit, okay? Stop it. Nobody believes that we're saying anything that can't. You're dumb and you're trying to pretend like I'm saying something I shouldn't because, again, you work at McDonald's. And you are one of these people I have talked about, and you have endlessly caused problems for me, as you did when I worked there. That's all that's happening here. So, again, all you're doing is showing the state police that I reported all this to exactly what's happening. So keep doing it. Keep doing it. All you're going to do is show the state police exactly who you are. that you're a stalker that stalks and harasses people. Okay? Go ahead. Oh, you stopped shifting the bit rate. Oh, yeah. Because you know I'm right. Remember when this stalker that's been doing all this knew I worked at McDonald's? Remember that? And he was trying to say it, you know, as present tense to make it seem like he thought that he just found it out or something like that. He's trying to make it seem like that. Yeah. Yeah. I remember that. So again, cheese is never supposed to just sit out. Okay? I have news for you. Cheese and dairy goes bad and spoils when it sits out. So why are we making cheese room temperature and then melting it all across our patties? So basically, sitting right at that threshold of bacteria. Just like right there. Just right at that threshold of bacteria building. And then you're going to slap this on a nice warm patty to melt. Sounds like a great idea, doesn't it? Boy. And then you wonder why you get fucking sick as hell when you eat a greasy as fuck burger. Like, you wonder why. Do you want to know why? Again, those cultures, those additional cultures that you're introducing there where it's room temperature. But again, now that extra grease actually cools it down a little bit and mixes with those cultures that it shouldn't be mixing with. Because again, you didn't melt the cheese. You kept it at this temperature for a really long time. Just all throughout the day, you just kept the cheese sitting there. Room temperature, room temperature, room temperature, room temperature, and now you slap it on a patty and it melts. And you wonder why everybody's going to the bathroom all the time. Gee, I wonder what dairy makes happen to people. Fuck McDonald's. Fuck them. They can go to hell. Seriously, they can go to hell. Fuck them. McDonald's is trash. They are a trash organization that treats you like fucking garbage. They are garbage. Okay? Again, I already just told you I went to corporate. And a black man that I told. He was a black man. I didn't even reveal that till now. But I often wonder if I would have been treated differently if I was black. I think I would have been. I think if I had been black, he would have listened to me. I think this goes both ways. I think it is racism. And I think this exists all throughout any company where people are treated this way. Black people do it too. You know, racism goes both ways. It does. This doesn't just go one way, okay? So, again, I told this corporate employee that was teaching us about this very thing. And he told us to report these things. So, I'm being taught about this right then, and it's very serious. I've talked to my district manager. He just sleeps with GMs and does dumb shit. Yeah, he's getting drunk on the party bus every year. He doesn't fucking care. He's just collecting a paycheck. He don't care. So, why is this happening? And again, I'm addressing this to somebody that's corporate. They're wearing the McDonald's emblem. They go in there, they wear their suit, McDonald's name tag and emblem and everything. And this guy represents McDonald's, and he laughs in my face when I tell him all these things are happening. Doesn't investigate it, tells me to tell my district manager. And I tell him I already did. The follow-up was that, again, he does, again, I really need to have a conversation with he doesn't, it's very clear he doesn't believe that I've had this conversation. So, I was supposed to get a raise at my new store. I didn't even get a fucking raise until one day my district manager just came in and I said, hey, I need to talk to you. Because he's always walking past really quick trying to avoid people. And so he finally said, all right, what's up? And I'm like, you promised me a raise. I was supposed to get a raise for coming to the store, and I didn't get one. And he goes like this. She didn't give you a raise? He knows I didn't get one. He didn't do it. And then meanwhile, he pressures her that she's not paying employees enough. And I do get my raise, but the whole point is, he didn't do that right. And then she yelled at me. She yelled at everybody else because she had to go through and make sure people were getting paid enough. She actually told me that she got yelled at. And she was taking it out on everybody else and had to go through and make sure everybody was getting paid enough because I tattled on her to the district manager. This is a GM. And she's still a GM. She's a kid, too. Yep. Do you think that she should have a kid? Do you think that this person is fit to raise a child? Or do you think that child is going to have the same problems that we see all these retards having that are lost in life? And this is the dumbest generation we've seen. This is the first generation that we've seen where their test scores are lower than the previous. It's true. I'm not trying to be a certain way. It's just the truth. The first generation where their test scores are actually lower than the previous generation. It's a concern. And meanwhile, this person that's part of this, again, she's significantly younger than me. And she's running the show. She has nothing figured out about life. She barely got her degree, right? And again, the whole point is she can't even manage her store to the point of being told about a pay or something like that and keep it to herself and just nope, she has to berate people and make them feel terrible. Kind of like when I told you that she literally screamed at me and the district and regional manager and all them were all there and witnessed it and they didn't do anything. She was red in the face, screaming at me for no reason. And she was in the wrong. Yeah, like if anything, she deserved to actually be fired. Because she not only didn't produce the order I needed, she screamed at the person, me, who was trying to fix it. All while she wasn't doing anything. And these are the people you're promoting. You're promoting that. Wow. You don't know how to run a company. Your company is shit. And nobody wants to do anything to do with it. It is a garbage company. McDonald's is trash. And, The food is trash. I mean, it really is. It's trash. Anytime I ever ate it, like I said, I didn't even eat it before working there. But anytime I ever ate it, I wanted to make it, or I wanted a person I trusted to make. I did not. And I've just expressed to you that even the owner does this. Even the owner. Okay? The point is nobody trusts anybody at McDonald's. The employees don't trust each other to make each other food. Can I ask you something? Out of everything I just told you, let me ask you guys this. Do you think that GM that yelled at me, got all red in the face, was constantly stupid, made terrible decisions, while I wouldn't trust her to make my food, let me ask you a question. Do you think she would trust me to make her food? Do you think so? Can I answer? I'm going to answer. I'm going to give you an answer. And you're probably not going to like it. Because the answer is yes, she did. That's the reality. The reality is, I'm in the right. Constantly, everybody trusted me to make their food. They knew I was good at making food. Oh, trust me. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's the reality. So, you constantly have this really good employee that's just annihilating the whole job. He's good at everything. Quick, quality food, courteous with people, the sort of thing where, like, you would think a good employee would just fly through the program like that, you know, somebody's like that. The other guy that was like that, I just explained, went to that store with me, and it was the same thing with him. He was treated poorly, never compensated for what he deserved, worked very hard, very nice to people, and it was just took advantage of it. And he was there for so much longer than I was, and deserved that store manager position, and he didn't get it. The whole point was we both went to that store thinking he was going to get it, because he had been this second in command for a long time. You know, he has lots of training. He is really smart. And everybody loves him. Everybody. Even the cunt. Even the cunt. Yeah. Surprisingly enough. It's hard to believe. Yeah. I think it's because they're Trump voters. It's just Trump people. And he was a Trump. He likes Trump. Oh, but imagine that. We got along just fine. Yeah. And we didn't have any personal feelings. We don't hate each other. We still don't hate each other. Yep. Because he's a good person. And not an asshole. Yep. So, again, the point is, do you think people trusted him to make their food? Do you think people trusted me to make their food? Yes. Do you think that this GM at this other store that's young and stupid and making all these... Again, she wasn't even making the McDouble that I needed. And she was so upset about it that she was going to get red in the face as soon as I was, like, angry and red in the face as soon as I came to her position to just start making the sandwich that I just told her 3 times I needed. And meanwhile, do you think, again, the point is, Do you think that anybody trusts her to make good food? She's not even making the McDouble. And when I watched her make food, she did not make food in such a way that it was good to eat. She just made it quickly. It was a sloppy fucking mess. There's a point at which you get too quick. You're trying to be too quick and you're trying to show off. Period. She was that. She was that. Can't do that. Yeah. Do you know why? Like every time you get a sandwich and it's wrapped versus a box, do you know why there's ketchup all over it? Because somebody's going too fast. Like literally, they squeeze the sandwich. It's the thumbs, every time. When you flip that sandwich over and you're literally, I'm gonna show you how fast this is. Ready? I know you can't see my hands, but it's literally this simple. After I put meat on it, it's literally this. Ready? I'm gonna do it again. That fast. And that's regular speed. I don't have to go fast. That's just regular speed. That quick. I just wrapped the sandwich and sent it up. Now, imagine moving faster than that where you're pressured and you feel like you need to. You're going to be stressed and you're going to be pressing and you're going to be tense and you're going to slide it up too quick. Half the time, that sandwich slides up and unravels and rolls out right in the thing, and they try to grab it and wrap it up without gloves, and they're touching the wrapper, not the sandwich. They're trying. But flat out, when you wrapped it, you didn't gently touch it. You didn't sort of grab it around like a sandwich like this. You pressed your thumbs. And the single action pushed ketchup out of the sandwich and all over the wrapper. Now you took it and slammed it into what they call a landing zone, and it just hits that thing and smacks it really hard. And so, like, it's that quick. The whole point is that when you're up there and you're running that position on the floor and you're looking at it back at the kitchen, you have this pep in your step where you're running things and you're on a fly and you're on the flow. When something happens, like you're out of meat or you get 10 fucking Shamrock Shakes and you throw the bag in the air, you son of a bitch. You know, like, you know, like that whole thing, you know, like just something comes across the screen that's just shit, or, you know, like you're waiting on something and just, you know, again, 10 Shamrock Shakes come across the screen. That's a pain in the, because again, that's not 10 in one order. It's 3, another 2, another 4, and then 1 at the end. You know, it's like separated orders. But some reason you got all these cars in a row where it's Shamrock Shakes. Oh my God! Look, shakes are awesome, and I understand everybody wanting to order them. They have good ice cream. I'll back that up. But look, man, you can't expect that just because you're ordering a Shamrock Shake, it's quicker. There's times where it runs out of shake mix. They got to fill it up. Now they got to get somebody to do that. Maybe they spill it. Like there could be so many different things. But shakes, they're not quick. And so if people get them to you quick, compliment that service for sure, because drinks are actually, like, that really slows it down. And that's it. It's the fact that drinks slow down the whole process and backlog it. And then, like, there's some other things that do too, but you get 10 Shamrock Shakes, like, the bag's going, like, you're gonna be holding the bag and you're just gonna flip it up in the air. You're like, son of a bitch. Like, that's that, like, everybody does that. They just throw the fucking bag, like, because you're standing there with the empty bag ready to bag it, and then you see 10 rocks, fuck. So you toss the bag, you know, like, in front of you a little bit, because you don't need it, you know, you're not gonna bag Shamrock Shakes. So the point is, this person running the floor, they get into the flow, and it feels to them like what just happened is that person's fault because they're holding up the whole process. And so you feel like you want to blame that person, but again, it's all about the culture of that person running that store. If you do that, it's you. You know, you need to, your culture should be, you know, again, if you're parking cars or whatever you're doing in that moment, don't make that stressful for your employees. It's already stressful for the customer. The customer already makes this stressful for every employee. Trust me, they do. So you as the manager, it is your job now to not make this stressful for the employees. So the fuck what? They wait 30 more seconds to 90 more seconds. Big fucking deal. Calm down. The amount of fucking assholes that tried to... they do this all the time. People will literally sit in the drive-thru and get stuck in the drive-thru for 5 minutes. Not like 5 minutes. And they'll call the store and like be all pissed off that they've been waiting a half an hour and they haven't even ordered yet or something like that. And these idiots are actually so dumb that they don't know that all the GM and anybody has to do in that store is go right around to the cameras and look at the cameras and look at whoever's on their fucking phone and see how long they've been in the drive-thru. It's literally that simple. You've been there 5 minutes, not a half an hour. Now, I have to call out other stores where there's stores where you trap people. This I understand. That's a design flaw. That's actually a fire hazard, too. That should be like local fire marshal does something about that. Like, what the fuck's going on in Ephrata that they don't do shit? That's the Ephrata store that's like that. Like, Ephrata has some problems with fucking fires. Like, you gotta figure that shit out. Your fire marshal's doing jack diddly squat. Fuck's he doing? People parking in the front of the Walmart all the time, nobody's doing jack shit, okay? I will back them up 100% on the fact that you need to tell them that they can't trap people in the drive-thru. You shouldn't put a concrete thing there that prevents people from leaving the drive. What the fuck is that? That's fucked up. So now I must wait. Like basically, if your business is fucking shit that day, I've got to wait X amount of... Let's say I got a bathroom emergency. And you know, like, you know... This is just really bad. What do you think's gonna happen? What do you think's gonna happen? Do you think the person's gonna wait, or do you think that they're gonna get out of their car, run inside real quick, use the bathroom, and by the time they come back, people are gonna be really pissed that you blocked the drive-thru because it already wasn't moving? Do you think that's gonna happen? Yeah. And likewise, if you had a fire, if something was burning down, you've created a okay, a situation. We'll just say it like that. We've created a situation for the fire, and fire trucks. It'll be much harder for them to do their job. Like, you're just trapping cars in a drive-thru. Huh? How is that legal? Like, again, it really shouldn't be. Like, you shouldn't ever have the ability to trap a person. Again, Ephrata McDonald's. I mean, there's plenty of other McDonald's that does this, but that's the one I can think of locally. Yeah, Ephrata's got some shit to deal with, where they just are, they don't give a fuck about any codes. What the fuck do they do? What do the local officials do in Ephrata? Jesus Christ. Yeah, they can do something about the fact that they don't, you know, they don't want people running that light going 50 miles, 80 miles an hour through all three of those lights anymore, because that's what was happening. So they fixed that. But, you know, they're not going to deal with the fact that you get stuck at McDonald's, people's cars blow up at the Ephrata Walmart, and again, there's all kinds of crime going on over at the Ephrata Walmart. All I got to do is sit there for 5 minutes. It's education, guys. It's all education. All of it. All of it, 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 all of it. I have education. I am often on a college level education, well past people's college education that they have. I am often on what feels like an Ivy League level of understanding, where I have never even had this. And it just feels like that's kind of where I am. Where I'm not trying to toot a horn or anything like that. I'm just trying to point out the fact that, Jesus Christ, everyone's stupid. And it's education. I mean, like, it's just that, man. I feel like professors are sort of saying the same thing. I just feel like this is a very professor-teacher mentality to have right now. We're just... Anybody that understands how things work, they're going to be pissed off and irritated at people for not trying to just be smarter about things. Just like that woman that would come into work every day and blame all her problems on me or somebody else and not realize that's what she's doing. You know, she's waiting on me. She actually, and people like her, the GM would never do this. Very rarely. You know, just say, why am I holding on meat? Why am I waiting on meat? What do you mean, why? What? Why? Really? Why? Because we used it all? Like the point is, like, making this somebody's fault. Like we're getting busy and we run out of meat and that's somebody's fault. No. No, no. No. Can I ask you a question? If you know, you run out of shake mix or something like that, are you going to stand there berating and insulting the shake machine? God damn it, shake machine. Fuck. Why'd you have to run out of shake? Seems pretty illogical, doesn't it? So, the same thing applies. Ask an employee about why they ran out of fucking regular meat for McDoubles and fucking double cheeses and cheeseburgers don't make any sense when you are smart enough and have a brain on your own fucking shoulders that you can look at a screen and look at the shit we've been getting and easily deduce yourself why we ran out of meat. But no, you're gonna come back and you're gonna literally, like, you're gonna be like, why'd you oh, because you're not calling enough. Because you're not calling enough. That's what they'll say. Again, making it your fault. See the bit rate? See the bit rate? Do you see the bit rate? Do you see it? Yeah, and the point is that people are dumb. That's a dumb excuse. It's an excuse. It's not an answer. It's an excuse. We ran out. It don't matter. Like, you can sit here and say all day it's because this person didn't call enough. But again, just like I can sit here and endlessly yell at the shake machine for running out of shake because, you know, somebody didn't realize it was getting low and fill it soon enough. I just, you know, I guess I could find a random employee to yell at for that. Oh, wait, she's running the front and she ran out of shake mix. That happens every day. So every time that machine runs out of shake mix and it's momentary, I should go up front and go right up to her face and go, why are we out of shake mix? Why? Why? Why are we out of shake mix? Why'd you run out? Why? Why'd you run out of shake mix, bitch? Stupid fucking bitch. Why'd you run out? Like, that it's literally like that. Like, that's the point. Like, she literally, and then no lie, like, she knows full well you can go from nothing, like no customers to busy, like, snap of a finger, okay? So, yeah, like, it can really, literally just happen that quick. It can happen in, like, alright, this is a perfect example. Quarter meat takes, the quarter pounder meat takes longer to cook than that regular meat, okay? This happens all the time. Somebody will have, like, grilled chicken, they'll be cooking grilled chicken. And that takes up a spot, and that takes a long-ass time. And then they'll be cooking grilled chicken, that takes a spot on the grill. And you only got 4 spots, okay? You only can put down so much. So, if the orders that come through are faster than what you can put down and what I have in there, and we sold it really quickly, there's only so much I can do as far as we need this, where there's a backlog. And you're too dumb, like, again, you know this, but you're just endlessly blaming the fucking, oh, duh, why? 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 Duh. So again, if somebody has grilled chicken down, it takes a long time, and the quarter pounder patties, which the Golden Arch takes, I will flat out go to a store every time I go to the store. Morgantown does it. Morgantown does it every time. Just because I ordered a quarter pounder patty, a quarter pounder, they pull me forward. They tell me to pull forward. Just because they know it takes longer. It doesn't matter if they have it. Now that's stupid. That's a stupid fucking policy. That's dumb as fucking shit. They have it, but they're just like, nah, pull forward. Just tell them to. But what if you have it? No. The policy should be park the car. I don't care why. Stop focusing on why. Park the car and move on. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Move on. But just endlessly focusing on people, you know, like the problems that happen throughout the day and trying to make it somebody's fault. So again, the point is, this is the same bitch where I'm pulling cherries out of a cup in the middle of the night because I must have all the tongs cleaned and all the cherry container, all that has to be cleaned. So again, I have to load up a little paper cup with cherries and improperly have, you know, I have to do it. just like anybody else in the kitchen doing what they have to do improperly against the Board of Health, because this fucking dumb lazy bitch that comes in the morning can't do anything. So she wants everything done for her. It's truth. She doesn't have to do anything. All she has to do is come in and delegate and bark orders. Ba 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 ba. That's all she has to do. Ba 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 ba. She doesn't do anything. Again, she is physically incapable of doing her job all the time. And there's times where I was actually worried about being around her, where because she's so frail, if I would accidentally bump into her, she's just gonna fall over and like fucking fall apart or some shit. Never mind all the times that, again, the point is that we're constantly being berated and told to do things that aren't correct. So the point is, if I'm running the floor and I'm checking on things and I'm waiting on meat and stuff like that, and I know that's a problem, somebody starts being a problem in the kitchen, like they're not calling meat properly or something, I'm not doing my job at all. If I'm not seeing that, I have to be able to see these things. So again, the GM wasn't doing his job every day. Every day. It's literally that. Every day she was literally sitting here just being a dumb bitch to everybody. And that's him not doing his job. She should be fired. She's a problem. She is nasty. That is a terrible way to work. I mean, like, that is just... Everybody feels like shit all the time. I certainly did. I did not want to be there. Fucking... Again, if I'm calling off because already my anxiety's through the roof of dealing with this dumb bitch, like, I just don't want to deal with it. I got enough going on. And I got to deal with this dumb bitch. I didn't get any sleep as it is. I'm going to be useless. I got 2 hours of sleep. I didn't sleep because I was thinking about work. I was thinking about all the problems I was going to deal with going to work. That's why I couldn't sleep. Getting paid nothing to do this very stressful job. And it's sucking up my livelihood, giving me acne. Yeah, I actually had health problems after working there because of the conditions. And they didn't even compensate me. And no doubt the mental health. No doubt. No doubt. I mean, anybody that works there. Anybody. Anybody. And now Walmart too. And all this just because a bunch of retarded Americans can't accept the fact that American cheese tastes like fucking shit. Like, I mean, it really is as basic as the fact that Americans, like, it's that concept. It's just the concept of, like, something's right in front of you and you're this dumb. American cheese is fucking shit. It doesn't taste good. So why the fuck do you think everything else that you do that's dumb and is shit isn't dumb and also shit? Why are you just all dumb fucking Americans? You don't implicitly get to be this respectful person that everybody looks up to just because you show up for your job every day. It's not the case. Just being there is not enough. It's not. It's not. And you don't get to treat everybody like shit just because you're there every day. That was her mentality. And quite frankly, it showed when people would call off. And that's how they would be treated. There's times where I would get somebody that called off and they were like a sigh of relief. Like, thank God. They were like, I am so glad I got you when I called. Like, they were just like, oh, thank God. They were like, I'm going to call off anyway. I just don't feel good at all. But I'm just really glad that I did not get her. I'm just glad that I got you instead. Seriously. Like, they would thank me. I'm not even joking. Like, people, like, you can tell they're sick. You can tell they cannot come in. If they come in, they're useless. It's much better they don't make everybody sick. And they rest up. And maybe in a day or two, they feel like coming back because they feel bad. Versus pushing it and trying to, what? Work for a few hours and then go home sick anyway and make other people sick? No. Treat them with respect. They're calling off. It's that simple. Alright, I marked you down. I hope you feel better. Thanks for calling us. Thanks for letting us know. That's how you should treat somebody that calls off. That's called respectful. There were times where I had to call off because I had so much snow I couldn't even move. I couldn't even drive anywhere. It was just feet of snow. And I felt the need to text my GM that I was literally snowed in. Because I would get text messages from my GM actually telling me, are you sure that you're calling off for snow and stuff like that? Because there really wasn't that much here. Meanwhile, this piece of asshole fucking garbage knows that I drive 45 minutes to work every day. And this asshole actually fucking has the audacity to say, oh, it's really not all that bad. 45 minutes. You don't know anything about where I live. You don't... I'm literally fucking in mountains 45 minutes away. And this asshole, he lives like, you know, much closer to the store. Oh, it's fine. Duh! And he's actually texting me. So I send him a picture of what the road looks like. And like the snow is up past my fucking knees. I can't even move. I have to I spend several minutes walking down my driveway. I bundle up. I walk down my driveway. And I'm all the snow's and I'm standing there trying to take a picture. I'm trying to, everything just looks like snow. It's really hard to gauge how this stuff looks. How do you know how deep it is, right? So then I take the picture, I try to show that, the mailbox is, you can't even see, it's up the mailbox, I sent him a picture of all the snow looks, and it's just snow, nobody can go anywhere, so you don't even see any tire tracks, you don't even see, it's literally nothing but, the plow hasn't been through, nobody can go anywhere. We are snowed in, and this asshole actually goes, oh, it's really not all that bad. Dang! Yeah, you're acting retarded. You are acting retarded. That's why I do that, by the way, because that is my example of somebody acting retarded, where again, they can just act normal. They can act totally fucking normal. But that's how I feel. I feel like they're going like this. And they deserve to be in a wheelchair or something like that. Like they have some sort of like retarded mental instability and like that's how I think of it. I visualize that. I see them doing the duh. I'm serious. It's that, like, I'm not being genuine. I'm not trying to be, like, rude or, like, I'm actually, like, my logical brain actually does that. I'm not even joking. Like, it does that. It sees it as comedy. Like, it literally tries to go, make fun of this asshole. Make fun of this asshole. Make fun of this ass. Like, he's an asshole. He's a piece of shit. He's taking advantage of you. He's a retard. He knows better. He has every ability to treat you properly. Treat him like a retard. My brain's like, give it back to these assholes. They deserve it. Did anybody ask that dumb cunt to take pictures of her work at the end of her shift? To prove that she's doing it? And by the way, I have the pictures. I still have them. Yeah. So I more than proved that I clearly cleaned things. Yeah, because they're just pictures of clean areas that I cleaned that I had to send. So again, that is the proof. Yep. And my GM was very sadistically forcing me to do this. All while not having anybody else do it. Nobody was taking... Again, this dumb cunt wasn't taking pictures at the end of her shift. Why wasn't she? Nobody else is doing this. I don't see anybody else doing this. I see me being forced to do this, all while some dumb cunt sits here and takes credit for everything I ever do. She looks great. When she comes in and everything's clean and I did that work for her. Yeah. You know what else I was doing too? I actually, you know when you get fresh brewed tea from McDonald's, you know that's put in like this thing that has a liner in it and they have to change the liner. You know that I actually did that religiously. I could not stand the fact that every night I would see other managers telling dishwashers to spray the liner out. I swear to God, I would see this all the time. And my thing was, I went and told the GM. I told him this was happening. The fact that he doesn't even remember should show you anything. I'm the one that reported this, that people were doing this. Because, again, it was that dumb bitch's little network of people that she likes that was doing it. It was one of the managers that she would always prop up a female. Again, she just loved the females. She was always nasty to the young men. And so, like, the point is, she would always prop up the female. It was her son. That's why she had problems with her son. So anyway, she would prop this lady up, and the lady was a fine employee. She's fine, you know, like she didn't do anything. Like she was actually a pretty good employee. But the point is, they were just like spraying out. You're supposed to replace them. I would do this because you guys know how I care about quality. I cannot stand when something is subpar. I will bitch. My coffee pots were fucking clean every day. That coffee was not the coffee from the night prior. I followed the expiration times. Nobody else does that. They just fucking use the coffee. I did that. Everybody else, they swish the coffee pots. They don't clean them. Yep. True story. They literally rinse them out and swish them. Everybody. Your coffee pots are never clean at McDonald's. Just got news for you. They're not doing it. And I called that out. I'm like, you know we're not cleaning coffee pots every day? And then the GM's like, he's like, yeah, they are. What do you mean? And I'm like, no, they're not. They don't even know how to. Yeah, because I had my manager training, and I came back, and I found out what we weren't doing. Because I can learn shit, and other people are stupid. And there's supposed to be a chemical that we're supposed to use. Yeah, you're supposed to soak it, and then you swish it, and then it just cleans it. You don't have to, like, scrub or anything. And we're just never using this. Never. Never once. And do you know why? I found it out. The GM was sneakily doing this behind everybody's back. He was pretending like we had this cleaner, all while knowing it's too expensive to afford on your ops budget. So because McDonald's makes this too expensive, he wasn't ordering it. It's that simple. And I'd be willing to believe a lot of McDonald's are doing the same thing. Yeah, you have an ops budget. Oh. And if you don't go over, you get a bonus. So constantly, people aren't ordering what they need and they're running out of stock. Remember when they're run out of shit? Yeah, that's so that they can get a bonus for their ops budget. Hey! Wow, we know how to motivate. Wow, we're a bunch of retards that literally use budgeting to motivate. Hey, you save money on budgets, we give you that bonus. This literally causes people to want to absolutely skimp on supplies, and especially on a system where if they're out of something, all they got to do is call up another store and send an employee to go pick it up. Yep. And all the time I was that employee. And all the time this dumb bitch would actually talk about me behind my back and tell other employees that don't understand, that I was like late and stuff like that. But meanwhile, the GM would actually like text me. He wouldn't call, he would text me. He would be like, we're out of medium cups or something like that. And obviously we can't go medium cups into a lunch rush. We can't go into a lunch rush without medium cups. That's pretty important. So yeah, before I come in now, I have to go to another store because I'm the next manager in. This is a regular thing that they're just not ordering. And now I have to go spend my gas money, my time, yada, yada, yada. I am not compensated for this. I'm not. It's the truth. Oftentimes I was not. They were trying to get you to clock in later and not adjusting the punches. So here I am working off the clock. I'm going to other stores, picking this stuff up. And then it just looks like I'm late. I come in with cups. And then employees should know because I'm bringing cups. But this is the point. I hear some rumor or something like that. Why are you late? Everybody's saying that you're late. Why are you late? And then the rumor is everybody's saying I'm late. I'm literally like arm to arm with like cups under my arm sticking out either arm. I'm carrying these things. And you're asking me why... Wait, you're actually asking this? Are you dumb? I'm clearly carrying cups from another store. Would you just think I had these in stock? I brought these, you know, I have all this, you know, I have it in stock at home. I brought it, you know. What are you, stupid? Like who is saying these things? And why are you believing it? I had constant suggestions on the design flaw of the fry hopper. You know, they have a they call it a fry hopper. It's just a freezer that holds fries, and then they stick a basket under and it dispenses. So basically, I had huge suggestions on design flaws of this fry hopper because all the time, employees misuse this, don't know how to use it. It is bad, poorly designed, and its own doors fall off, get jammed, and often block the fucking sensor in that thing. I mean, it's just trash. The thing gets jammed all the time. People don't know how to fix it. And I had 2 to 3 suggestions that would have fixed pretty much everything about the engineering of this flaw, this design flaw. Nobody cares. Nobody takes it, does anything. Again, my ideas and the way I manage and do things, it's like way above them. Like, they couldn't possibly have an idea like this. Because the point is, they're too busy thinking about how angry they are that we were waiting on meat in a lunch rush or something like that. Like, this is the problem. And meanwhile, they don't have an office in that store. There's no office. Nope. It's a very narrow hallway where if that fat manager is working every day, and there's a lot of fat managers that work there, I have to awkwardly squeeze past this fat manager and brush against their ass every day. It's weird, gross. I don't want to do it. And all because I'm in a hurry because I gotta get past them to get to what I need to, because it's not an office, it's a hallway with a counter, and they call it a manager's office. Nope. It's a hallway with a counter. Yep. Squeezed behind the kitchen. They just barely squeezed it in there. Imagine you're on the side of the drive-thru, right? And you're looking at the McDonald's, like you're looking at the building on your left, right? You're in the drive-thru, right? That long wall that's like along the drive-thru. Now imagine this wall is your manager's office, except it's squeezed barely against that wall, adjacent to the kitchen. Parallel to the kitchen, excuse me. Parallel to the kitchen. So this is squeezed in, parallel to the kitchen. And like the wall that's along the drive-thru where you're driving, it's not a fucking office. It's literally a goddamn hallway that is awkward as shit, creates awkward environments, and anybody that works there that's a manager has to deal with it. And that's called a manager's office. Oh, so again, the owners are a bunch of assholes that don't care about the way the managers have to deal with that. Because that store has been remodeled several times. And they did nothing about that. Nothing. They made the dining room really nice and spent shitloads of money making the dining room really nice. But the break room is literally so fucking small. It has one table, and you must sit next to the people you don't like. Yep, and it's just a McDonald's table, so you're uncomfortably close. One person sitting at the training computer. The training computer's in the break room. You got all these jackets, all this shit jammed into this tiny little room. Yep. Yeah. So, look, I'm gonna get going here, but the point is that a lot of the problems that America faces can be boiled down to people not thinking about things long enough. And it's yes, it's internet, but it's something that it exists beyond that. It's this concept that somebody upstairs, like a Trump, like that, that billionaire, will take advantage of ignorance. That's all. Just sheer ignorance. Just taking advantage of your ignorance. The fact that you don't understand some things. So, the Republicans are very good at that. Now, the Democrats, I mean, I'm not trying to make this political, but it's pretty common for the Democrats to sit here and try to inform people and be transparent. Like, I see that. I see them calling a lot of shit out and trying to be transparent and informing people. I don't see the Republicans doing that. All they do is fucking literally lie. Oh, yeah, totally. Inflation isn't terrible. Totally. So, that's the problem in America, where endlessly people are fooled and never fix what is fooled about them. Never fix this flaw, never learn to adjust who they are, never care to do this. Because they just double down and continue treating people like shit, all under the guise of somebody that gives them the excuse to be this way. Trump being that way in public, giving every asshole every endless excuse to be that way. So, it's a problem where endlessly people just will never admit they're wrong about something. Just like this lady that I'll just call a cunt, and that's all I'm going to call her, because that's what she is. And at least I have a reason. And the whole point is that all she ever did was just cover up for the fact that she's wrong. If she's wrong, no, she's not. I would religiously change these T-liners. Religiously. Yet, I got a text on my last day there from my GM. Very harassing text. He could have just ignored this, accepted the fact that she's lying. He could have done the research himself, paid attention to it. No, if he's a good GM, he's going to know this is false, because he's going to have been paid attention to this. But no, he doesn't know, because he didn't follow up like he should. And on the last day I was there, I gave him 4 weeks notice, because I'm responsible. Yep, I gave him 4 weeks notice, because I'm nice like that. And on my last day there, I gave him the keys and everything. My last day there, I get a harassing text message that basically indicates to me that this bitch told him that I don't change the T-liners, and, the T-liners haven't been changed, and yada yada. Basically, she's trying to make me look like a bad employee while I'm on my way out. I mean, she always did that, but she's very clearly trying to do it, because it's like last day stuff. Why would I do this last day? I gave 4 weeks notice, and I'm going to do this last day? No, come on. If I was going to do something, I am not going to give notice. I am going to do it every asshole. Do you have any idea the number of times I wanted to just leave on a third shift? And I didn't. And this asshole gave me a lecture about how, you know, you can't walk off the $3.5 billion store, dirt to dirt to dirt. You can't walk off the floor, dirt to dirt to dirt. Meanwhile, this asshole, the point is, the only time I did that was the time that she was in charge, and she should not have been, and she was irresponsible. So, the time I did that, trust me, your A+ employee would have handled things just fine, okay, asshole? I could have done that at any time during a third shift. Any time. And never once. And then you're going to give me a lecture like that, like an asshole. And I never did it. Never once. And so you can't use your fucking brain. Yeah, yep, surprise face. Good, I hope it is a surprise face. Because the point is, that guy's an idiot. Never once did I do this. And this asshole's giving me the lecture when this bitch has all this under her. Everybody hates her. Everybody. The one and good employee that never says anything finally loses his shit. Walks off the floor. And again, at the tone of this bitch treating an old woman with disrespect. Yep, that was the final straw. Because the point was, this little old lady would come in every day just to make salads and do fries. She was the nicest person you'll ever meet. She was so sweet. My last day there, she had all these cookies for me. She baked all these... Seriously, my last day there, she baked all these cookies and had them for me. I was like, this is so nice. That was so nice. She is so nice. And this bitch, I swear to God, this is how she treats her. This little old lady who looks adorable in her McDonald's apron. She wears every bit of uniform. She has an adorable little visor on her curly hair. She should be treated with respect. And this lady comes in religiously every time she's supposed to. Does salads and fries. No stress. Don't stress that lady out. She's your support. She's there to help you. It's all she's there to do, and trust me, she does it well. She does. She does it very well. It's sort of surprising how well she did it. She's an old woman, okay? She forgot how many salads the lady had told her to do. So she came back to ask her. And again, the whole point was, all she did was ask her a question. Who cares if she asks you this question? She's old. You're at work. So I know that people manipulate situations and want attention from me, and I understand that. So they'll manipulate this situation because I care about this. So they'll try to manipulate this, you know, and stuff like that to get me to care and stuff. But yeah, I know. That's because that is what's going on. But yeah, I know. But the point is, she disrespected this lady where all the lady did was forget. How many times do you do that? Somebody tells you something, you turn around, you realize you weren't really paying attention. Whoops. It happens. So you turn back around and you ask, I'm sorry, how many salads did you say again? It's pretty common. It's not even like she's like doing this because she's old. You know, like it's a pretty common thing to happen. Human error. And this old lady that just comes in for this and she's so good at it. The dumb fucking bitch literally looks at her and just starts laying into her, just going off. Like literally right in front of me, right in front of employees, like literally just like, I am tired of this. I tell you every day, you always come up here, you ask me a million questions. I shouldn't have to tell you a million times how many salads to do. This, and this. It's this many, and this many side salads. This many, Because there's different salads. So like, you know, write it down for her. Give her a note. There's a very quick, easy, simple manager solution to the problem. Where you're not being an asshole. And just lays into her, just lets loose right in front of me, as if I'm not already fucking pissed at this dumb bitch. And trust me, probably at this point, she has pressed enough buttons where I have already worked a full fucking shift, and I'm there, it's going on 11 and a half hours at this point, probably. And I'm still there helping, even though I don't gotta be. Yeah, it's probably going on, you know, the whole point is, I've been there a full shift. I've been there for about fucking 11 and a half hours at this point. And she's already pushed my buttons. She's already been fucking harassing me nonstop. Forcing me to fill all her T's for her and do all of her work for her and do all of these things. I have to fill the ice in the lobby because we don't have an ice machine. Yada, yada, yada. All this stuff I have to do for her. This is her job to delegate these things. But she knows that she is physically incapable. So she is one less body, and she knows this every day. So she has other people take the load and pretend like, you know, they're not doing this and not doing that. But really, she knows it's her shortcoming. And so basically all through my shift, I was probably there 11 and a half hours already. You know, the whole point is we're getting ready for the lunch rush, and I'm still there. I got news for you. My shift was like 11 to 7. Okay? I was scheduled till 7 a.m. If I'm there at fucking 9:30, 10 o'clock in the morning, that is a long fucking time to be at McDonald's. And I should have just left. I should have just clocked the fuck out and left every day. But every day, I put extra time in to help her out. Was she thankful? No. She didn't thank me. I could have just left every day. Not gotten in trouble. Dumb bitch, she need to do it herself. Do your job. What one shift doesn't do, you must do. I don't give a fuck what you think happened on third shift based on sales. That's what she'll do. She'll look at sales and be like, you weren't busy. You could have done this. What did you do? What did you do? And then the GM will look at cameras and stuff like that. Yep. Just because third shift is a less busy shift, we have 3 people in the whole store. How much do you think we're going to get done with 3 people? The whole store. And we are taking orders. How much do you think is going to get done? We're supposed to clean the whole store. Everything. Every last thing. Whole store. Now, here's what she'll say. She'll be like, yeah, but you don't have to clean the lobby. It's not true. That's not true. because the second shift manager gets away with leaving at the end of their shift and not doing things all the time. It's always second shift. It's not third, it's not first, it's always second. Because nobody is there at that time of night when that manager leaves. The GM, nobody. Nobody cares. Nobody sees it. So they constantly do this, and it passes it on to me. And I get it all done. Yep. And, meanwhile, the GM couldn't even give me fresh nuggets. They've tried to end the streams multiple times. They've sat here and tried to end the stream multiple times. I have no doubt that, again, McDonald's and, again, people that work for McDonald's sit here and cause problems for people because, again, their entire organization's like that. They employ people like this. So I have no doubt that whoever the stalker is, again, might be doing this, because they have influence from that. I have no doubt. But, again, we see this example all throughout their company. And then every time I talk about this subject, it gets pretty malicious. Now, we know it gets malicious with Trump, too. So I've also pointed out the fact that the people at McDonald's that do this are Trump voters. They're not normal people. They're just Trump voters. So again, Donald Trump is the nobody that's staged working as a, what was he, a fry cook? So you put fries in the thing, pull them out when they beep. Okay. So the thing the old lady was doing. Oh. Okay. So, again, he didn't do anything. It was very prepared for him. They helped him. Handing out food is very easy. Making fries is very easy. It's the other stuff. Obviously. So, again, I can talk about my experience at any job, at any past job that I want, actually. If anything, the company is lucky that I don't sue the fucking shit out of them and every employee where the GM hit me in the ribs. Yeah. And regularly, employees are harassed. So, I could easily sue them. Very, very easily. For everything. And exposing me to scammers, too. Because all the people that have ever tried to scam me in my life, it actually ended up going back to McDonald's. I traced it back to McDonald's. Every time. So I would not be surprised if this person, that's the case, too. Where every time somebody was harassing me, I found out it was somebody that knew me from McDonald's. Yep. Isn't that crazy? So, remember how I told you that store, that other store where I opened it with them? They had a gang in there. They had a gang of, like, teenagers in there that invited me to a party and shit like that. And I was going to try to be the adult in the room. Like, that was the whole point. I came to have a good time and try to show them a mature adult because they were not mature. And I showed up to get threatened with a knife. I'll tell you who any of those people are, by the way. Any police want to ask me, I'll just tell you who all of them are. And I'll dox their names all over this place. because the bitch that invited me was the bitch that they promoted. Again, she promoted because she wanted to be friends with her, not because she deserved it. And this bitch invited me literally just to get me harassed, just for people to. She's a bitch. Look at the. Yeah, and she was dating the other guy that's there that harasses people and stalks them and stuff like that. She was dating that guy. That guy harasses people. He does. He is a stalker. He dated somebody else there too, and she left him because she's a stalker. He goes around and attacks guys that he thinks are interested in the women that he likes. That's it. And he tries to steal them. I remember that I was actually kind of interested in this lady because she was really nice, and she's just really sweet, and we got along, and I was thinking about talking to her, and I told him, and the next thing I knew, the very next time anybody saw either of those people, they were in a relationship. The very next fucking time. And all after I had told him I was interested in her. Yeah. 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 So I am not like, let me just state this, like, I am not into fat women or anything like that. It's not attractive to me. I don't find it attractive. I think it's like, you need to take care of yourself, okay? So, like, I'm not trying to be rude or anything like that, but I just don't find it attractive at all. So, there have been times where I know that certain women were interested in me, and I knew that. And my way of usually dealing with this is to pay them a little bit of a dismissive compliment, so that they know that it's not like I'm, trying to be mean or anything like that. And because I want to pay them a compliment, but just it's sort of supposed to do what it does. It's supposed to do what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to kind of make them not necessarily be interested in me. Like, it's supposed to kind of sound a little off a little bit, but it's just a compliment. And it does what it does. It'll compliment them, but it might sound a little strange. That's all. And it's supposed to. If I want to compliment somebody, I'll compliment them. I've done this at various times with heavier women just because I didn't want to insult them. And I flat out, maybe, like even, like, the whole point is had conversations and tried to be nice to the point, like, where it's the sort of thing where clearly nobody's friends with this person. This person really, like the amount of times I can see a heavy set lady, a woman, where all she's trying to do is have sex with any guy that she can. I mean, that is almost every one of them that I've met. It is almost every one of them that I met. And I think it's because older guys don't care as much. You know what I mean? Like, they get over this, but the younger generation, they don't like it. You know what I mean? Where they're pickier. I don't have a type that I look for, but that's one thing that's off-putting. I don't find it attractive. It's sloppy. I don't think it looks good. It's weird. So I will say that again, there were times where it was blatantly obvious that men were like this, where I did that, and I saw, like, the guys that saw it happen then try to hit on the lady and go after the lady. And so I just started understanding how I could kind of help them out a little bit, where I say this around another guy or something like that, and suddenly that guy's interested, So that's it. It just, for example, guys are aware of this. The guy I just mentioned earlier, the guy that's a complete asshole, that, like, again, he treats people like shit, and he's her son, he shouldn't even be working there. He would do the opposite, and I always saw it. There were these really, 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 really pretty women that would come in. They're very obviously very beautiful. They looked beautiful. They wanted to be acknowledged this way. They very clearly looked that way on purpose, And they would come in, and maybe the hope is that they get a hard-working guy attracted to them. That's it. They're not necessarily trying to be a certain way. But this asshole, he would pick every one of the really pretty ones. Every last one of them. If they were really pretty. He would literally just call them the worst insult that imaginable. Like he would just they're a 2, they're not even a 1, or like literally just like really being nasty. And like some of them he'd call a tramp. He'd like, oh yeah, she's sleeping with, and I swear to God, the GM had a friend that just is a female. Again, guys can have women friends, okay? Mature adults can handle this. So this asshole is not a mature adult. He cannot. So anytime the GM's mature adult female friend came in and was ordering food, and the GM was ringing her up and she was all smiling and stuff like that, he literally just would nonstop talk about the GM, about how, they go off in his car together and have sex and stuff. He leaves the store to go have sex with this lady in his car, and that's why he doesn't come back right away and stuff. And he's like saying this. Did you notice that she came in and then he left the same time she did? Yeah. He would say this all the time. He would badmouth the GM every day. And literally, they would just talk shit behind his back every day. And this guy never got rid of him. Never. Never getting rid of the problems. Just endlessly all these problems, never firing the people, and actually having a backbone to fire the people that he should, because he's worried about getting sued. Needs to have a backbone. Fired. Done with it. There's only so many times you can come to work without showering. Done with it. Fired. Jesus. The guy stinks. He stinks. He stinks. His McDonald's hat was soiled with grease. Like, soiled. It was soiled. Like, you know what soiled means? Like, you touch this hat, the makeup of the hat is like the grease from him. Ugh. It is so disgusting. And this is the guy when important people come in, when owners come in, when anybody comes in, that guy's making their food. That guy. This GM is this stupid. He's this stupid. That's the guy. That guy. He's making their food. And it's every time. He doesn't want anybody else making it. He has, and do you know why? Because that guy has been with McDonald's for 40 fucking years. Like, that's why. Because he's been with McDonald's for like 40 fucking years. Like, that long. That's it. Length of time. That's it. And he's capped too. He's at like 20 an hour. So he gets paid 20 an hour to be soiled, not give a shit, and act like a manager. And when he's not a manager. He's not even a trainer. He's just an employee. Yep. Yeah. And his mom, that he calls a bitch on the clock, right in front of anybody else, is that shift manager I've been talking about. Literally, like, that's the cunt. Where she clearly can't control him. You know, she is abused by the men in her family, and she takes it out on everybody else at the store. And comes into work with this abusive fuck. Yeah. Like, that's it. Yeah. Like, this is the point. If somebody treats me like that and they're stupid and I don't want to be around them and they're saying stupid shit, and I will do my very best to not be around that person. I do not want to irresponsibly call this person out and constantly call them dumb as fuck and flip out and just I just don't want to do it. I don't want that to happen. I will try very hard not to be around that person because they're dumb as shit. I do not want to be the person that sits here endlessly calling you out on your dumb shit because nobody else is smart enough to do it. I'm the only one doing it. And everybody else is just silently judging you and talking about you. Meanwhile, I'm the only one with the fucking balls to say anything or do anything about it. But, again, I don't want to be around that. I don't. So, again, that was the last straw for me. She did it one last time, and I was off that floor. And meanwhile, he's going to give me a lecture. While I could have done this at any point. Third shift. You know, you trusted me with the store. No, and again, I get threatened with a gun. I don't give a shit. You guys know I don't fucking care. Do you have any idea what I wanted to do? You don't know me very well at all. You guys think you know me. You don't know me very well at all. What I wanted to do? This guy threatened me with a gun. And then all while doing it, he was like trying to pull it out. Do you have any idea how quick I am? Do you have any concept? My Sifu would back this up. Even he would back up that I actually got to a point where I was faster than him. I am fucking quick. I promise you, that guy threatened me with a gun. I wanted nothing more than to literally open that window as far as I could, grab the nearest coffee pot, and whip hot coffee all in his fucking face. And I was seconds from fucking doing it. Pot and everything. I would have just hot coffee right in his fucking face. And then, then I would have jumped through the window into his vehicle. And I would have literally just sat there and punched his face over and over and over and over. Then I would have called the police. Yeah. Showed him where the gun is. Told him what happened. Yeah. But I did the responsible thing instead. Because I'm an employee that represents the company. Do I get a thanks? No. Does anybody give a shit? No. I get harassed by McDonald's employees. Stalked by the manager at the Gap McDonald's. Because again, people are assholes and will stalk and harass you. That's it. It's not where I worked. I didn't work at that one. But I am being harassed. And that employee, who? Yeah, he looks pretty bad. Because never at a point during my shift, ever, the entire time I worked for McDonald's, all that shit that happened, I would never let somebody sit in a drive-thru and just not answer. Never once. And consistently do it, too. Where every day you come through and you sit there. And nobody takes your order, you just sit there endlessly. Nobody says, I'll be right with you. Nobody acknowledges you whatsoever. You sort of just sit there and wonder if anybody's working. And every day that happens, that manager is scheduled. And all you do is call corporate and report it. And then when you call corporate and report it, you get scammed. They don't do anything. They harass you. They take your name, your address, and phone number, and again, for the sakes of possibly sending you coupons, and then don't respond. That's called a scammer, stealing your information that works for McDonald's. McDonald's is scamming people. That's all they're doing. That was somebody at the corporate number that did that. They took my name and my address and my phone number, didn't ever call, no follow-up, no coupons, and that was the excuse. Yep. Yep. So, McDonald's has corporate employees that harass people. That's literally all it is. Yeah, they actually do this. They have corporate employees that fucking harass people. And that's true. Because remember, they had to do away with the mystery shopper. Remember, they had to do away with that. Because when people found out, when lawyers found out, it got out that that's harassment. And they were trying to press this for so long. That was a regular policy. Where they were harassing their fucking employees. They would have some mystery person employed by the company. They just come through. And if it's shit, well, they just go tattle on you. But the point is, what's the incentive? That's the problem. The problem is that incentive. If the incentive is job security for reporting bad, well, they're going to make shit up, aren't they? And probably try to exaggerate, and then they're not going to find out the truth. And meanwhile, this was a regular anxiety for people at McDonald's. And when customers found out about this, they abused it. They tried to use it to harass employees. I'm a mystery shopper. No, you're not, because if you were, you wouldn't be able to tell us that. Mystery shoppers can't tell us they're mystery shoppers for that reason. So the moment people would do this, we would know. So, on a systemic level, McDonald's harasses their employees. I would even go as far as to say that on a systemic level, McDonald's harasses their employees, even just knowing that owners don't pay enough. You know, this owner that owns 30 plus stores, all I gotta do is look at the wages somewhere else. Even somewhere else in the state. If I go out towards Pittsburgh, there's people at McDonald's making like fucking $20 an hour. Not that guy who's capped, who's been there like that long, but they're making $20 an hour, just regular pay. Like 15, 20. Not managers, just regular. And after 5 years of busting my ass, scrubbing ceiling tiles on a ladder because the GM's an asshole that doesn't clean his fucking ceiling and then has managers do it. Yeah. Yep. And like 11.24. I think it was like 11.20. It was 11 something. It was 11, about 11.24 an hour. The lower 11s was what I made after 5 years as a manager. And I transferred, helped them open a store, transferred back, willing to transfer back when I was harassed and berated by a GM, and that's why I was transferring back, because I was harassed. And she even tried to lie on the paperwork as to why I was transferring back. She tried to lie. Yeah. So that she didn't look bad. People are such fucking pieces of shit. Yep, they are. They are. They are pieces of shit. It's like a pussy that pretends he's running a gang, walking around with a knife and stuff like that, threatening people. There's a pussy that does that. Like, again, that's not somebody that stands up, has a pair of balls, and again does anything with a pair of balls. No, you're a fucking pussy if you have to threaten people. It's that simple. I said something about your friend and you didn't like it? Aw. 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 What are you, gay? What are you fucking gay? For your little friend? You're gay for him? I think that's what it is. He's fucking gay as shit. Threatening people with knives. Yeah. What a pussy. And these are the people that this person invites to her parties. And again, invites me thinking I won't come. She admits this. Invites me thinking I won't come. Admits that she invites me knowing that it would cause problems. And then I have a conversation as I'm about to leave with her because I want to speak to her alone, separate from them. Because they're assholes. They're all influencing her. So I have a conversation. She walks outside, but then this other manipulative douchebag literally walks outside. He can't just let it happen. What are you, fucking stupid? What are you, 5? What are you gonna do? I'm a Sifu. First of all, I have taught thousands of people how to defend themselves. And you're pretending to be worried about me. No. I'm the adult. I should have called the police that day. I should have called the police on everyone. On that GM. On everyone there. Confetti? Confetti? Do you want me to? Because I'll still do it. On everyone there, I will call the police. And I will tell them, look, I should have said this. Because it's true. I should have. My thing is, do you think I should at this point? I don't think it matters. At this point. That is long gone. That was years ago. Those people are in all different places. But my point is, McDonald's still has the same problems. And it's causing problems for people's lives. So yeah, while my mistake, I definitely should have called. That was a time I should have called. And I think that's what they were worried about. I think they were worried about me calling the police. I don't think they were worried about anything else. I think that was the concern. Alcohol was involved. They had alcohol already there. I showed up and they had alcohol. These people were not 21. Not by any means. Nope. And they were providing alcohol to minors who, again, were the ones threatening me with knives. Minors. People I could have ended in seconds. And they think they're going to threaten me with knives. Jesus Christ. Like, you don't have appreciation for the dangers that they're getting themselves into. Like, this pussy is threatening a very dangerous individual with a knife. I am very dangerous. You don't threaten me. That is a really bad choice. You threatened a Sifu, somebody that literally, a Sifu is above Li Shi. Like, Li Shi is like the black level. That's what, like, most black belts, even in karate and stuff, that's the Kung Fu equivalent. I'm above that. I didn't stop there. That's me. What, you think this, like, comes in, like, a buff package or something? Like, I often wonder if this is what people's problems are. You do realize I don't look buff because I'm tall and lanky, right? Like, it's got nothing to do with anything. It's just the way it looks. And if anything, this actually helps me. It's actually a perception I use. I use this. I often do this to bait scammers, make them think that I can't. Yeah. And it almost worked that day. It almost worked like a charm that day. I was hoping he would, so I could have ended all of that. But for his sake, I'm glad he didn't. it just changed everything. Now, again, he probably went and did the same thing. He probably did the same thing, made a stupid mistake, threatened somebody with a knife. You know, like he probably just went and did the same thing. Later that night, later that week, or whatever, he didn't learn his lesson. There's a very good chance that with the amount of people that were there, that with him threatening me with a knife, there's a good chance that I would have taken the calculation that I must defend myself and I must do so in a way that is definitive. I can't fuck around with that. I will use those techniques. And I promise you, they're not, it's not stuff that I would show anybody or tell anybody, and it takes years and years and years of practice. But yeah, it's the sort of stuff where one movement is all I need. One very precise, quick movement, and that knife that you have at me, it's not at me anymore. Okay? And you're the one going down. It's not hard. And I can do it the snap of a finger. I have to be able to do that. I have to be able to teach that. And, you know, that was why I was trusted with a school. My Sifu wanted to know that if a bunch of airheads from another school came in to bully my students, I have to be able to take all those people on. That's the point. I'm not, you know, somebody that you just shoved to the side, okay? No, I had to be able to do that, and I had to learn that ability. And these very arrogant, full of themselves teenagers, that's how they all acted. That's how she acted. And that's how her boyfriend acted. And the one that was acting all like that night, you know? Or it's like he was acting really weird because they're all drunk. They were drunk. Period. I have evidence that these people she's the type of person that a funny prank is putting post-it notes all over somebody's car. And they did this to my car while it was in a McDonald's parking lot. And I didn't think it was all that funny. Like, okay, like, I guess. All right. Like, I tried to have a positive reaction, but my point was that I'm a manager, and this just looks really stupid. Like, you're littering. All that's on my car. I have to take that off now. And I will, because I'm not going to let it fly off my car and litter. But you're going to put all that on my car? What if the wind blows it off and it's like blowing down the road and stuff? You didn't think about this. You're just going to litter. And I sort of said this to them. Like, I just didn't think it was very responsible. You know what I mean? Like you get a can of whipped cream. Alright, somebody needs to wash their car, but it's not the end of the world. You know what I mean? Like, whipped cream's just whipped cream. Like, alright, fine, the rain comes down, you know what I mean? Like, that's not littering. But on the clock, while I was working, these people came and post-it noted my car. That's the maturity level. Like, this is... They're preemptively thinking about things to fuck with somebody with. Like, they just can't wait to fuck with this person some more, so let's post-it note his card. And I'm a manager. The point is, this guy that acted really fucked up that night, this guy that's like the boyfriend of this dumb fucking person that acts this way, she is dumb. She does not know anything. That's the problem. And then she plays victim. If somebody calls her dumb, she'll be like, ah! Ah! And then people use it. This guy especially. He loves jumping all over that. You terrible man! You terrible... Oh, honey, it's okay. It's... What? So you're going to endlessly say it's okay when she's stupid, and you could help her, and you could call her out on her own stupidity. Meanwhile, you'll let her take advantage of... What if she's schizophrenic? You would never know. You're the adult allowing this female to get away with taking advantage of every situation ever. So again, literally a scammer, just the other way around. What if she's schizophrenic? Literally, she needs help, medication, and you're an asshole. And she'll never get it because you're like, Like, somebody's being a dumb fucking cunt. Call them out on it. You don't gotta be sitting there, calling them names every day and every second. But, like, the whole point is, at a certain point, you have to start somewhere. You can't let them do that. You have to push back. Or eventually, you just get somebody that randomly decides, hey, I'm gonna go on a podcast and just literally call Roger Waters a cunt and not have a reason. I am just gonna sit here and fucking insult a legend that people love and not give a reason. Because, in my own head, it's gonna sound right. Other people agree, But again, no context. I'm just gonna call this person a cunt. And the point is, in your own head, you've been thinking this. But everybody else is confused. Because they're all like, what? Never did I hear that. And you're saying it. Somebody that people know is a bitch. Like, you have a habit of being this way. People know it. It's not to be rude toward you. It's just a matter of fact. People know it. Okay, I'm gonna ask for a reason. That's it. I'm not gonna be radical and say you don't deserve to do that. I'm just gonna say I need a reason first. I'm not gonna implicitly believe it. If maybe if somebody that made a habit of not being that way said it, fine. Maybe. But even then, I would still be like, whoa, dude. Have a reason. At least have a reason. So anyway, I'm going to get off here. But people are dumb. And this country needs to change. And that was a perfect example of why. Where you had an entire store of literally people bullying other people because a GM is irresponsible. She is a dumb fucking cunt. That's it. And I'm probably not the only one getting harassed and stalked by the group of people that's doing it. Okay? And all that had to happen was that you fired these people before they became a problem so that they could be dealt with. But you're an asshole. And the same GM during our entire store process starting up, the same GM where we started the new store, had a personal friend come in and help us all the time. It was somebody from another store. And very consistently during the setup process, her friend and her would talk about me and the other guy I told you about that came to the store with me. They would talk about us, and like we felt like they were kind of like talking about us sometimes. Like we actually would talk about that. Like he actually candidly like told me, he was like, "Can I ask you something?" And be honest, you know, it was like, do you feel like they're talking about you sometimes? It's like, yeah, I actually do kind of think they are. I'm kind of glad I'm not the only one that thinks that. Like, it was the sort of thing where both of us were thinking it. And we're not, like, trying to talk about anybody, but we're just talking about that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we're doing our work. We're thinking about, you know, like, what's next and stuff like that. The bathrooms or the frappe machine or whatever, what have you. But no, like she's just goofing around with this guy, and they're doing very minimal amounts of work, talking and goofing around, and him and I are just like working our asses off trying to get this done. And she is doing very minimal amounts of work, very minimal. So yeah. The job is very much go through the motions for the day to day, and it shouldn't be hard. So why do they make it hard? Well, because the point is, executives and corporate don't do their jobs. They just get angry when times aren't met, and that's it. And then the GM just pressures the employees, and employees can't do anything about it. What are they fucking supposed to do? So literally, it's just executive level not doing their job, where they should go to the store and figure out why those things are happening. Is it because people aren't actually working fast enough, or is it because your entire store is not ergonomic? Literally everything about this causes people to stop and pivot and turn. There is nothing ergonomic about anything that you do in this store, ever. You teach entire management classes about ergonomics. This is in your management classes. And literally, store after store after store. And we even went to a store where that same manager I told about these problems that laughed in my face, he was like, look how ergonomic the kitchen is. Duh! Look how ergonomic the kitchen is. Duh! Meanwhile, it's just not. It's just literally not. Nothing ergonomic about it. It is trash. They have barely enough room to move. There's all these mistakes. Regular employees doing things wrong. And I tell him about a couple of these things because that's what our job is for. And he pulls me aside, like all these other people, very easy, very obvious things. And he's like, yeah, that's good. And then like I had some really, really good stuff where this is bad. This could cause some real problems for them. And I had it. Me. I was the critical thinker. No lie. No lie. He's like, okay, we'll get to that. And then he skips me. I shit you not. He pulls me aside at the end. And because we're all in a lobby in a McDonald's being trained, clearly McDonald's employees and stuff like that, he pulls me aside at the end and he goes, look, I just, I kind of wanted to maybe tell the GM about those things candidly, because we don't want to really sit here and ding the store too much while we're doing our training, and I'm thinking to myself, what the fuck? Jesus Christ! If the dumb fucking cunt that works at my store saw this shit, she'd be like, you're fired, you're fired. I'm going to tell everybody the GM's going to fire you. And this guy's like, look, I just don't want to ding the store too. Like the corporate employee. And this is the same asshole that I told him he needs to come to these stores and see what's going on. And this is his behavior. Totally 180 from anyone in the store. And the corporate employee flat out shows me they will not do their job. Will not do it. Refuses to visit the stores. Refuses. Oh, yeah, but I'm being threatened with knives. Right. And guns. And the same stupid fucking bitch that's employed at that fucking store in Lancaster that's been there since for fucking ever is a dumb fucking cunt that literally threatens people's jobs every day. Every day. She threatens their job every day. I'm very clearly pissed about it. If I ever saw her again, I'd probably literally fucking call her out wherever I ran into her. I'd be like, hey everybody, look, I want you to take a good look at this dumb bitch right here. This is the stupid fucking bitch that works at the McDonald's. And I would tell everybody where she works. And I'm going to go, this bitch every day treats everybody like fucking shit. She literally makes them feel like shit for everything they didn't get done every day throughout their fucking shift. Yep. And meanwhile, if you call this dumb bitch out on the stuff that she's doing, she's not wrong. Somebody else didn't do it. But meanwhile, she's wrong every time. Do you know why? Because she's not supposed to say, why are we waiting on reg meat? She's supposed to park the car and move on to the next order. That is not her job. That's why. Because that's what she should do, to keep the process moving. Instead, she's endlessly anxiety-riddled, full of getting everybody to focus on this one, why is this? Why? Why aren't you parking the car? I asked her that one day. Do you know what she said? Yeah, this was right before getting promoted to manager. Yeah, so This is what she said. Because again, I was willing to give it back to her even before being a manager. I don't give a shit. You don't gotta fucking talk to me that way. I swear to God, she said this again for the millionth fucking time. And I had enough. I am tired of her stupid fucking shit. She's just dumb as fuck. And meanwhile, she says this again. Why? Why am I holding on meat? Why am I rating on eggs? I think it was eggs. Why am I rating on it? Why? Do you know what I said? Do you know what you said? Because here's what I said. I said, why aren't you parking the car? I was doing the exact thing she was doing to me, except mine was actually more valid. It doesn't matter why. And what a stupid question. You know why. We're getting orders. What a dumb fucking question to ask. What a retard. What a literal fucking retard. We're getting orders. We used it. Duh. Why didn't you? I do have more down. I called for more. It's already down. We don't have infinite grill space. What are you, stupid? So again, every time she's asking this, it's like the dumbest question you could ever ask. And other toxic managers would do this too. That's the point. She wasn't the only toxic one doing it. Her other family members did this. And then that other toxic GM used to do that too. Why? Why? What do you mean, why? We ran out? Fucking park the car. It is what it is. Okay, so like that's the point. I started harping on her shit. And then she got all antsy and she's insulting people and stuff like that. That's what happened. I started actually getting on her shit about everything she wasn't doing. So she started harping on everybody else. That's all that happened. And the GM should have noticed, but he didn't. He doesn't do his job. That's it. Could have had Greg run the floor every day. The guy was fine at it. He liked doing it. But meanwhile, you wanted to do that position. Greg was fine at it. But meanwhile, every day, you wanted to do that position. You couldn't let Greg take the spotlight. Because he can do it. And he can handle it. No, endlessly, you want to make this guy look bad. Why'd you do that? There are constantly good employees that went through there that he would just make look really bad. And they're just good employees. What the fuck is the matter with you? So, do you know what she said? I said to her, again, why aren't you parking the car? Because she's going to ask me, why am I holding on reg meat? Okay, why aren't you parking the car? That's about as valid as your fucking question. If anything, again, mine's more valid. Because you should do that, and you're not doing it. You know what she said? And this was just prior to me being a manager. She literally grabs her own shirt and goes, do you want my shirt? Do you want my shirt? Do you want my shirt? Like, basically, she loved wearing that white manager shirt. She could masquerade around as a manager. That's all that told me. Because immediately she thought of her shirt. She's a white shirt and I'm not. I need to listen. That's where her mind went. Not, I have a good idea. That's actually a good point. Why am I asking why I should be parking the car? You're right. Not that. Not logic. Just white shirt, peon. white shirt, slave. Yeah, because she's a Trump voter. Yes. Yeah, exactly. So, anyway, the point is, that's how she responded. And do you know what I said? She didn't even know how to respond to this. It's so funny. It was so funny. She didn't even know how to respond. She was like, she started like stumbling over her. Oh my God, it was so funny. I was literally, I even called her by name too, so I'm not going to say that, but like, I was literally like, that sounds like sexual harassment, and then I called her name. Cause like, she's like, do you want my shirt? What are you trying to take your shirt off or something? Like, I mean, I'm literally trying to ask her why she's not parking the car. Do you want my shirt? Sounds like sexual harassment. Are you gonna... What? Do I want your shirt? Do you just harass every employee, or is it me? Because I don't ever hear her saying that shit to anybody else. Yeah, her son would harass me too. Her granddaughter would harass me too. I'm saying that so you don't understand certain things about the relationships. You don't need to know that. There were other family members, though, that would just harass me. It was her family. So this is why you don't have family working in an establishment. They will undermine and sit there and try to meddle with other people. They do. And I've had to call it out. I've had to call this out so many times. And trust me, it's something I even call out. I would even call out for my own. I wouldn't not do that for my own, trust me. You can trust me on that. I wouldn't. Trust me. Trust me. I don't sit here and say this while not doing it myself. Okay? That family should call each other out and should not undermine the operations of the business. And they are. They're probably stealing, too. So you have to realize. So, you know, like, I just... You gotta realize how bad that situation is. Where consistently corporate employees won't do anything either. I'm literally telling an employee that doesn't even know any of these people. This guy is in Philadelphia. He doesn't know any of these people. And still laughs in my face. This very serious thing, where as soon as I find out this is not how the employees are supposed to act, you know, I'm being taught this. So the point is, I think this is very serious that my store is being incredibly mismanaged, and possibly every store in this owner's organization. And I'm trying to tell this corporate employee this, and the corporate employee is like, that's a joke! You're funny! Ha! Actually, sir, I think you're the joke. I do. Actually, sir, I think you're the joke. Because you're really not all that good at teaching management classes. You're really not all that good at it. You kind of suck at it, actually. You weren't really that good. And then meanwhile, you laughed in my face when I tried to report something to you as a corporate employee. So now, while being terrible as an instructor, again, I'm an instructor, so I know what it takes to be a good instructor. So while being terrible as an instructor, you then, again, didn't even fucking take my report. Not only that, you swept things under the rug when we were at another store and I tried to tell you things. Does this tell you all you need to know about McDonald's? It should. And stop trying to pretend like it's good. It's not. It's fucking trash. The food is not good. It's never been good. It's not good for you? It's never been good? I actually struggle to eat it. I struggle. The quarter pounders are like one of the only things that I can eat. That and the chicken nuggets. It's like one of the only things, and I very rarely can eat that. And so, like, the point is when I go to a store that always does it right and the manager's really nice, the employees are different. They really are. I'll go through the drive-thru and they're pleasant. They thank me. I am then likewise courteous with them and appreciative of them, and they're all nice and bubbly and happy because I'm a happy customer and they're a happy employee. And then I get my food. I don't really wait that long. I wait a little bit. And if they park me forward, big deal. It's not that big a deal. It is what it is. But I always trust the fact that my food will be fresh if I'm getting parked, right? Yes. That's why you're being parked. You're waiting on food. It better be fresh. Yeah, if they park you, if you pull forward, that better fucking taste good and better be fresh. So that's the point. You're waiting, but it's going to be good. So, it is. And there was one time where I was waiting a while. And it was that McDonald's that always does it right. They're really polite. And I almost went in. It was very close. Right as I was getting ready to open the door to go inside to see what was going on, the employee came out with my bag. So, it was fine. And it was good. It was fine. And I will have consistent problems at consistent stores, the same stores, same problems. Yet I'll go to these other same stores and have the same consistency, where I can clearly compare mismanagement with a well-owned and operated and run store. So just like those idiots that are going online and they're like, I hate Burger King, I hate McDonald's, I hate this and I hate that. Let me ask you a question. Did you go to another state and try it, or you just literally narrow mind shit? Every Burger King you've been to is the end-all be-all and you think it's all trash, or every McDonald's is all trash because of the ones around you. Did you even know that the McDonald's all the way over in Japan have a completely different menu? Did you know that? Yeah. Bet you it's different there. So again, it is very tunnel vision with these people. And then they're doing food reviews where they have a bag of food, and this bag, who knows how old this is, right? They're giving you their review, but I mean, let's be honest. They waited. They prepared. It's a prepared video. It took a while for this food to get there. They door dashed it or picked it up themselves, right? By the time it gets to you, it's 15, 20 minutes old. Nobody likes McDonald's after it's been sitting 15, 20 minutes. You gotta eat that shit in the first 5, 10 minutes. The entire consistency is completely different now. And it's cold. Yeah, and it's cold. So just none of these are honest. Unless they're at the establishment, getting it in their car, getting drive-through, like, none of these are valid. None of them. It's completely invalid review. They're not reviewing it, honestly. It is a prepared statement based on, you know, again, you're taking a bite of this. How do I know it's not cold as fuck? Are you accounting for that? And can you accurately account for that? Even Gordon himself sits here and says you can't properly grade food that's old. Like, how do you know? You can't say that. Maybe the bun's always that way, always stiff, and you never know. You're getting subpar quality, and then you like it, and you're claiming you like it. Well, geez, how much would you like it if you actually got it fresh, or actually had it? You know, like you worked there and you made it yourself, and then you suddenly realize, holy fucking shit, it tastes totally different when I make it myself. Totally different. Do you know why? Because you didn't do this. I just wrapped 4 sandwiches and slid them up. Let me ask you a question. If I wrapped 4 sandwiches that fast and slid them, do you think those integrity of those hot sandwiches, those burgers in that wrapper is the same now? Doing it that fast? No. And you're wrapping it in paper. And half of these fucking sandwiches, the big ones you get, are in cardboard boxes. And if you know anything about cardboard, literally this fucking cardboard will just make that entire fucking sandwich a complete and utter mess. Like cardboard. Anyway, a lot of stuff is mismanaged, and a lot of people think they know everything because they've done this. And, oh, I did this. Okay. You did it that long. Great. Cool. You don't know everything. and especially the people that are owners, operators, and never doing it right. You know what I mean? Like, how many times do you see somebody going around to a restaurant and they're helping these restaurants out, trying to help the owner out, trying to help them fix things where their restaurant's about to close, and the owner is just bad. Like, they're not doing anything right, and they're just irresponsible. And it's literally all about the fact that the owner doesn't want to fix something about their behavior. It's that simple. They're lazy as fuck, so they have to do work. They don't want to do work, so therefore... Alright, guys. I'm getting off here. But, you know, I just, wanted to talk to you guys a bit. If you remember the bitrate shift around, like again, we have a lot of views. We have a lot of people viewing the stream. And it's nothing any different than the stream before it, where we are getting thousands of viewers. There are big channels that have become aware of what I am saying and talking about, and they're in support of what I'm trying to say. And in support of some of the stuff that I say. Not necessarily everything, but they're trying to help out, and they're trying to be like, you look, we're trying to watch, we're trying to support, we're trying to show up, but it's going away. Like, it's, again, YouTube's just removing it all. These big channels, they'll show up, they'll try to give it views and stuff like that, because maybe they actually do like what I'm saying sometimes and do agree with it. And they're trying. They are. And I appreciate it, guys. I do. Trust me, I want to thank you for that. But it's just YouTube sitting here endlessly keeping people right where they should be. And then the big channels that start to notice that pattern where they're staying where they should be, and then maybe they would get legal representation and start doing things. YouTube, at a snap of a finger, the number of times that YouTube was very, like, it was clear to YouTube I was doing legal things and taking legal action against them. Immediately my streams are like hugely like they just fix that shit so fucking quick, it's not even funny. So it's a matter of YouTube organizing a constructive way of basically just kind of mind controlling content creators to do what they want. If they want them to quit, if they want them to do this content or whatever, they shift your bitrate around, throw a bunch of dislikes on something, you bought something too much just to remove too many. Like, literally, like, just, they will literally fuck up their own system just to make you look bad. Because again, it's just YouTube. Just trash tube at the end of the day. I've already stated that for years, we use the same settings, but only upgrade. Same settings, but only upgrade. So then why is the bitrate shifting around? Ever. Why aren't things getting better? Yeah, what? Because they're doing it on purpose. Because it's on purpose. It's manufactured. That's why. And, look, I don't care about the reviews. I just think they're complete bullshit. They want to do reviews and get videos, clicks off them or whatever, fine. But from a actual professional standpoint, Gordon's laughing at you. I'm just being honest. He would say the same thing. I don't pretend to speak for the guy, but I promise you, he's gonna say never eat fast food. He's also gonna say that, again, back me up on the fact that if that's ready to eat, you can't let it cool off and eat it. It's bad. It is now spoiled. You didn't eat it in the proper amount of time. It has now spoiled. Just like if he has a steak sitting somewhere for too long and it got cold, he's not going to serve that. They have to remake it. That's it. So the same thing applies to your stream. And likewise, if you were upset, you got cold food at a McDonald's, you would probably expect them to remake it, right? So why the fuck are you just constantly doing review after review after review where it's like complete bullshit? We know if you had this shit delivered, you're sitting in a room with a bag, a closed bag. We all know this was either DoorDash or you picked it up, drove it there, and X amount of time went by. Where, again, this food has not been eaten and it's just cooled off. You're not getting texture or taste right. All of it's thrown off. Every last bit of it. It's trash. You are not getting an accurate reading. None of it's right. So, I'm just putting that out there. I'm not trying to be rude to the you want to sit here and believe that nonsense? Fine. But all that is people talking about something and saying, sure, it's good or isn't. No, it's all trash. It's all subpar. It's all cold. None of them are getting... Again, if I see them at the location, eating it there, it's totally different. Because now I'm saying, all right, maybe less time went by. They didn't sit here forever beforehand, and it's actually warm. Fine. But even warm shouldn't be enough. That food should be hot. Then you're making your assessment. I mean, I wonder how many of these people eat this food and then like immediately they got to run to the bathroom after the thing because you're eating cold McDonald's. I promise you're gonna be it's gonna sound like bombs are dropping in there. It's gonna go right through. Your body cannot rip that apart properly. It's just literally it's not how it's supposed to be eaten. So I'm just educating, okay? It's the truth of the fact. You're not given a proper valid review. Anytime we were in the business, anytime, and the person put in a review or like the fries are cold or something like that, you have to factor in, did they get it in the drive-thru and order a bunch of food? Because this is what we factor in. Where they come through the drive-thru and order dinner for their family, and it's McDonald's, And they get home, and the family's complaining that it's cold, right? But really, we didn't serve it that way. They drove home. It got cold. And then these assholes put in a bad review. We had to consider that. And I promise you, it was talked about all the time. Where it's very clear that people are just ordering a bunch of food, not eating it then, driving all the way home, unpacking it. It's cold. All of it's cold. The fries are like rock solid now because they're cold. And then you're putting in a bad review. And then we can see that because we can literally look at your receipt, at the time on your receipt, and then we can look at the time you put in the review. And then we can see you can order a whole bunch of food, so we just arrive at the conclusion, yep. You went all the way home and then ate it. And jumped to conclusions that you were served this way. What an ass. So don't do this with your food reviews because it's what the bad customers would do to the employees. And you're actually trying to give an honest review on that? It's not an honest review. It's not. It's cold. Every time. Stop trying to pretend like it's honest. Shut the fuck up. It's not. You know it's not. Shut the fuck up. Stop it with this. And you actually like want to claim that this is real, and then meanwhile You're the one making video after video. All you ever do is you're the guy that calls out entire channels, entire communities, and call out bullshit. It's like literally what you make your name on. And you're part of the bullshit. I mean, I love you, man. I love your channel. I'm just saying, like, at some point, somebody's going to realize it, and I'm just trying to soften the blow, buddy. I'm just trying to soften the blow. Look at this bit rate. Do you see this? Like, the point is, I'm trying to legitimately help. Somebody's going to eventually just notice that. So if you say that, it's you saying it. You know what I'm saying? Offer that. Say it before somebody else does. I sure as hell don't care. I don't give a shit. I literally don't care. What is this bit rate? What is this bit rate? What is this? I'm not going to say the name of the channel, if that's what you're trying to do. What is this bit rate? This bit rate has everything to do with the thunder that was heard through the microphone. That's what this bit rate is. That is incredibly fucked up. Yeah. Yep. Yep, and you know I'm right, because it stays malicious. When I'm right about something, it stays malicious. It doesn't fix itself. They don't fix it. Because they have now scammed the stream to do this on purpose. So it's just basically, again, we have hit 8 hours. I wanted to talk to you guys about this other times too. So I do believe that 365, Cookie Dough Plays, and all those guys have scammed me. I do think that. And I do think 365 is in on it. Until he comes back and tells us he's not, I think he's in on it. And I am going to actually sue some people, just so that you know. So, again, these guys sat on here and tried to tell everybody that you can't have streams longer than 12 hours, all while I've had streams abruptly end at 12 hours and disappear. And at like 8 hours and stuff like that, I start having all these problems where YouTube is causing me problems. And so the point that I'm gonna make here, obviously, is that, again, these guys literally just lie, tell people things that aren't true, so that they can sit here and scam content creators, and literally just steal their trending and have a manufactured way of doing it. And again, because there's no rules for 12 hours. That doesn't exist. Yep. It's wrong. That is a lie. 365 lied to me. Big surprise, right? Yeah. So, the reason I know this is a lie is because I can go on YouTube right now and go to a channel with only like 5, 6, 7,000 subscribers and show you a live stream, not an upload, a live stream that is 24 hours long. And remember, this is what I was doing. I was trying to do 24-hour streams because I can, because I will work very hard. So they're trying to, again, they made it clear that they are competing with that, and I am not. So they are all sitting here endlessly stealing my ideas and my trending, all while I want nothing to do with them, and literally like try to separate myself. But meanwhile, they kept coming back, lying, saying stuff that's not true, spreading lies. Yeah, look, you're laughing. You think it's funny. That's 365 hitting the button. I already know it is. I don't give a shit. What time is it? Yeah, he's off work. He's hitting the button. I don't care. It's pretty sad. So you have to just recognize that at a certain point, people are scamming you. And they actually all came in here to scam me and try to convince me that streams can only be 12 hours or YouTube just removes them. But again, I can go find a stream from even a couple of days ago on a channel with less than 10,000 subscribers. And they got streams for 24 hours. And all that shit is literally nothing but noise. I swear to God, it is endless streams of just noise. Not even this, what I'm doing here. Yep. Yep, noise. Not even anything really visual on the screen. Just noise. 24 hours. Yeah, so why is 365 regularly lying to people and telling them things like this? Why does he regularly do things like this? Why does he do these things? Why does he talk about people? Why does he impersonate? Why does he impersonate streamers? Do you remember that? He would like impersonate streamers and shit. No wonder he's getting, like, didn't he say he was getting sued or something? Like, dude, what the fuck is the matter with you? And then you actually told me that. Yeah, I know, confetti. I know. But, like, the point is, you think I'm stupid. Like, this is what you think. Your problem is that you actually are. That's your problem. And you have to scam other streamers to get help. And then meanwhile, you're the one that breached my data because you plugged in a bunch of information to fucking AI when you literally asked me for those headshots and you made me a bunch of AI headshots. You did that, not me. That was the problem. Yeah, the few AI thumbnails I used, 365 gave me those. I didn't do that. So it's trying to be nice. Yeah. What an asshole. Yeah, what a literal asshole. Yeah. I learned all I needed to know off certain things, by the way. And there's a reason why we did certain things, by the way. And he knows what I'm talking about. Why? Why would you tell people that streams go away after 12 hours and that's just a thing? Why would you do that? Why would you just lie? Why would you do that, 365? Why would you make a habit of literally just coming back into my streams and lying to me? You claim to be this expert streamer. You have all these channels and you know how to get all these subscribers. And then you came in my chat and lied to me about streams randomly disappearing at 12 hours. Oh, that's just a policy. It just happens. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Nope. No, it's not. So why did you lie about that? Because you're making it happen somehow? Is that why? Because you're an ass? And you did something to cause a problem for my channel? Is that why? Because you're an ass? Yeah, I think that is. And I think that this guy does this to trigger people to go into his streams, and that's how he gets views and trending and stuff. No, I'm serious. I think he actually gets people to harass his streams so that he can get views from it. I'm dead serious. It's not funny. I'm dead serious. It's a real scam that people are doing. It's not a joke. It's not funny. It's a scam. They're stealing money. That's a real scam. That's a known about scam, too. And, you know, every time I've ever talked about scams, 365, he is there to make fun of this. He was always there to make fun of this. Yeah, YouTube. Why is YouTube moving my bitrate around so maliciously? Is it because they know it's true? Yeah. Yeah, is it because they know it's true? They were both of those channels were doing this thing where they were like gaining viewers, and like one would take turns, like one was like, oh, I'll do this stream with you and stuff like that, and make me think we're gonna do a double stream or something. And then meanwhile, they would do it with each other, all while telling me that they're gonna do a double stream with me, and they would schedule it. They would literally not show up. They would ghost me that day. Both of them did this several times, where they were supposed to do a double stream with me, and they would literally ghost me that day. And then while ghosting me and not answering my texts and telling me that we're going to do a double stream that day, they would then do a double stream with each other. They did this several times. They did it 3 separate times. I call that not professional. Yeah. I call that a couple of guys that are assholes, that aren't professional at all. So, I'm just calling it out. You want to start acting professional, I'll stop calling you an asshole. Stop coming in my stream and telling me that the fucking streams can only be 12 hours. Because I'm eventually just going to call that fucking shit out. If I find out you lied to me, guess what? We're talking about that. Yeah, because he lied a lot. He lied a fuck of a lot. And some of those scams I only saw happen also in his streams. Yeah, it's not happening in anybody else's streams, but conveniently as I'm in his streams, oh, suddenly these scams are happening. So, look, the guy look, the guy, look, I could sit here and I could say a bunch of stuff that is true about him, that I know about him. It would be very embarrassing. Okay? I could easily do that. So why are all these people harassing me? Why is it very obvious that, again, as I mentioned, 365, my bitrate's just around? Why is this obvious? Why? Because YouTube has things in their system that when I say them, it causes the bitrate to shift around? Yes. 365. Lies. He's a liar. Sort of a compulsive one. Yep. Literally does not know how to tell the truth. He just doesn't know how to do it. A lot of stuff he says is a lie. And it's to fuck with people. He's a real life troll. And I've called this out. I'm done with it. This is what he did at the beginning too, where he was just this really, 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 really forcibly strange person. And I had to call out how fucking weird that shit was. But now now it's just sneaky. Where he sits here and he pretends to be normal, but, you know. So, you know. Clearly the person has problems and he's harassing people. I mean, clearly that. It's clearly that. Literally sits here and admits to half this shit on stream. He's being sued. You know, he's like, all these things are happening. He admitted he had medication he was supposed to take, and like, he's just saying all this stuff way back. I mean, what the fuck? Okay? And all I've ever done is be really nice to him. I showed up in his streams, supporting the streams like all day before. And he's just telling me things that are lies. Oh yeah, 12 hours. It just, you know, that's a thing that they do. No, it isn't. No, it's not. So again, he's just making these simple declaratives that aren't true. Where I can go on another channel right now and instantly find all these other live streams that are 24 hours long. Yeah. And it's pretty mindless content too. Just whatever the fuck they want. Just sounds and shit. Basically nothing on the screen. Why are we shifting the bitrate around maliciously, trying to pretend like it's not trending we're fucking with? Why are we shifting the bitrate around maliciously, trying to pretend like it's trending that we're not fucking with? So again, YouTube, I am just going to sit here and run stream after stream after stream after stream after stream because you did this. That's all I'm going to do. And as I do this, I already told you guys I was going to do this because of the Resident Evil thing. But rest assured that I will take care of this time. And that the reason I didn't do that was because I was giving them leeway because they did fix it. Eventually it did stop. It stopped conveniently right around that time where I said I was going to do that. So I gave them that. But not this time. Nope. It's blatantly obvious. I mentioned 365 and you just shift my bitrate around all over the fucking place. Gee, I wonder why you'd actually be doing that, Trash Tube. Oh, maybe it's because 365 is the only channel that is networking and regularly getting along with me. So therefore you want me to say those things. Yeah, exactly. So that way, as soon as I say 365, Bam. And we're back to playing with the like button and shifting the bitrate around. It's that simple. Oh, look. Oh, look, there's 8 likes, so there's 8 concurrent in the stream. Oh, look, guys. Look. Look. They're only accounting for the amount of likes as concurrent in the stream. Look at that. Wow. Wow. Oh, wow. That isn't the exact thing I called out earlier. Oh, wow. Yep. The 365 don't give a flying fuck. And he sure as hell can't sit here and shift my bitrate around randomly. So again, I will remind you that 365 ain't gonna give a flying fuck if I sit here and talk about it, what he said was a lie or something. He doesn't care. He's an adult. He can take hearing that. The fact that this other person can't, though, you know what I mean? Like, again, the behavior is that this person is wrong and can't stand it when they're wrong. It's very blatant. That's what the bitrate exhibits. And I will tell you that Gemini has been fucking stupid lately. I will point out the fact that Gemini has been fucking stupid as shit lately. I will point that out. And I even called Gemini fucking stupid. Yep. I literally typed it. Yep. I had to say it twice. Yep. It tried to give me a code. Yeah, it was trying to give me a code. And it did the most illogical thing that a computer should do. It gave this code in all caps. What are you, fucking stupid? What are you, dumb? I asked for code and you type it in all caps? What are you, fucking stupid? So again, when you have zeros on there, I don't know if they're zeros or fucking O's. And you're this dumb. You're an AI. You're this logical. You're trying to help somebody and you're that dumb that you type the code in all caps. You don't normally do this, but the code you did. You're so fucking stupid. Jesus Christ. Just like the ChatGPT thing. I literally was trying to ask it clearly about ChatGPT. You know, Cha. C-H-A, not chat. Yep. And Gemini assumed something. Yeah, it assumed. It's not supposed to do that. I physically typed ChatGPT, asking it if this was a phishing scam. You know, like literally, very obviously, they're getting clicks off of people mistakenly typing this. And yeah, sure enough, it's a subscription service where you could subscribe to it and they could get you, scam you, and all that. And meanwhile, yep, I made the mistake. It took me there and I almost logged in and everything. And so the whole point is, I was asking Gemini if ChatGPT was a phishing, and it answers the question for ChatGPT as if I asked it about ChatGPT. I didn't say chat, I said cha. I literally typed cha GPT. You have to type this shit. It's typed. There's no lost in translation here. It's typed. And it literally reads that and assumes that I mistyped it. I must be asking about ChatGPT. And it goes, oh, this is a very reputable yada yada yada. And then meanwhile, I had to go, are you fucking stupid? Are you dumb as shit? When I literally very clearly typed ChatGPT, and this is logically a mistype that you could assume, since again, it's not really an assumption since I'm actually typing that. You could assume in the direction that is not an assumption, but no, you assumed I mistyped it. Gee, I wonder if it did this because so many fucking retards mistype something. I wonder if that's why it does that. So, anyway, I'm getting out of here. I gotta go. But, the point is, if we have a long stream, 8.5, 9-hour stream, we got thousands of views, guys. They're shifting the bitrate around to cause a problem for the trending. I say stuff, it's supposed to cause trending. It's supposed to cause viewers to come in. We all know that. Okay? It's just like earlier when I called out the fact that they're making AI channels off the Avengers cast. And I listed all these different actors, and as soon as I listed the actors, the bitrate is just going absolutely insane. Okay? Are you fucking stupid? Are you dumb? Because I'm going to sue your entire organization for this. I have it right on the screen. You could see my bitrate shifting around based on the things I say. I'm just going to sue your entire organization. And again, you'll have no grounding. You'll have nothing, because I will have been harassed on your platform and stalked for years while you did nothing. Yep, stalker, right there. Yeah, somebody literally doxed my street address in the title of a video for an entire 7 months. Right on their channel. They had my street address typed into the title of a video where they were stealing pictures off of private social media accounts, doxing people's names with their real pictures, and trying to link the data. And that person sat on here and stalked and doxed that information. Innocent people, minors, adults. Yep. Pictures of minors using, again, just doxing all these people's information all over this person's YouTube page. Yep. They're just taking random pictures of people off social media and doxing it all over YouTube. People's private social media pages. Stalking them. Making a social media too. And sending friend requests, getting reported, sending endless friend requests, getting reported. Yeah. And remember, No Sleep Wiblo is the name of the Steam account and was the original name of the YouTube account. Remember, that's his name of his Steam account, and that was the name of his YouTube account. And this is the person that stalks people, doxes minors, and sits here and hits the laugh emoji button when we're discussing rape. When we've talked about rape, that person thinks that's really funny. There it is. So that person has raped people. There is no question in my mind, no doubt about whether or not I think that person has raped somebody. Because I think it's funny. Nobody actually would even, accidentally, that's the point. The moment you talk about that, this is very serious. Nobody thinks this is amusing. Anybody should have the same demeanor. There's nothing amusing about it. That is fucked up. It's the sort of thing where you hear about this and immediately it should affect you in a certain way. And if it doesn't, you can determine that you think it's funny to rape people. So therefore, you've probably done that. Yes. Because otherwise, you would have something built in where, again, the Epstein files, I don't know, Harvey Weinstein, maybe. And again, you just think it's funny. It's funny to you. So it's Epstein then. Jeffrey Epstein is in... Because remember, he's not dead. So it's Epstein. He's laughing. He thinks it's funny. Rape is funny to him, remember? He got away with it. So this person's Jeffrey Epstein. Yep. Because this is what he'd be able to do. He would disappear to that same island that's condemned where nobody can go, and he's just hiding there. Because, again, it's condemned and they've had it closed off. And it's the Virgin Islands, so he would have American access. He'd be able to do his stuff. Yeah, it's Epstein. This is Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, the bitrate shifting around, the confetti, the laugh emoji, all this shit. Jeffrey Epstein. It is. Nobody thinks rape is funny. Nobody. That guy was smiling and all that kind of stuff. Well, all that, you know, like he was just... He was not concerned, remember? He seemed very laid back for a guy that had just been caught. He was not concerned. He was smiling. Yeah, because he knew Donald Jackass Trump would use illegal means to get him out. That's all. It's that simple. It's Jeffrey Epstein. Yep. Yeah. So I'm going to get off here. Thanks for watching. Appreciate it. See ya.